That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Baker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you show me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
粘ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers. Final call to flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
気張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all there. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
We are live now at Menara Kuningan, Jakarta, Indonesia. And we would like to formally invite you and officially welcome you to Leg 2, or the second half of MPL ID Season 11. Today, to accompany you through the first day, it's me, Eterna, Mirko, as well as Arashi. And now, today of all days, as usual, on Saturday, it's going to be 3 full matches. We are going to start the match with GEEK going against RRQ. But before that, we would like to thank our sponsors. MPL Indonesia Season 11 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament phone, Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Our official mobile internet partner by Telkomsel. Our official gold partner by UBS Gold. Our partner in esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, Blibli. Our official broadcast by Maxstream. Broadcast partner by TFR Esports. And our partners, Indomart and Point Coffee, as well as MPL Indonesia Season 11 is supported by PBSI. Now, Mirko, let's start with you. How are you feeling opening up week number 4?
Feeling great as usual, man. Leg 1 really set the standard as to how we are going to approach these crazy games, especially GEEK versus RRQ. But fun fact, GEEK versus RRQ is still in Leg 1. This is the first leg of this certain matchup. So for GEEK and RRQ, we don't really have a reference just yet. Maybe we can go all the way to Season 10, but I think that's Arashi's job.
That's why it's so concerning for me, right? Because usually I'll be going easy, 2-0. But with GEEK SLATE just performing so well right now, this is a legitimate concern for the Kingdom right here. There could be an overthrow kind of situation happening right here. Because let's face it, if you look at the stats right here, I think RRQ is still very much more dominant. But GEEK SLATE has been showing that they have all the tools required to pull off an upset.
True, true. I agree with that, right? I mean, for the past few weeks, I would say, in the regular season, right, we've been seeing kind of a pattern when it comes down to history. But for GEEK Fam, or GEEK SLATE now in particular, that has changed so much. The amount of progress that this team has overcome, the amount of giants in the MPL ID that they've actually been able to step over, it's insane. So you're right, we're not really sure what to expect in this upcoming match between GEEK as well as RRQ, but we know that you guys can expect a 20,000 discount if you guys use the Cinepolis promo code is CineXMPL.
Wow, go ahead and check it out, ladies and gentlemen, because after watching MPL Indonesia Season 11, you guys do not want to miss the excitement of watching the latest movies at Cinepolis Cinemas with 7.1 visual and audio all around you quality. There's a discount code, just like Eterna mentioned, 20,000 IDR exclusively for MPL Indonesian fans. Just the promo code CineXMPL to get the discount when purchasing on the Cinepolis website and application. So what are you waiting for? Go ahead, check it out, and check all the new movies with amazing audio and visual quality.
Definitely, definitely right now. You guys need to check that out because we are moments away of opening the RRQ and a GEEK SLATE match. Now, Arashi, like you mentioned, you're not really sure what to expect, but seeing the history, right, coming in from GEEK SLATE, how do you feel about this?
If you go with the stats and the previous statistics here, I think RRQ has, had almost of a win streak compared to GEEK SLATE, right? GEEK SLATE hasn't been able to actually win decisively against RRQ, although last season, I believe, in game number 1, they pulled off that upset for 1 game. But match-wise, they still haven't won just yet. So, considering how much more they've improved right here, like I mentioned, this is a real possibility right here for them to finally break that losing streak and show to everyone that even against a team as established, as dominant as RRQ, GEEK SLATE is here to face the odds and come out on top. So they're on are they on a 2-game win streak right now?
Yeah, they are on a 2-match win streak, but here it is, Arashi, closing the half season with a mission. GEEK's victory against RRQ. If they do get that, it will be their first time ever.
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 That's crazy. That's such a huge statement right here, which is what we're saying. There's a lot of pressure onto the members of GEEK SLATE. They have a lot of pressure to try and prove themselves to the audience, to their opposition as well. But on the other side, though, for RRQ, we've seen a bit of instability, a bit of inconsistency, and now going up against a team they have never lost against, there's going to be some mental pressure right there as well for them to ensure that they maintain this dominance and to ensure that they're not the roster, right? The roster or coach that finally breaks the winning streak against GEEK SLATE.
Wow. Well, again, looking at it, Arashi, it seems like the GEEK SLATE we've seen from Season 9 and 10 has been very different. Even though the scoreline, GEEK SLATE have only been able to get a single game in the last 2 seasons, in Season 9 and Season 10. We've basically seen their improvement. It's very visible here with the addition of Beloy and even Jana, and obviously their entire roster rotating, literally. We saw in Season 9 it was still Ren V with a lot of the old players, and now it's a new roster completely. Chadera, Luke, even Matt joining in the fray. So we'll see what this new roster can do up against RRQ. Also though, I think there are a lot of crazy new topics here, like that mid lane matchup. A boy has just been so solid in that mid lane.
He's been so dynamic, right? He can make the plays happen, but when you need it to be consistent and you need it to just chill a bit, he can do the exact same thing as well. You take a look at the stats right here. The Farsa and the Faramis, right? Both these players are new, but obviously a boy has been fielded more often, and you can see the impact it has on the team. Where usually it's always Beloy, and he gets shut down, the team gets shut down along with him as well. Now with a boy in the mix, if Beloy falls short, he can still make plays happen, especially on those utility heroes like the Faramis. They can just set up his whole team for any kind of aggression, or to try and stall out the game until the later stages where Chidera can take matters into his own hands. We haven't seen the same kind of impact from Renbo, but obviously he is in a different situation. He's in a team that has already a very solid roster as well. So I think for now, the eyes are still going to be on a boy, but if Renbo is fielded today, it becomes a showdown amongst the new guys, the new faces on both these teams.
What do you guys think about the difference in both of these mid laners, right? We know that, sure, a boy is very reliable in that mid lane. We've seen him just really pop off this season, especially since MPLI, right? But for Renbo in particular, I think one of the main things that we can highlight is the fact that he has such a weird hero pool in that mid lane, and he can pull out really crazy things that can actually be utilized by RRQ in that sense. But now we're going to take a look at the team head-to-head here for both of the teams.
You look at the stats for GEEK SLATE, actually. They seem to have a lot more control in the neutral objectives, and it's not too unexpected because we talked about RRQ and how they like going very aggressively. They like to try and use momentum, and sometimes if it requires them to abandon the neutral objectives, they have no issue at all. They'll leave that open and go for a fight or go for the ending play, or like maybe even a backdoor in the hands of Skylar. So GEEK has shown to be a bit more formulaic, and on paper that means that they're gonna have better success. But of course, in the top level of Mobile Legends, man, that X factor, that unpredictability is what a lot of teams really lack sometimes to try and end out the game. So I think in that department, RRQ definitely has an advantage.
I think GEEK have been slowly but surely reading RRQ's playstyle, right? We saw the improvement in the second leg, I believe, of MPL Indonesia Season 10, even in the first leg with a very close match against RRQ. But unfortunately for GEEK SLATE, or maybe fortunately, it really depends on how you see it, RQ has swapped their rosters up a bit. R7 is no longer in this composition, and maybe the GEEK SLATE that have understood the playstyle of RQ now are going to be struggling with Lemon being a pretty, massive difference maker for RQ, I would say. I think so far he's had a better impact than R7 in this season.
But talking about player swaps, though, we're talking about a boy and Renbo. If you look at the stats right here, it's almost an overwhelming advantage for a boy, I believe. Hang on, wait. The yellow is for Renbo, right? Right, so he's always...
Red is for Renbo.
Oh, red is for Renbo. So as you can see, a boy winning in the majority of the stats right here. But of course, it's a lower sample size for Renbo. Renbo still has a chance to show everyone what he's made of, because he's only been fielded once, I believe. And that is not nearly enough data to try and back out, a debate. But let's take a look at the key player highlights for a boy right here. We talked about how this Faramis is just such a signature hero in his hands, and he knows what is going on the map. That is the main thing, right? Are they going aggressively? Are they going defensively? Is one of his team members in danger? He just knows exactly where to use that Cult Altar for maximum effect. And even once that's done, he just has no issue going in aggressively and using the Phantom Stampede to try and set up his team for a catch, for a huge team fight as well. And this is partially what has allowed GEEK SLATE to be so dominant in the neutral objective setup. When you have a utility as massive as Cult Altar, that just means that you can be in these fights, in these tight corners, a lot more dominantly, because you have a second HP bar technically. And even though sometimes a Valentina can be used to try and match that Cult Altar, I think with the way GEEK SLATE has been using it, it's just really, really good. You can see right here, not only do they survive, but they transition straight away to try and find the priority targets first, which allows them to come out on top in the fight, even if they lose out that neutral objective. As we mentioned, the Faramis is the remarkable hero for this player. With a 75% win rate in MPL ID Season 11, it's definitely something to look forward to in the current matchup. But let's take a look at Renbo on the other hand. Like we mentioned, he has not been fielded too often, but here he is on the Faramis as well. It's a bit less, less dynamic, less aggressive. Just plays it a bit more tactically, but as you can see, the timing and the decision-making is still very much there. In a way, it's a different playstyle compared to a boy, but considering that his teammates can also be dynamic, can also be the playmakers to initiate these big sequences on his team, he doesn't have to go and do these crazy maneuvers. He can just wait for Lemon or Vin to try and make the plays happen, and he is content. He's waiting in the back line and ensuring that whenever he uses his spells, he uses his resources, it's going to be used for maximum value.
Wow, man. And, you know, to top that off, honestly, Arashi, looking at Renbo, 1x pick, 100% win rate in MPL Indonesia Season 11 for RRQ. What makes RRQ so dynamic in the draft, and especially when it comes down to the Faramis pick, is the fact that Vin can also utilize this hero in the roaming position. I think so far in Indonesia, we've only seen Vin do this, right? No other roamer has tried to bring that Faramis in the roam position. It is quite weak when it comes down to the Call Ultra HP because it scales with the magic damage, but somehow Vin still able to make it work.
I think it's because with RRQ, how they're using it is that they're not using it to try and save, defensively, right? To try and survive from a big engagement. They're using it to set up a bit of a dive. So, on that note, let's look at the keys to victory as we see something going on.
Luke's literally carrying a boy.
Well, keys of victory by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Secure Luke's Lapu Lapu. But on that note, it's not just the Lapu Lapu. Whenever Luke is able to get a dominant winning matchup in the EXP lane, he has shown that he can actually take matters into his own hands and be whatever his team needs him to be. Engage tool, damage, dive, pick off. So I think this is a matchup that RRQ would want to take a good look at and ensure that they have Lemon in a comfortable spot.
Now we're going to take a look at the keys to victory for RRQ here by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. And it also centers on the EXP laner here.
Right, prioritize Lemon's playmaking heroes because if Lemon's a very creative player, right? He likes trying to do creative things with his with the tools available in his hands. So if you give him a bit of a boring hero, a hero that can't really do much and just maybe absorb damage, can't initiate, can't deal out damage as well, he just lacks that. I don't know, he just doesn't shine as brightly as he does on a hero that's flexible, like Igloo, like a Lapu Lapu, like the Edith even, that is a tank, but at the same time can still do damage. We've seen crazy plays like 1v3s, 1v4s, triple kills from this Edith, so I think it's something we can expect to see from Lemon right here.
I think from a perspective, right, I think that Lemon really needs to be given a hero with a huge AoE CC. Honestly, I think that's where he is going to be able to make these playmaking type of plays. And hopefully this time around, coming against this matchup with GEEK SLATE, they are going to be able to, read him out. Because there are so many moments where I think Lemon sees an opportunity, he goes for it, but the communication isn't quite there, or he communicates it a little bit late. We've heard it in those comms a couple of times.
Yep.
And hopefully that has been really just ironed out, that kink.
I understand, and I really like the point that you brought up, right? Lemon on these massive CC or playmaking heroes, because that's exactly what Lemon has been going for throughout the first leg, or week 1 all the way to week 3. Thing is, this does limit his hero pool by a lot. No glues, not even the Joy pickup for him. Usually when we see the Joy, it's on Albert. So this is something that a lot of teams can read and try to kind of honestly exploit in the draft. It's very easy right now to take a look at Lemon and say, hey, he is a weak spot when it comes to the draft. Gameplay, completely different, but the Edith, the Lapu, and I think so far that's about it. We've only seen these two heroes really shine from Lemon.
I think Charizla as an
Charizla,
addition.
right. Forgot about
We've
that.
seen huge penalty zones. And on that note, like you're trying to mention, I also like that point about how he likes going aggressively. And maybe this is something that they can try and bait out. Because Lemon, he is very aware of opportunities, right? And he has no hesitation. He's a very calm player. So when he sees a chance and he feels it's time to go, he will go,
Instincts.
right? For better or worse, like you mentioned, sometimes the communication becomes an issue. But at the same time, if they can bait it out and punish him for it, that is something they can try and use to shut down that EXP lane.
Now, with that in mind, is it going to be Rainbow playing, or is it going to be a different lineup here for both of these teams, right? But from the side of GEEK SLATE, it's Aboy, Luke, Chidera, Jana Cutie, and Beloyski. So yes, it's Luke and not Matt. Now, I want to know who exactly is going to be playing from RRQ this time around here, Mirko.
Okay, let's take a look at it. It is going to be Rainbow here, not Clay. So they're mixing it up once again, Rashi. We mentioned this RQ with Lemon. Just the change of Lemon in R7 is going to be a massive, like, question for GEEK to face off against. Now with Rainbow, that's another X factor that they need to deal with. And it's the X factor that RRQ needs as they walk up onto the stage. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the Kings of Kings, Rex, Regum, Kaon.
RRQ with the main 5 lineup. We haven't really seen much of Clay, if I'm not mistaken, right? I think he's only played a few times, and that actually gives them a little bit of an edge, right? They have a particular idea or plan, perhaps, that they're still saving for later. But RRQ, they're going to have to go against this team.
The dark horse of MPL Indonesia Season 10, and even now in Season 11, improving even more. Welcome, GEEK SLATE.
This team, man, they just have so many more options, so many weapons in their arsenal to try and set up. Luke can do it, Beloyski can do it, and now Aboy can do it as well. With a team that is so aggressive and so dynamic, RRQ will definitely have to try their best to try and ensure that despite having an all-star lineup, they can still have an all-star performance right here. But it all begins in the drafting phase. It all begins with the brains of the entire operation.
So cute. It's like a 1v2 on stage right now, right? Okay, we see that this is going to be Coach Reno from the side of GEEK SLATE, as well as Coach Feel and Arcadia, who are going to be in charge of the drafts. And I think a lot of people have mentioned that this season, RQ's coach hasn't been too on point here, Mirko. Do you agree with the statement?
You know, I'd actually say that they have been really good despite having a pretty lackluster hero pool, because with the hero pool that they have currently, they need to play around their mid lane. It really depends as well, because Clay and Rainbow are 2 different players. They have to balance these players, the roster, and even their hero pool, and that's why I feel like we've seen some drafts from RRQ not really being as strong as Season 10. But still, it is an amazing draft, and they play with their strengths, through their strength, with this man you see on the screen, Skylar, who became the player with the highest average GPM of 801 in half season of Season 11, the richest guy. And yeah, you play around Skylar, you win games. That's the winning condition so far for RRQ.
Oh, he's crying.
Oh no! Skylar!
Skylar,
why is he crying?
Here. We're just talking about him being the strongest player, but he seems to have, I don't know, vision issues? Do we call it that? Skylar, usually playing for the gold lane is a surefire way to win the mid to late game, but for RRQ, it just seems even more important than usual, because Skylar, he doesn't only do damage, he's a bit more flexible and dynamic in how he approaches these fights. So if he really gets going, especially if he has a few thousand gold advantage or a level advantage, you can see that this man is so proactive, going in and out around the map, or even going for 1v1 solo kills.
We do have a fun fact here, though, RRQ, and this was something that I really wanted to mention as well, right? It says here that RRQ is a team with the lowest hero pool with 28 unique heroes during the half season, or up until the half season of Season 11. And that was one of the main things that I found different with the guy you see on screen right now, Chidera. Chidera has used several different heroes, the Wanwan, the Iritel, Valentina even, the Brody, Moskov, Karen, Claude, and Skylar's only used 4 of those heroes. And it makes a question, right? Weakness.
We'll see. That question should be answered here, because the Claude should be banned out. Now, obviously, they're able to make so many crazy plays here because of their phone, their gadget right now. You guys can go and check it out yourself. The Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get the deals and share. The Epic starts from the 24th of February, 2023. And, you know, obviously, with these crazy specs, the fastest processor technology, 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy with RAM up to 12 gigabytes, memory up to 1 terabyte. It's a whole PC with also a brilliant screen with its dynamic AMOLED 2X with a 120Hz refresh rate. Also, with the 5000 mAh, the pro players here on stage, they have exactly what it takes to pop off.
And if you guys want to check it out for yourselves, go ahead and pre-order it now at samsung.com/ID. Now, coming back to that point, right, about hero pool. Flexibility. I think GEEK SLATE honestly has a little bit more to play with here, Arashi.
I think that's definitely the case because, and to be honest, it's not really a big surprise because even since Season 8, Season 9, RRQ is a team that likes to go with their own signature heroes, their own power picks, and they make plays happen from their own lane instead of relying on the whole massive team synergy. But with the current meta being so flexible, so complicated, and so confusing, I think a lot of coaches has been able to find a lot more success abusing that one-dimensionality and trying to make use of the flex picks going on in the drafting phase. So now, with RRQ having the first pick, we'll have to see what exactly is it they try and go for.
We already see from the side of RRQ respect bans coming in for GEEK, for Beloyski in particular. I think Beloyski has found a lot of success on the Natalia, and so it has been banned away, but very fast responses here as RRQ with the first pick has actually opted to pick up the Fredrin and GEEK with the Kaja. But going to the bans, we see that the Claude has been taken away from Skylar, and this is something that we've been talking about, right? Hero pool, flexibility of Skylar in particular. Him being the main carry of his team, respect banned. Not really sure how that is going to reflect on his performance against GEEK right now.
Shows how much respect GEEK has for RRQ, for Skylar in particular, right? You pick up the Kaja, usually that's the carry towards the, that's the counter towards the Claude. Whenever the Claude wants to go for the BMI, he needs to be very careful because of the Divine Judgment. But still, GEEK SLATE, knowing that, bans it out, picks up the Kaja and the Valentina. Basically taking that, denying the Valentina pick over from RRQ. But RRQ has different plans. They want to dive straight in with the Farsa pick as well. They don't get baited into the Faramis, knowing that GEEK have that Valentina. But now, the question is, what? Never mind, they just go for it. Arlet.
Wow, that's very early. A first phase Arlet pick for GEEK. And we've seen it being very aggressive in the EXP lane. We'll see if Luke is the player that put this Arlet in, because sometimes we see that Luke prefers heroes that can just engage, right? Set up for his team. Arlet can do so, but not the same way. Whereas for now, for RRQ, they're showing to be very aggressive. This combination, by the way, Fredrin, Kufra, and Farsa, I believe the last time we've seen this, Albert was on a crazy kill streak, like 12-0, I believe, something along those lines. So it's a very effective combination, and GEEK will have to try and find something to try and stave off this aggression, because in the early game at least, this 3-man roam squad from the roam, jungle, and mid is very, very deadly.
For sure, for sure. And coming into the second phase, right, already very quick bans as well. And it's interesting that RRQ have actually opted to ban out the Faramis, right? Realizing that GEEK, they've already picked up the Valentina. But something that we've mentioned is this Valentina can be flexed into several different lanes. So RRQ, they see that that could be the potential, and they have actually opted to ban out the Diggy. So that is going to prevent GEEK from picking up something with heavy CC, especially that we see the accolades of Beloyski.
First team winner for Best Roamer in MPL Indonesia Season 10. Second place at the ONE Esports MPL Invitational 2022, just losing out against ONIC Esports. And then second place in Top Clans, losing to Game Lab. But right now, you're seeing a new, revamped version of GEEK SLATE. They picked up the carry, which is pretty, honestly for me, concerning. The Brody is wide open. We know that Skylar plays a very mean Brody as well. It's a crazy counter matchup. But with the Arlet, with the Kaja, and the Valentina, I guess GEEK SLATE are confident in their playmaking capabilities, and RRQ might just go for something like a Beatrix here to scale together with the carry. But nope, they want to go for it. They want to utilize that early game mid mobility with the Brody. It's killing pressure. And they pick up a Lapu, a signature pick for Lemon. Flashback to M2.
Ooh. And now there's going to be a Lancelot pick for GEEK SLATE. So it's a bit of a mixed bag for GEEK SLATE. It seems like they're a bit more flexible. When it comes to engagements, when it comes to being aggressive, RRQ, this is a very dangerous composition. And we've seen it do really effective work. So I think GEEK SLATE, they have to be a bit more concerned with how they want to approach these fights, because even if they do have the Kaja, even if they do have the Arlet, it's not going to compare to the engage potential from a Kufra, from a Brody and Lapu Lapu as well.
Oh, but look at the audience prediction. Still 87% in favor of RRQ. The Kingdoms out there still showing their support. Even though, like we mentioned before, very 50-50, right? We're not really sure which way this is going to swing. But when it comes down to the drafts, I'm a little bit torn here, right? Because RRQ had picked up the Pharsa. The Pharsa is going to be able to outrange the carry. They also have a Kufra who is going to be able to hinder the movements of something like the Lancelot. But in return, GEEK has the Kaja who can utilize that ultimate to really shut down the Pharsa. So it really comes back down to execution, timing, as well as knowing each other's power spikes and how they're going to start from this early game.
I really feel like the main concern right here is if they do get someone with the Divine Judgment, how are they going to burst him down?
We'll see exactly how that pans out as we're going straight into the Land of Dawn here for game number 1, match number 1 between GEEK SLATE as well as RRQ.
Let's see how this plays out. Again, winning lanes for RRQ. They have a lot of those. Brody and also the Pharsa in the mid lane. These are going to be the main weapons that RRQ can honestly utilize in this game against GEEK SLATE. So Beloy is going to have a bit of a hard time here in the mid lane. But once the laning phase ends, that's where GEEK SLATE can really look for those picks.
I think it all depends on how the fights really play out, because in a long drawn-out team fight, there's a chance that the DPS coming in from GEEK SLATE, from the Valentina, as well as the carry, they might be able to out-damage RRQ, right? They scale better as well. But in the early game, it's going to be so tough right here. You already see that Rainbow is getting chunked right here, but that's because Vin has been able to roam around a lot more effectively, and you can see that GEEK SLATE, they feel the pressure.
Really smart by RRQ, playing around their winning lane here with the Brody already onto that turret, getting a whole lot of that turret shield gold. I think 1 hit over it, and this is what RRQ needs to play with, right? They need to use that siege potential.
This is interesting. RRQ, even though they have the Pharsa, it doesn't seem like they have been able to really dominate the rotations, right? You can see that the Pharsa is really struggling, Rainbow in particular, with the amount of damage, early game damage that the Valentina has. And so I don't really see them going around to get that level 4, because usually that's what they do, right? In the early game. We see these mid laners just really helping out the EXP lane to get that level 4 as soon as possible, so they can utilize that to their advantage when they go in for that neutral objective, but they're going in now.
Okay, that's the Divine Judgment onto Lemon, who still has the Bravest Fighter. Gonna be able to sustain for a bit, but that's first blood over to GEEK SLATE. Albert now with Retribution Battle on to the Turtle. As Jana wins it up, but Finn gets a Tyrant's Revenge and a Rage combo to lock Jana and Beloy down. That's a taunt. Beloy's gonna fall, and Albert picks up the kill. 2 for 1 in favor of GEEK SLATE.
Oof, the Turtle is taken by GEEK SLATE though, so in a way, it's still worth. They only trade out of Beloyski, so it's not that big of an issue. Whereas now for Lemon, he's gonna be put behind, but because of the gank being made by Albert, it was very, very low, but that will be Luke taken out as well, equalizing the matchup in the EXP lane.
Oh, I think that was a little bit risky by Luke there. I think he went in for something that he didn't have to. But now you can see GEEK SLATE, they're trying to look in for that pressure elsewhere, right? They're trying to go in for that mid lane, trying to be able to pick up that mid lane faster than Rainbow. And you could see that it kind of paid a positive impact to GEEK SLATE in that particular team fight when they were going for the contest on the Turtle, right? It seems like Rainbow got the level 4 later, and so he wasn't able to utilize that burst potential fast enough to be able to win that just flat against GEEK SLATE.
We're also not seeing Rainbow being as dynamic, as aggressive as Clay usually is on this Pharsa, which is a bit strange. Usually we see level 2 roams, level 3 roams, but now Finn gets jumped on, but there won't be enough damage. Like we mentioned, after the Divine Judgment, what damage is available to ensure that the pickoff actually succeeds? This will be a problem for GEEK SLATE longer down the line during the mid to late game.
That's going to be really interesting to see, right? That Divine Judgment really relies on Chadera getting ahead to those item power spikes so that they can really burst. Meanwhile, Albert though gets 2 members, gets a taunt down. A boy forced to walk away, gets stunned up, forced to flicker out of the Appraiser's ramp, but now it's going to be Jana who jumps in onto Albert with a Phantom Execution, but the bouncing ball stops him in his tracks. Rainbow as well with the stun.
That was one of my main concerns, right? The fact that Jana Cutie's movements are going to be so hindered, but Skylar in the bottom lane.
Oh, that's a flicker out. Beloy's 1 HP, wants to go, 3 flickers onto, but Skylar is still able able to outplay. He gets the kill, and it's the 2-for-0 trade for RRQ.
Wow, that was a big play by Skylar, and that's something you can expect from someone who's been in that lane, is so consistent, so efficient for so long. But they're going once again.
The last slash. Now Albert gonna be popping into Brazer's Wrath, winning on the retreat battle as the Tyrant's Revenge claps Janna and Luke onto the wall, pinning them down, and RRQ will hold on to this gold lead. Maybe not for long as Beloy is looking for the Divine Judgment. Vinzel able to escape, but the Divine Judgment locks him in place, and Albert will be forced to run away from his purple buff.
This is a pattern we've seen occasionally from RRQ. They will use Lemon to try and zone everyone away, but then he falls behind and then he can't really become the more reliable engage tool for his team. So this is a concerning situation for RRQ. Looking at the talent's prediction, the biggest brain in Indonesia actually votes for GEEK SLATE. So it's still a concern, keep in mind. But on that note, GEEK SLATE has been doing so much better here, using Janna Cutie on the Assassins. This is the style that he is known for, and you can see that his reputation precedes him, right? On the Lancelot, he's really doing a lot better than these utility fighters we usually see him on.
Oh, for the execution, the stun as well to cancel it out. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 jungle for mid laner. Who's it worth for this time?
Oh, I think it's pretty even, but considering that GEEK SLATE will scale better into the late game, like we mentioned, this is something that RRQ do not want to have. We talked about how they have a lot more engaged potential, a lot more ways to start fights. They really shouldn't be trading evenly against a team that has a very one-dimensional way to try and start an engagement.
Yeah, and I think having Renbo being taken out this early, it's going to be more painful or harmful towards RRQ, unless, of course, there was a neutral objective to take, whereas you don't want to lose someone like Janna. But you can see here, even the Farsa Renbo, right? He's been taken down one time. He was really pressured in that early game, and you can see him fall behind in terms of that jungle as well.
Right now you can see that Lemon has finally finished the Bloodlust Axe, so now there's going to be a bit more durability. And like we mentioned, considering that GEEK SLATE doesn't have a lot of burst damage or DPS more than anything, he's going to be able to survive for much longer, but can't say the same for Janna unless there is a big play to start the moment though.
That's a flicker as well, but Divine Judgment locks him in place. Janna in the fall right now. Lemon is in the midst of it all, still able to survive as Albert gets a 3-man taunt. Now it's back to Renbo, playing the front to back. Vin charging in a Tyrant's Revenge, connects onto it with the rage. Locks the boy in place. RRQ looking in form.
That was perfect conversion as well. On to the next neutral objective. Taking Janna down, Lemon, again, saw that opportunity. And the difference is here, the rest of the team were already there to follow it up. So it really just coalesced with one another. And you can see here, Skylar already getting a really good trade in the bottom side as well. And Chidera, he's in a little bit of trouble here.
You'll be able to escape from that situation, but a 2.6k gold lead for RRQ off the back of a single sequence of events. They timed it perfectly, they get the neutral objective, and Skylar once again gets somehow left alone, and he's able to actually get that current objective. So Chidera came over to try and make a difference in the fight, but it really didn't pay off. So game plan-wise, RRQ have the advantage right here, and now with the vision advantage, with the pressure in the jungle, they can try and look for engages and start trying to shut down Janna and maybe even go for more pickoffs using Vin and the more unpredictable Tyrant's Revenge.
Ooh, taking a look at the gold difference here by UBS Gold. It's a little split in different areas, right? But Skylar is leading!
Vin with the Tyrant's Revenge and the Rage. Now Luke gonna be locked down in place. A boy stealing the Bravest Fighter is in the back line. You see Beloy trying to do the same thing, but he won't be able to dish it out. Lemon will be able to pick up that kill, and RRQ lose nothing. Renbo still hunting with Skylar, looking for more picks as Skylar just clears out the wave, puts one basic attack, one stack onto Chidera, and man, this is a dominant game.
You can feel the damage already piling up here for Skylar, right? We mentioned that Skylar doesn't, I would say, do good in the late game. He doesn't scale as well as Chidera, obviously, onto the carry. But because of his lead, you see 6,000 to 5,000. That's actually giving him that power spike too early. And it's too far now for Chidera to catch up.
He has a Malefic Roar as well built up. So the physical defenses, the meager physical defenses built up by GEEK SLATE won't really make a difference. He needs to be shut down, but this is why it's concerning. If they focus too much onto Skylar, both Lemon as well as Renbo can still output that damage. But on that note, we can see that Renbo is playing very, very reactively. He hasn't been very proactive with the use of the Feather Airstrike. This might be an issue later on, but for now, it's still working out just fine. about 4,000 gold, 4,000 gold lead for RRQ, and they're gonna go straight for the neutral objective, that next Lord.
They're even leaving that top side
Yeah.
wide open. Skylar is going to be able to free farm. Not only that, but I think they're going to look... Well, not Skylar, my bad. Shadero is going to be able to free farm. And they might be able to take the tier 2 there. So honestly, a pretty good trade for GEEK SLATE, knowing that they are 4,000 gold behind us. They look for more even right there with Divine Judgment onto Vin. But now Lemon jumps into the Bravest Fighter. And the stun not connecting onto the back line just now, but it's still going to be Lemon still in the midst, buying time for Albert to look for the flanks. Now it's a sandwich play as Boy has stolen the Bravest Fighter. Vin now going to be targeted down by Jana as he picks up the kill with a puncture. Lemon trying to zone the rest of GEEK SLATE away with Jana jumping onto Renbo, but Wings by Wings is there as well. Skylar has rotated up top. That's a flicker as well. Skylar might be in trouble, but a torn apart memory takes him out. Luke not able to finish Skylar off. This man is inhuman. He survives another fight with 1 HP.
Okay, that mechanic, those mechanics by Skylar, right? What was that? He was able to get out in that situation where he was kind of clumped into one another, but he knew exactly how GEEK SLATE was going to go for it. That was a huge play by Skylar.
He can't keep getting away with this, man. He keeps going in aggressively on a marksman, against an assassin, against a Kaja, and somehow, some way, he survives with 1 HP again, baiting out Beloy. But take a look at the itemization. That's a Thunderbolt put up by Jana Cutie. This is going to be a semi-tank, if not full tank Lancelot, and we see that that's something that RRQ is struggling to deal with, but not too hard for now. Maybe later on this is going to be a bit more of a concern, but thus far, 6k gold lead, widening for the side of RRQ.
Yeah, honestly, GEEK SLATE, they had the right thing in mind, right? They knew that they couldn't contest, I would say, here 5v5 because of how far behind they are right now. So they went in for the objectives in the top side, right? They allowed Chidera to get a little bit more farm, try to catch up as fast as possible. But I think they overstayed, honestly, in that top side.
And keep in mind how they were, RRQ was engaging that fight. They begun with only Lemon and Renbo or Vin, I believe. There's a few select members going in against the full team of GEEK SLATE. So this kind of aggression, this kind of spontaneity is something that GEEK SLATE can definitely try and punish the longer the game goes. They still have a Divine Judgment, and they have Luke as a very solid source of counter-engage. But in order to do so, they have to try and first decrease the gold lead, because at 6k, it's going to be a bit too difficult. As we take a look at a bit of a heat map here for Albert. Still all across the map, but never on the side lane. He hasn't been ganking too much. He's been focused on just farming up and trying to just counter jungle and just trying to invade Jana, slow down his farming speed, contest his buffs.
And he's actually been really good at being there when the team needs him, right? He knows when he's needed in those particular skirmishes or team fights like we saw earlier before, right? We saw that Lemon, I think, went in for the flicker and he got the stun onto some members of GEEK SLATE and Vin was able to follow through. But then it was kind of awkward because Renbo opened up that Feather Airstrike, but it wasn't at the right area, I would say. Yep. And so it didn't, and it wasn't maximize the damage output. But you could see that Albert went in for the flank, was able to get a good stun as well onto some members of GEEK SLATE. And I think that's where Albert's, I would say, playstyle has kind of evolved in the sense. And now you can see here both of these teams, they are eyeing for the next neutral objective, which is that Lord. Jana very zoned out here by Lemon.
Lemon's doing a very good job now. Still going on to Jana, poking him down, even forcing the regen onto Skylar. Beautiful plays right now as GEEK trying to look for an opening on the Lord. It's still going to be Divine Judgment by Beloy, though, who takes Albert away. And that's RRQ losing it. GEEK SLATE with a proper disengage. A boy flickering out. Lemon back again with the Bravest Fighter and the flicker as well. Gonna be able to slay our boy right here with a killing spree picked up for Lemon. It's still RRQ who can take the Lord down, but it's amazing for GEEK SLATE right there because it buys them a bit more time for Chidera and for a boy to scale up.
Wow. Skylar, he's just going so aggressively. He was the first engager in that fight, flickering forward, using the stuff to set up for his teammates, but then afterward, it's all Lemon. But for RRQ, they have to try and pay more attention to the macro game right here, because the waves are being used by GEEK SLATE better, and now there's a big fight here.
Oh man, Skylar's so good, holy moly! At this point, I was lost for words. Double kill, what a fight! It was a 2v3 and they took it like absolute chads.
Well, what?
There's
well, how is that
exactly, right?
Whoa.
My reactions. Whoa. Exactly, Skylar. Finally he gets taken down here. Luke with the final splash takes it away. They're still able to defend, but GEEK SLATE, now they're in a bit of trouble. The base turrets have been poked down, and RRQ are still holding on to this massive gold lead.
Like I was talking about earlier though, RRQ, despite having such a huge gold lead, despite having an insane 2v3, 2v4 fight right there, they lost the bottom turret. So they're not paying attention to the waves, and they're not really winning as far as setup goes. They still were able to lose that Lord to Janna Cutie. So GEEK SLATE has a chance, but it's going to be on RRQ to try and really make the mistakes happen for GEEK SLATE. If RRQ can tidy up how they're trying to approach these fights, it's going to be very difficult for them to try and, you know, for GEEK SLATE to try and find any opportunities here, because by all means, with how ahead RRQ is, we've seen them perform a lot cleaner than this.
Yeah, and honestly, I completely agree with you here. I think the clock is definitely ticking for RRQ. We're already at 15 minutes. I think GEEK SLATE at some point, Chidera is going to start popping off. He is full items already as well. I think he has one more item on the way. It should be the Athena Shield. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Arashi, but seeing how passive Rainbow is on the Farsa, seeing how passive he is with his positioning as well, that I don't believe has been fully maximized, GEEK SLATE has a really good chance of coming back from this 5,000 gold deficit.
Now you have to question if the approach from RRQ is to use Rainbow as a deterrent for Chidera, right? We see that even in the mid-game, Chidera likes participating in these early game team fights, and you can see that Rainbow likes saving this airstrike for a certain something we haven't seen. Usually you see it being used to pick off the jungler, to pick off the roamer, but he hasn't been using it like that. So I think the idea is to prepare that mindset to try and zone out Chidera later on in the game. But like you mentioned, Eterna, if he finishes up the Athena Shield, that means that he can stay in the fight a lot longer, especially if he has a full 5-item slot, and considering he has a Purify, he can do a lot of damage to the 10k members, but Lemon gets jumped on.
Bravest fighter, Lemon losing the immortality. Rainbow is right there to back him up, and it will just be 2 ultimates faded out. RRQ now looking for the Lord. Albert goes in for the taunt onto Janna, as Vin does the same thing on the Chidera. A boy has stolen the Feather Airstrike. Now Albert jumping in, but the Feather Airstrike zones Rainbow away. Albert with a taunt onto Beloy. No Divine Judgment to play with. Albert now knocking Janna up. One man in front of it. Oh! Vin finds the Terror's Revenge, and it's on the Janna! But the final slash now going to be able to hit on the Skylar. Vin taking love and torn apart. Memory from Skylar. Snipes him down. He flickers forward now, chasing Beloy, who might have a lot to say, but Rainbow takes the kill back up with a Feather Airstrike, and RRQ picks the Lord up. My goodness.
Now tell me what went wrong there, right? Because RRQ, they spend 2 massive ultimates before that as Beloy goes in.
That's only the immortality though. Skylar still able to escape for now, dishing out the damage now onto Beloy, and it's gonna be the lockdown from Albert to make up the monster kill. Now taunted up instantly, a boy! In front of Albert does that. The Appraiser's Wrath almost taking him down for the airstrike, zoning him out, and Skylar is looking for the end with Lemon. A boy versus the world, gonna be stunned up, locked down, and taken out by Vin. RRQ have wiped GEEK SLATE out, and they will be able to claim, wait, not a minute, no, wait a minute, it's still GEEK SLATE fighting for their lives. They're still going to be able to jump in. Luke still zoning the Lord away. Chidera is respawn. My God, Geek with the defense.
They're still staying in this game here. They need to take care of that Lord as soon as possible, but I don't think RRQ, they have the resources equipped nor the health to be able to go for a force on to GEEK SLATE's main base right now. But what happened there, right? Because that was an instant turnaround from RRQ. I think RRQ kind of made a blunder there. They wasted 2 heavy resources before the Lord take, and usually when we see things like that happening, the opposite team should have a little bit more of an advantage, but in that particular instance, it didn't seem like that was the case.
Initially, it's because you see Janna just being so aggressive, trying to contest with his Lord, but unfortunately with Vin making the engage happen, it also means that he is caught, he is taken out by the torn apart memory, and just like that, the Lord take that was so dangerous, such a big opportunity for GEEK SLATE, became a guaranteed take for RRQ. Afterwards though, they went for the end right there, but they lost Skylar and Rainbow, and without their main 2 damage dealers, there's no way the 3 quote-unquote frontliners can actually end the game like that without any minion wave intervention. So GEEK SLATE were able to defend, unfortunately, but RRQ, they're still on the right track. They've taken away every single base turret, so now it just seems like a matter of time unless Geek Slate can pull off something amazing, somehow make a play, pick off Skylar. But at this, we keep seeing it again and again. It's easier said than done. Skylar has been so slippery, even though he's been that aggressive all the way in the front of these big team fights.
And I think one of the other things that I really observed in that team fight was the fact that a boy pulled out that feather airstrike, but it did 0 damage on it to Albert. But here we go.
Luke gonna be caught, has the final slash. Lemon in the midst of it all. Whoa, Lemon taken down. That's a shutdown. This is it. Geek Slate, if they want to look for the game, here it is. Now it's gonna be a boy jumping in with a torn apart memory, but will be slain in the end. Now Skylar flickering forward onto Beloy, who's gonna be caught with 1 HP. Chidera gonna be able to free hit right now as the damage comes out, but when nature is right there. Skylar is running back with the same, but Luke stunning Skylar up. Now looking for the kill. Gonna be taunted up as Skylar is still able to escape with a torn apart memory. That's another kill up. Geek Slate 2 for 2 for now. As Jana jumps in with a final execution now onto the purple buff. Rainbow still hovering around the space. Geek Slate need to respect this. And man, honestly, the later the game goes, the more Chidera scales, and RRQ need to be very careful because Geek are looking scary.
They do have the DPS to try to contest in the late game, and in a way, it's a bit of a weird situation because they do have a tank jungler, a tank assassin, but now Skylar with the DHS will be able to do a lot more damage to the frontline members of Geek Slate, but this is a Lord take that really heavily favors RRQ. They have Rainbow, they have Skylar, and they have the waves pushing in their favor. Geek Slate stuck trying to control every single factor here to get the best of a very tough situation. But Jana is really waiting in the wings. He needs to time this steal attempt the right moment, otherwise he's gonna get punished the same way in the previous Lord take.
Vin turns revenge and the rage onto Beloy, losing his immortality in right that instant. Beloy still able to escape as Jana jumps in, trying to buy some time right now, but he will lose his life. That's the immortality popped in. Jana with Retribution, he buys the winner truncheon, but it's not in time. Renbo is the one who secures the Lord. Beloy's gonna be able to take Lemon down as Albert jumps back in with a conceal now. Beloy is able to escape. Luke jumping back in with the stun, but he will not be able to find anything more. Vin locks him down with a bouncing ball. He gets the stun back in, but his immortality will be popped. Luke with a final slash now, going back and forth, fight of time. A boy has taken Renbo and Vin very low, but Beloy flickers forward now, going on to Skylar, but it's still gonna be Skylar living for a bit before he gets shut down. Vin now in the midst, a boy losing his immortality, perfectly stunned. Vin almost taken down by goodness, it's Chidera with the fadeaway as Beloy jumps back in. Albert picks up a godlike, but it's only 2 members left for RRQ and Geek.
The 2 members left for both these teams, but Chidera is the main gold lane, but look at that damage coming from the Lord. He's going to back away. RRQ, if they can clear the waves right here, they have a chance of ending the game. Rainbow is trying to fly back into the fray, all the way from the base of the Wings by Wings, but Albert is trying his best to try and keep the Lord alive. He will not be able to. He's going to be forced to back away.
No way, no way. Not in a 1v3 situation. 1v2, 1v1, I think maybe that is a possibility, but it seems like Rainbow goes in and opens it up.
He's gonna shield from Chidera popped up. Geek Slate still looking for it right now for the clear as Rainbow gets a cheeky hit onto the base, but they will be forced to disengage. Geek Slate once again with the amazing team fight to keep them in the game.
But this, remember, right? 22 minutes in the game. It's almost at that late game point, already perhaps at that late game point. And this is when the death timers are going to be insane. As we take a look here at the instant replay by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
It all starts here when RRQ got the Lord, but they still try and go for these big team fights. And this is where, this is a bad habit they really have. They keep fighting, and somehow, long enough for Chidera to come back in the fight after respawning, right? Allows them to try and get a few more kills, get those shutdowns, and make sure that they have enough members alive to deal with that Lord. If they just back away completely and go for a fresh new fight with the Lord at their backs, that could have been the end of game number 1 for RRQ. But now, like Eterna mentioned, the longer the game goes, it's an absolute ticking clock, and Chidera already has countermeasures in place for both the torn apart memory as well as the feather airstrike. They have everything against them right here, but one thing they do have is DPS advantage with a boy as well. Keep in mind, late game Valentina damage, you don't see it, but it's a lot of damage that comes out the longer the fight goes on. So RRQ will have to find a huge engage, a huge catch by Vin or by Lemon if they want to try and get an easy fight here.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things to talk about to this point, right? Damage dealt, you can see Rainbow here 3rd, Skylar number 1, and that was the great thing about the Brody pick, right? You have that crazy initial burst, especially when you get the passive popped off. you use the torn apart memory and you're usually able to burst some of the members from side of GEEK SLATE down. But in a prolonged team fight, I think GEEK SLATE has a better advantage because they have a bit more DPS and more shred in the carry. So what they did before when they lost that team fight in the top side where we saw the instant replay, that heavily favored GEEK SLATE because that was what their compo was made for. But concealed play here coming in from GEEK.
The crowd goes wild. The RRQ fans go wild in the MPL arena for that flicker. Beloy now, no flicker. RRQ can play with this super well into the mid lane already. Albert is playing with the Lord, but Arashi, no divine judgment. What does this mean?
Means that GEEK SLATE, they have to be even more careful, and they have no guarantee they can stop any aggressive play being used. They cannot shut down a single player from RRQ, so they have to play this perfectly, and it's all on the shoulders of Chidera to try and position properly, dodge away from the crowd control, and use his items in the right moment. RRQ will allow the Lord to reset because they have all the waves pushing in their favor, but look at where Vin is, right? Vin is just waiting for the right opportunity, and now with the backup of Skylar, if anyone is just so unfortunate to step into the jungle, it's going to be dangerous.
Oh, it is very dangerous now. Vin almost gets caught in the divine judgment, but he's able to walk away. RRQ, looking for those flanks.
Oh, wait. Skylar? He needs to be careful here. He nearly walked into Beloyski there. And that was the one thing that I think I noticed about Skylar. But look at this. Jana Cutie once again and trying to look for a steal on the Lord. Is he going to be able to do it?
Not sure. Oh my god, the Tyrant's Rage! Perfectly timed onto Jana and Luke, who's still able to escape. Now Beloy waiting in the mid. Renbo gonna be caught! Chidera picks up the mega kill. RRQ, it's a 1-for-1. Renbo for a boy. Vin jumping in with his Times Defense once again onto Beloy. Chidera still free, hitting in the back line, playing it positionally. Skylar gonna be caught in the final splash, but that's gonna be Albert with a 3-man taunt and they praise his wrath. Chidera still free, hitting in the back line, dodging away from the stun. Luke gonna be taken down as Jana goes into the back line once again onto Skylar. Still one more hit left. Jana losing his immortality. Beloy waiting in the midst, but that's a well-timed stun to put Jana down. But it's still gonna be Chidera who comes back in, but it's gonna be Vin who gets the Tyrant's Defense. Now with the rage as well! Chidera locked down, the taunt is here, but Jana picks up the kill onto Skylar. Albert now onto Beloy. Jana still able to survive. Lemon losing out his immortality, but Vin is cracked. He jumps back in, locking Beloy down, and Albert picks up a legendary. These fights have been so prolonged, but now it seems like it might just be the end. Jana with a puncture, with a thorn goes. It will all be for naught. He clears out the wave. Jana still holding the minions back. But in the end, it's RRQ who wipe GEEK SLATE out.
GG, well played to GEEK SLATE. They put in a really good fight. But at the end, RRQ leading the best of 3 with 1 point. And it was insane the way RRQ handled that last team fight. They knew that they had a lot of resources for CC, for knockup. And you could even see Chidera not being able to deal out the damage that he was meant to for fear of it. And as soon as he did, he gets caught in that Tyrant's Rage and Revenge.
This shows again how RRQ are so systematic with how they approach these team fights, man, especially in the late game. They were rationing out all their stuns and crowd controls, which effectively just denies Chidera. This is what you have to do when you try and go up against RRQ. You need to bait out the crowd control, because otherwise, if there's no real good reason for them to use it, they just keep saving it. Again and again, every time Jana Cutie makes a play, every time Chidera makes a play, or a boy makes a play, they just get completely stunned over and burst it down. It was very, very close though. Too close for comfort, I might say, for RRQ, right? Just making the 6K gold lead game down to the wire like that, down to a single late game team fight. But they got it done. The question is, can they do it again against a team like GEEK SLATE that has adapted? They can adjust. They will definitely not allow RRQ an easy victory in game number 2.
That truly was so close. I'm thinking about it again and just like trying to replay those moments in my head. Particularly what Skylar was able to bring onto the field, right? His torn apart memory was able to bring bad memories to GEEK in game number 1. Like you mentioned, we'll see if they're able to replicate it. But honestly, I'm not really sure what went wrong for GEEK SLATE. Because if we go back to the beginning, right? In the early game, it felt like RRQ, they weren't really the ones controlling that early game. I felt like GEEK had really good mid-clear, but even then, I think the Lancelot pick fell short against the Fredrin pick. What do you think about this, Mirko?
Personally, for me, actually like the Lancelot pick. What I did not like is the carry pick, a bit too early in the second phase. They had the last pick to play with. They could have put the carry in that last pick to try to read out what marksman RQ was going to go for, because with the carry pick, you're very susceptible to the Brody, and like we mentioned, that winning lane. Sure, it didn't feel like RQ were really dominating in the early game, but with their resources spent into the gold lane, we can finally see the Brody get that turret. Once that turret is gone, the first turret, Brody is so flexible all around the map, just sieging turrets and securing objectives with his team. Not to mention as well, in skirmishes, Brody wins, has a whole lot more impact than the carry, especially early game.
Yeah, especially that he doesn't need that many items to really pop off, right? So, okay, you're right. So they were able to win that gold lane and therefore translate that over onto the other lanes.
I think it's a synergy with the Kaja, right? They have a Kaja pick in the early game with a Valentina, but afterwards, like I mentioned, how are you going to punish someone who's out of position after hitting them with the Divine Judgment? Even in the mid game, we saw that as almost like a last resort, it seems like, they were bringing Chidera into a mid-game fight on the opposite side of the gold lane to try and output an extra bit of damage so that they can actually land a pick-off. And even then, it didn't work out. And that was the beginning of how Skylar was able to get a huge gold lead, was able to get the turret. And on top of that, GEEK SLATE didn't even come out on top in the fight. So that just put them levels and layers behind RRQ. And against a team like RRQ, you give them a lead, you give them a foot, they'll take a mile, right? They just take more and more the more you give to them.
Like, it's bad enough that the Brody gets that power spike way earlier, and it's even worse if the Brody is the one leading in that gold, right? So we're going to take a look at the post-game stats here between RRQ and GEEK SLATE. And one of the things that I noticed in-game, right? Skylar actually picked up the Haas Claws, and I think he sold it for the DHS. Is that something commonly done by a marksman?
I think he just wanted to make sure that he has enough damage to try and do a bit more quote-unquote DPS, because in the late game, like we mentioned, the Brody just doesn't scale as well, so it's a bit of a last-ditch effort, kind of. It still gives some sustain, so it's something that he was able to play around with. But overall, I think it's just, there's no real good answer, because Brody in the late game, as a hero, is just balanced that way, right? Strong in the early game, not as good in the late game. On the other hand, though, we talked about the tank Lancelot pick, only with the War Axe here, and it seems a bit lackluster, but he was able to be such a nuisance, right? He was able to be pretty slippery, right? Avoid capture, and at the same time, always be around the Lord Pit. I think that's the idea, right? We talked about how GEEK SLATE on the stats, and on the hexagonal stats, the control over the neutral objective seems to be something that they always rely on. So putting Janna on a pick that can reliably contest the neutral objective with a relatively low risk, I think it makes sense. But overall, the rest of the team, right? How can they help the Lancelot just diving in, burning down, using up the crowd control from RRQ? What can they do afterwards? Well, for this game, the answer is not much, right? Because the only real engage we saw that they even tried so desperately was the conceal play with a flicker Divine Judgment. And once RRQ understand that's the only engage tool, as you can see, even a roamer as experienced as Beloy, they were able to just maneuver away from him and make him burst, make him use up that resource.
It was unfortunate, and I think at some point I felt like GEEK SLATE were lacking in damage because a boy even, I think he started to build utility there. There was a, what do you call it, Guardian Helmet being built by him as well. So I didn't feel the synergy of the composition. I guess they wanted a boy to be able to be a little bit more proactive on the map, and he doesn't have to recall as much because of how much damage that they were taking from RRQ. But because of that comp, it didn't feel like that was the proper solution, honestly.
I agree. I think the easy fix here for GEEK SLATE is, again, when they go for the carry pick, right? I think it was way too early into the second phase. The reason a lot of teams go for red side is because you get to play with the first pick and the last pick in the second phase. I think they just didn't utilize that too much, and you can see. I think their main source of the win condition was through their XP lane with the Arlet pick. Against anyone, usually 1v1, Arlet has the massive lead, but the carry was too weak in lane against the man you see here, Skylar, your MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. And because of this man, GEEK had to spend a lot of resources to just get Chidera some farm.
This man was just so unreal. We saw it again and again. There were just so many moments, and we're like, how does he keep getting away with this? This is not supposed to happen, right? It's
heck,
not
man?
like GEEK SLATE was making mistakes. They were waiting for him to go in. They used all their spells on him, but somehow, some way, he was able to survive. And even that initial play in the bot lane that just like made everything just go haywire for GEEK SLATE, man. It just didn't go according to plan. Looking at the heat map, he just made sure he has that lane dominance, and afterwards, nothing crazy. He stays in the mid lane, clears out as much as possible, and when the neutral objectives on the top side, he makes only a few maneuvers to try and catch any member out of position. But afterwards, it's all about those objectives in the late game. Let's take a look at some of the highlights right here. And early on, this was the moment, man. Stun comes in, flicker, and somehow he was just able to survive. He has a killing spree as well, so he has the tools available to try and make this risky plays happen. And afterwards, like we said, more flexibility, knowing who can engage. Look at there, he even stops the engage coming in from below. Of course, like guaranteed, it wouldn't really make that crazy of a difference, but still, he just is so aware on when he's supposed to use these spells. And this combo, GEEK SLATE just miscalculated, man. They thought they had numbers advantage, but they clumped up way too much without adequate card control, without adequate AoE. And in fact, maybe we'll see it later on. The only moments where we saw that GEEK SLATE had a very dominant fight was when they were able to use Luke to go for a big engage, right? We talked about how Luke can enable his team go for the big engages. On an Arlott, that was just so difficult. And slowly but surely, man, it's only about how they were dancing around the Lord, and it's only a matter of time before the pattern, the movements coming in from Janna gets read out. I mean, here, it was Vin just finding the perfect Tyrant's Rage. And afterwards, despite Renbo getting picked off, they were just able to use, like Eternal mentioned, the crowd control to just keep zoning away Chidera. And when you can't get close, you can't do damage, man. Late game, that's a no-go.
You know, week 4 RQ is scary RQ, right? I think the kinks really have started to be solved by them. I think we were mentioning about communication, chemistry, synergy was still a bit questioned, like a bit shaky. But it felt like in that game, they understood each other. Like, man, like all that timing when, you know what, you guys just need to rewatch that for yourselves and see when Lemon goes in for an engage or even Vin and the follow-up, how quick it is. It was beautiful. And going back to those highlights, right? I was curious because when I saw the early game of Skylar's equipment, I saw Fury Hammer being built and steel leg plates. He didn't even build his boots at all.
Not necessarily. With how aggressive you are, you just stand your ground and just out-damage your opponent. And you can use the second skill to reposition. We saw that being used against Beloyski. So it's something that Skylar has done before, and he just knows the limits of that hero, man. Talking about flexibility, right? People think only 1 or 2 heroes, only the Beatrix maybe, is where Skylar can just pop off. But on this Brody, that is devastating, man.
I think in a little bit we are going to take a look at something. I don't think we've seen it before, have we, Mirko?
Can you ask it? I think so.
We haven't seen it?
We're waiting for something right
now. We are. Are you guys waiting for something? Okay, I think we'll take a look at it now.
Well, here it is. What we're going to see, ladies and gentlemen, for all of you guys who want to join in, to watch MPL Indonesia Season 11 in the MPL arena. This is how you go. This is how you do it, right? You go in, go to the parking lot, and there's always going to be guides everywhere. A lot of security members here who will guide your way into the MPL arena. When you enter, though, this is where the magic happens, ladies and gentlemen. This is where you get to experience the crazy codes all around, and even the merchandise. There's a lot of stalls here for in the mart. Grab even as well, and you guys can use the promo code MPLDate to get a 20% discount for 2 minimum ticket sales. Maximum 4, right? So go ahead, check it out. With a total discount of 80,000 IDR, you guys can redeem it on Blibli.com to experience MPL Indonesia.
Yes, come here to the venue, feel the atmosphere, feel the amazing event in general, right? Because I think it's so different when you see it on screen. On screen, it's okay, it's pretty fun, but it's a whole different ballpark when you come here and you actually see the supporters in the flesh. You can hear the casters as well in the flesh, and you can also see the players. Because, you know, in-game, you don't really see what's going on with the players, right? But if you come to the venue, you get to see them 100% of the time, and to see if anyone's shouting, anyone's crying like Skylar before.
What was he crying though? Well, he turned it around. He was crying before the game, but in the game, he was making his opponents cry instead. If you guys
Reverse psychology.
Reverse psychology. And if you want to see it, watching at home, make sure you have enough quota, man. There's no worse feeling watching something and then you run out of quota. It's like,
And then basically with Dunya Games, you don't even have to buy quota, right? Because all you need to do is make in-game purchases in a Mobile Legends to buy some items, and you guys can get up to 3 gigabytes of free quota.
Per purchase.
Every time.
Every
time you buy something.
Wow.
So just keep on buying diamonds. Every item, every voucher you go and buy, you get 3 gigabytes. So it all stacks up in the end. So usually you might have to, spare some of your money for just quota, some of your money for items and vouchers now. All in one, baby.
And with so much money being saved, right, with Dunya Games, you guys can also check out a collaboration that's coming soon, right? Coming soon, a limited edition UBS Gold merchandise collection in collaboration with MPL Season 11. And don't forget to check that out when it comes out at ubslifestyle.com and UBS Lifestyle e-commerce.
It keeps saying coming soon, man. It's been a while. Where is it?
I'm waiting for it.
We're waiting for it. We're gonna check it out. But it keeps coming soon. Like, bro, please.
When it comes out, we have to be the first ones to wear it.
Oh, don't worry.
Right?
I'll be the first one.
Okay.
We'll do a photo shoot.
We'll do a photo shoot with UBS Lifestyles. We wait for game number 2. Geek Slate versus RRQ. Looking at it here, I think before the match, we already expected Geek Slate with massive improvements, but RRQ have improved even more, have shown even more growth with their 2 newcomers. Technically, Lemon isn't a newcomer, but in the XP lane, you can kind of say he's back to his old lane. So he is going back, still learning, relearning that XP lane, but Renbo though, so far, you said it in the game, Arashi. He's been playing very reactively, but I think in this kind of composition with so many people making plays, there needs to be someone who is reactive. Not everybody can be proactive, and I think right now, he really suits the style.
He really needs to grab some aggression, right? Like you guys at home can grab some food or even grab some transportation to the venue, because for new users, enjoy a 50% discount at GrabFood to power you up when watching online. And if you guys want to head down to the venue, check out Fumi, check out Albert, perhaps. You guys can get a 90% discount on a Grab bike and a Grab car. So don't forget to check out grb.to/MPL to get yourself some Albert signs that he's a baby. It's baby Albert.
That's the baby alien right there.
The whole gang is there in the signs, man. That was pretty funny. That's what you can see if you come to the venue, man. You're missing out on a lot. It's a good time. It's time well spent if you come and spend your weekends at MPL right here, ladies and gentlemen. It's all good.
Yeah,
it's all
come.
good, man.
Bring a date.
Bring a date.
Like Arashi does.
Oh, hang on. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Hold up.
But back to this, right? A best of 3. Right now, RRQ, they're leading with 1 point, which means that if they are able to get another point off Geek Slate, they are going to be able to win the series.
Wow, that will mean that the lose streak for Geek Slate will still continue.
Are they on a
14?
Are they on a lose streak right now?
Well, their lose streak against RRQ.
Oh,
right. They
right.
on a two-match win streak at all.
I think so far, since the franchise league started, 0 wins against RRQ for Geek Slate. So right now, not even a change in the drafts. Literally the same exact bans. It might just be the Kaja and the Valentina picked up again. They haven't changed anything.
This is so quick, and literally things are the same. Are they still gonna go for the? Oh my God, they are. Valentina Kaja pick, and you were so concerned about this, right, Arashi? You were like, sure. It's really great you have a targeted CC lockdown with the ultimate coming in from the Kaja, but they need a more burst, and they haven't really solved that problem. RRQ still going for the same picks. Literally everyone is going for the same picks.
This is crazy. If that's gonna happen, I think we've seen it before, but still, down to the last ban, it seems like.
Oh my God.
Well, in the previous, it's the same. It was the Melissa on top of the Edith right here. But there's a Faramis and the DK from the side.
It's the exact same.
The exact same. There's no way this is happening.
I don't know. Does Geek Slate want to look for a rematch? Like same composition, but they play it or execute it differently?
Remember what I said? I mean, technically for me personally, Geek Slate, the only weakness in the draft that they the only thing that they didn't utilize was the last 2 picks, right? They picked up the carry too early, so maybe this time they pick up something different and then leave the marksman or the gold lane later on. Now, why this can work for Geek Slate is Well, for me personally, when I looked at game number 1, this exact same draft, the reason they picked up the Valentina so early, okay, there's a change already. The reason they picked the Valentina so early was because it's also a flex pick. Okay, so they changed it a bit. With a carry ban, they pick up the Brody instantly, forcing RRQ now to pick up either the Beatrix or the Moskov.
Interesting.
Beatrix is pretty good against Brody in lane.
It can work. Skylar is good at it, but keep in mind, Chidera, this man also has a very standout Brody in the right situation right here. And that also provides GEEK SLATE with a bit of burst damage that, like we mentioned, was a big issue with trying to get the pickoffs on the Kaja. Now with a strong gold lane and against a weaker gold lane, potentially, this means that GEEK SLATE has a lot of kill pressure in that gold side. And knowing RRQ and how they play around Skylar, this might just be the adjustments they need to try and win game number 2.
Yeah, I agree with you, right? I think in the early game, I felt that GEEK SLATE had a really good mid lane clear potential as well. So being able to win that entire top side is going to give them a little bit more to work with. But RRQ, they have responded with a Thamus and a Beatrix pick, followed by, once again, the Lancelot pickup for GEEK SLATE.
Yikes, this is interesting. The Thamus we haven't seen too often, but from the looks of it, what can be a solution for RRQ is to abandon the whole wait around and get picked off situation and just go for a split push. Remember, Lemon, one of his first few performances in the season, is going full split push heavy on a Masha, is what I remember at least.
Yeah.
That is something that RRQ can still definitely explore around, but keep in mind, the macro game seems a lot cleaner for GEEK SLATE in game number 1, so RRQ needs to be very careful here.
And I think the last person to pick up the Thamus was a Lemon, no?
Was it him as well?
I think it was. I think he was the one to pick it up, and he did really good in lane. But okay, whoever used it, he was able to dominate that EXP lane, and I think that's what RRQ want to go for.
That's exactly right. Let's join in, hop into the portal for game number 2. Into the land of Dawn we go. RRQ match point up against GEEK SLATE, who need to climb back, making minimal changes in the draft, those micro changes. But back again to the point, Thamus versus Arlet. Honestly, Thamus is, well, the main strength of Arlet is basically the same as Thamus, but I think Thamus does it a bit better. This is going to be a winning lane for RRQ, plus the Beatrix as well, that does extremely well against the Brody.
I think it's going to be very difficult in that EXP lane for Luke to try and disengage after a successful engage here, because Lemon, he for sure knows that matchup, but look at here, Rainbow finally getting that early game roam right here, seeming to adjust his playstyle depending on the composition, so good flexibility we're seeing from the side of RRQ, and their mid control is still very much on point, but the mid game is going to be a lot more dangerous for RRQ, especially in that gold lane. So ladies and gentlemen at home, keep your eyes honed on that location.
Because I think Rainbow alone has really good wave clear, but GEEK SLATE, you can see that the Kaja is helping a boy clear that mid lane, and so it makes it a little bit more flexible for them to go around the map and kind of win in that trade. But so far, both of these teams have had a really big underline on that gold lane and not much play around onto the EXP lane. So already very different rotations from both of the teams.
Yeah. I mean, again, looking at this play, wait, Vin, looking for a cheeky Terror's Revenge, but in the mid lane, Albert picks up first blood. Jana gonna be forced to back away. RRQ already leading now in game number 2. And to add on to the mix, Skylar's been farming pretty well despite the Kaja placed into that gold lane, just babysitting the Brody.
Man, Albert on this Frederick, man, it's supposed to be utility, but in the right hands like Albert's, it can just be such a hero with such high kill pressure. And we're seeing it again right here. We see that the early rotate comes to GEEK SLATE, but RRQ, they'll have Lemon going for the flank right here. This might be dangerous.
The Divine Judgment as well. That's Jano picks up the kill. Vin with the Time's Revenge and the Rage with Lemon right there. He might be able to take it right now, and it is going to be Lemon who takes the turtle and a double. My goodness, it could not have gone worse for GEEK SLATE. It's Lemon on the Tamos who's massive. He jumps back in now onto a boy with Rainbow to back him up. Now Luke with the dashes, but he won't be able to finish Rainbow off. It's still going to be Luke jumping in to take the kill back in. Now Lemon looking for one more trade. He's still in this fight. He's still fighting, going in again onto a boy with Beloy already, but it's still Lemon who picks up a killing spree. But it's a shutdown for Jana QT.
Lemon, he doesn't care. He just keeps going with this Thamus. And this is what you can expect. He picked up 3 kills in that whole sequence, and that is bad news.
Whoa.
The longer the game goes, Lemon can do this even more with the right items. Looking at the talent predictions, Professor KB has been converted. It's a clean orange slate for game number 2. And from the looks of it, RRQ is off to an amazing start.
Yeah, unanimous vote here from the casters, all for RRQ. And I think it goes in to show that we see the potential from the draft that they have picked up, right? They are trying to utilize that EXP lane, trying to use Lemon in towards the team fights to help out. And so far, it's been working out for them. I know it is not a huge lead just yet, but look at how active RRQ are on the map. Albert already looking for something more here. And they're looking for a play onto Jadera now.
You just have so much more pressure around the map right here, especially with so much crowd control yet again. And now with Lemon already cutting the waves right here, you really have to feel for Luke, right? Usually he wants to be in the dominant spot, dictating the action in the EXP lane, but he is not being allowed to do that at all by Lemon. And in the mid lane, it's all about how Renbo can just move around. Look at how he's positioning, man. He's just being a lot more crafty, waiting for a potential fight to come out. And this is what you're talking about, Mirko. Maybe they need a bit of reactivity to try and punish GEEK SLATE if they overstep.
Wait. Oh, I thought he used his retribution, but he hasn't. Okay, now they are gonna start going against each other, setting up for the turtle better.
Look at Lemon though. Again, just buying so much time. It's gonna be Renbo who picks it up. Janna and Albert losing out on the retribution. Skylar still able to flicker out, baiting a boy in for the knockup to come through. Meanwhile, Lemon against the world with the vengeance. Chadera putting the stacks onto him. Lemon will fall to the hands of Chadera. Meanwhile, Luke though, whoa, in the bottom lane, gonna be falling as well as Finn picks the kill up.
It's a 1-for-1 technically, but RRQ were able to secure the turtle, fortunately, but GEEK SLATE wastes no time at all. The time that RRQ spent trying to secure the kill on Luke is the time they spent to try and take out that mid turret. So now when it comes to pressure, GEEK SLATE can maneuver around more. Renbo needs to be a bit more careful, as will Skylar. He gets taken out by Janna.
What happened there? Why was he alone in that bottom side? I don't
saw
know.
that everyone rotated away from the bottom side. He thought it's secure enough, but keep in mind, Chadera, right? Chadera on this Brody is just doing a lot of damage right here. They need to try and shut him down before he becomes too big of a problem.
1,000 gold lead for RQ right now. Lemon actually picks up the corrosion, but Renbo here.
Still with the Purify, Albert with a 4-man taunt, still able to escape, disengaging, also re-engaging onto Luke with the Appraiser's Wrath. Luke still able to use the Vengeance properly, dashing back and forth. Chadera! Oh my goodness, with the flicker and the Torpor memory! Finn now trying to run away. What a play by Chadera!
Ooh, instant differences for GEEK SLATE now that they picked up a Brody this time, right? It seems like Chadera has had a better time so far dealing out the damage, but interestingly enough, it's actually the Beatrix or Skylar that has a little bit more advantage in terms of that gold, especially with the BOD pickup as well.
Go just waiting to try and trap the members of GEEK SLATE. Card will fall, and Beloyski will not actually go for it. He might have tried something, but Vin is right there, forces a flicker. Look at that, man. Every time RRQ has death timers on the Land of Dawn, GEEK SLATE just keeps pushing them, forcing them to go to different locations, and it's working out. You can see that they're behind just a few steps for the setup, and GEEK SLATE might just get a very easy turtle right here, unless RRQ once again pull off the unthinkable.
Depends on how Beloy plays this. Now Vin jumping in, Beloy gonna be knocked up and also gunned down. Finds the Divine Judgment as Janna picks the turtle up. Meanwhile, still Lemon gonna be able to jump in onto Chadera, who dishes out the damage. Now the turn apart memory takes him down. Still Chadera free hitting in the back line with Janna to help him out. Albert taking low. Vin charging in the turn. Vengeance the flicker as well. Vin finds Chadera. Skylar guns him down. Janna's next as Luke looks for the stun, looks for the resets on the Vengeance, but with the snipe and Renbo, it's gonna be him taken down.
That was a huge play by RQ, and Skylar with that VOD already taken up for himself. He instantly goes in very aggressively, very different to before he felt like he reached that power spike, right? You could see that Skylar actually flickered in to get that last kill, and if he didn't, he would have been taken out by Luke in the backside. So these calculations eventually, with how much damage Skylar is already dealing, was one of the main factors as to how they were able to get that back and get the momentum back in their hands.
how good is Vin though? That play was so good. I mean, you can tell that Chidera knew it was sort of coming. He was being very aware of the possibility, knowing that he is one of the only members doing well right here, being a real big threat for the members of RRQ. And somehow, some way, Vin finds a way, but now Lemon might not find a way out.
Oh, Lemon gonna fall there, even with the Vengeance popped in. It's GEEK SLATE who find an amazing pick down below. Also, fun fact, Albert and Vin have been selected into the Indonesian national team to represent Indonesia in SEA Games 2023. Show your support for our Indonesian national team as they march on. RRQ doing the same thing right now. Beloy gonna be caught in touchment and the rage, locking him down with a feather airstrike as well. A boy gonna fall. Albert knocks Chidera up. The snipe not connecting. A good sidestep by Chidera, but RRQ respond to the pickoff. GEEK doing the same thing now, but it's only Vin who opens up the map. Not worth it for GEEK SLATE to commit.
Wow, there's no hesitation at all, man. Vin goes for it, and everyone just jumps on the same target. Luke is the next one.
Luke, now you see him, now you don't. Taken down like it's nothing. Torn apart memory by Chidera, just to poke them down. But RRQ still staying with this man advantage constantly around the map. As Lemon does his thing. Now, on to Janna. Just poking him down. Phantom execution though by Janna and the Thorn Rose. On to Skylar. Beloy with a flicker. Finds Skylar, but there's no follow-up. Skylar's still able to survive. Pops up with an nature. Flickers out as well. He gets the life tip, but Janna takes him down with a bloody retribution. A boy stolen by the airstrike. Chidera taking a kill on towards Renbo. Shutting him down. Janna now going to be targeted down, but Beloy doing the same thing as Chidera now going to be targeted by Lemon with the Vengeance. Chidera still able to kite away. Picking up a killing spree for himself. Albert against the world. Appraiser's Wrath onto a boy. Not able to finish him off. Luke coming back in. Vin blocking Chidera in place. Albert with a shutdown. Beloy and Luke now jumping back in. A boy dealing the damage as the final slash will be able to finish Vin off. Albert 1v3, forced to back away as GEEK does the same thing.
Did they really want to go for that even more? I think RRQ was 4 down at that point, and GEEK SLATE only lost 2 members in that entire exchange.
That was crazy. Both teams, they seem to want to have a very decisive victory in those team fights. If they get like a 2-man advantage, it's not enough. They need to go all in for the wipeout. Otherwise, they're not satisfied. And now with a turn of events, seems like this next Lord is going to be very balanced. But as we can see, if GEEK SLATE are able to get their pick off onto the right members, it's going to be dangerous. Luke makes a big play.
Final slash, Renbo with wings by wings into the hands of Beloy, as Luke will be able to flicker out. Now it's RRQ who are caught. Beloy going to be able to use the Divine Judgment right now as Janna focuses down. No, he uses the Retribution a bit too early, but there's no steal attempt from RRQ. Luke jumping back in with a Vengeance somehow. Gunned down by Skylar. Double kill for RRQ, but GEEK have picked up the Lord.
Wow, that's unfortunate that Renbo got picked off right there. But this is what GEEK SLATE is just so good at doing. They know they can't win the range battle because they do have a Beatrix and a Farsa in the hands of RRQ, so they just go around and around, especially Janna QD on that Assassin, right? Being so much more mobile and still so survivable with a tank build. They're just able to confuse the members of RRQ, and even Luke played a part, zoning away Skylar as much as possible. But at the end of the day, with everything said and done, RRQ, I think, still comes on top right here. They ought to be able to get more objectives. And keep in mind, if the game is close and they keep trading, it's a bit different from game number 1. The shoe is on the other foot right here because RRQ are the team that it will scale way better in that late game. Take a look at the items here. Lightning Truncheon in the hands of Renbo will mean that Chidera needs to be a bit more careful with his positioning. He does not have any magical defense just yet. But aside from that, I think it's all Skylar on that Beatrix, right? Building the BOD, the Malefic Roar completed already, and just in case Janna and Luke go for those crazy plays, in case the Torn Apart Memory will take him out, he has the Wind of Nature already, but now so does Chidera.
You need to be careful though, right? Because from the side of GEEK SLATE, none of them... Oh, what? Onto Albert.
Well, I think that's been worth it though. The Torn Apart Memory by Chidera, a beautiful pick off by GEEK SLATE as they use the Brody really well to burst and also to siege. Taking a tier 2 down in the mid lane. They're rotating over to the bottom lane now for the final tier 2.
That's what I was worried, right? I mean, you can't say that this has been a clean game for RRQ, and I think GEEK SLATE's taking full advantage of it. Janna QD going in without any hindrance whatsoever by the side of RRQ, and they're going to be able to take literally all the towers other than the inhibitors and start to control the map, taking it away from RRQ. And look at that gold lead just instantly shift back down. Maybe perhaps for GEEK SLATE.
We're able to get a bit of resources using that Lord. So great macro play yet again for GEEK SLATE. But now with the gold equal at 13 minutes, I think GEEK SLATE side has a bit more danger here because they have a better mid-game composition. They do have a lot of burst damage, a lot of power spikes in this 13th minute. So if RRQ can try and even out or even survive this initial phase, they can actually try and turn things around as Vin, the instinct, man, just spots out Beloyski. And now he just goes in for it.
Flicker as well. Beloy gonna be caught here with the airstrike. Skyler picks up the killing spree. What a read by RRQ. Baloo finds the final flash onto 4. Grouping them up right now. Chidera's gonna be able to actually back away. Lemon with a vengeance popped in. Albert now taken low. But Vin jumping back in, canceling it out. The random execution not connecting as Lemon is still able to escape for a bit before Chidera jumps in to pick up the kill. Skyler still kiting away. It's a 2-for-1 right now. And RRQ, oh my goodness gracious. Skyler almost with the snipe.
How did they know? How did they see that Beloyski was in that bush? That was insane feeling, insane instinct there by RRQ, Vin in particular. And I think that was one of the main things that a lot of coaches have actually highlighted about Vin, right? The fact that, okay, in terms of mechanics, there are a lot of roamers out there with the same mechanics, or maybe even better, microwaves. But Vin always has really good shot calling in the late game, really good macro instincts, and really good map awareness as well. You can see that being reflected as now he is trying to look for a play definitely onto Janna, where both these teams are going to start contesting for the next Lord.
Look at the positioning. Vin, Tyrant's Revenge already. Janna not in range. Luke jumping in. Meanwhile, Lemon gonna get picked off. Janna, he steals the Lord. What an absolute Chad. Takes it in a 2v4. Albert now caught, but it's RRQ on the retreat. GEEK SLATE want to punish, want to commit. Vin gonna be targeted now as Beloy is gonna be able to slow him down. Vin taken very low, taken down, but it's torn apart memory. Even the Tyrant's Rage dodged away from. Now Albert caught once again. GEEK SLATE isolating RRQ 1 by 1. Albert's taken low. That's the puncture to gap close onto Albert. Skyler even forced to back away as Rainbow was able to stun him up. The Phantom Execution comes down, but GEEK now are looking for the Beloy! What a play! With a flicker and the Divine Judgment to find Skyler. Now it's GEEK SLATE. The game is in their hands. Chidera looking for more HP as it stains back up with the orange buff. Beloy gonna be caught right now as he's able to dash away. A boy hiding, just playing around the Lord as Albert's gonna be taken low. Janna with the Phantom Execution and the Thorn Rose. Lemon jumping into the midst of it all with a Vengeance as well, but a Torn of Memory takes him out. It's gonna be Luke who picks up the kill. Now the base wide open for the taking. Vin trying to defend, but it's going to be GEEK SLATE who equalizes in game number 2.
Wow, the GEEK strike back. 1-1 and now against RRQ, forcing a game number 3 against the audience predictions, against the unanimous caster predictions. GEEK SLATE have proved everybody wrong here in game number 2. But I gotta say, Arashi and Mirko, that was not the cleanest game by RRQ.
That was a very back and forth endeavor. Both teams, they had their own moments, their own highlights, and their own blunders. And considering how minute the change was from game number 1, just a few picks, just a few adjustments, you can see a completely different game right there. Unfortunately for RRQ, like we said, GEEK SLATE is a bit more crafty when it comes to the macro gameplay, the rotations, the traps they're able to set up to pick Lemon off. We talked about how he can probably go for a split push, but he went for a team fight approach instead. It just did not work out. Luke, because of the Lemon's pick in this game, he was also able to be a lot more aggressive, a lot more useful with that final slash right there, multiple times in the big team fights. Man, that's crazy. The caster curse is just way too strong, man.
Okay, you can call it the caster curse.
I'm calling it the KV curse.
You can call it the KV curse, right? Because instantly he flipped to RRQ, instantly they lost. But in all seriousness, right, I wasn't really convinced with the Thamus pick for Lemon. I understand, right? I think the Thamus has a edge in the fact that he can sustain through a lot, but in terms of playmaking ability, I feel like it's a little lackluster compared to something like the Lapu Lapu, who can go in for the bravest fighter and just pop off his combo and actually have a huge impact in those team fights, right? And I didn't see that effect from Lemon. And as soon as I didn't see that effect from Lemon, I didn't see RRQ being able to win those team fights. I think Lemon plays a huge factor for RRQ. I think he opens up a lot of opportunities. And the fact is, on the Thamus, he either got picked off even before the team fights even begun, or there was just not much of an impact, honestly.
Right.
Honestly, I personally feel like the Tamas pick was a pretty good one there, especially early game. They just didn't utilize the lead that they got. Remember the triple kill and the turtle steal? That basically set him up for greatness. But then, I think there were a few misplays around the bottom side that gave Brody so much room to play with. And like we mentioned, if he's able to siege down these turrets, that gold lead that Skylar has built up just using his farm, it won't really matter towards the end. And that's exactly what we saw. Still, Chidera on the Brody. Skylar on the Brody. Brody, 100% win rate.
I think it's only about how they engage fights, right? Because we talked about how in game number 1, GEEK SLATE are very one-dimensional in how they want to approach these fights. In game number 2, you can see that it's not only Beloy, right? Even when Beloy gets spotted out, you can see that everyone else can still look for an opportunity and try and turn things around. Whereas now, if you flip it, like Eterna mentioned, for the side of RRQ, there was a Lapu Lapu in the hands of Lemon that can be a huge engage or a huge pick-off tool, which actually gave RRQ a lot of leads in game number 1. But without that tool available, it's only in the hands of Albert and Vin. And as you can see, GEEK SLATE were a lot more... They were a lot less cautious compared to game number 1. And Chidera can just be a lot more aggressive. Look at his build right here. It's still the DHS. He was still having some guarantees for the late game. If you look on the other side, Skylar actually has a lot of damage available, but the weakness right here is the fact that she is so susceptible to the burst damage. At any moment, whenever Skylar was trying to make some plays happen, a boy will slide in and hit him with one single spell and chuck him down to half HP. Once that happens, it becomes an immediate threat, right? The Valentina, the Arlet, the Brody, everyone can just one-shot a half HP Beatrix who went full damage build. So I think we talk about synergy, right? And composition not working with each other. I think right here, if they want to go for a team fight, right? Like we mentioned, if Lemon wants to go for a team fight as well and not split push, get something with a bit more AoE, a bit more playmaking that can be used to engage on the GEEK SLATE or can be used to protect Skylar from any kind of drive potential, because Janna is still on that tank-built Lancelot, which was performing a lot better in game number 2.
We now take a look at the post-game stats here for RRQ and in GEEK SLATE. And it does seem Chidera, a boy was dealing so much damage. It was very different to, I think, game number 1, honestly. But coming back, right, Rich Guy still Chidera as a Brody. And I think we were talking about that lane matchup, right? Chidera versus Skylar. Actually, we thought that Skylar would have had a better time as the Beatrix in the lane. But even so, Chidera, like you mentioned, was still able to get a good lead in that gold lane.
Yeah, it comes down to just the Brody matchup, right? Honestly, Brody versus Beatrix, 1v1 in lane, it's Beatrix's win, honestly, with how Beatrix can just shove the wave with the Bennett and also poke the Brody down with the Renner. It should be the Beatrix who has a bit of an advantage. But coming down to sieging into the turrets, and especially in the gold lane, where it's almost never a 1v1, GEEK SLATE and Brody definitely has a massive edge. Now, that's how you play the Brody. Utilize the Brody, play around the Brody to give him more resources, because this hero is built to snowball. When he takes turrets for you, it's like the turrets fall like nothing. Even the base. I think in the late game, it takes like 8 hits to actually take the base down. That is unreal, and you can see it here, right? The only reason, Arashi, that it wasn't just fully RRQ with the gold lead is because of the Brody taking these structures and giving GEEK more room to play with.
Keep in mind the neutral objective game from GEEK SLATE, man.
And Janna.
Janna was just so good right here. And RRQ, they can't afford to make mistakes like this against the all-new GEEK SLATE, because they will not allow you to just have the kind of mistake unpunished. So again and again, I think RRQ can be a lot more clean in their execution, because in the early game, they were able to get good moments. They were able to get like a triple kill for Skylar as well. But afterwards, especially in the late game, when it's all about those mind games, about those maneuvers, right? GEEK SLATE are so good. You see it repetitively that RRQ have no idea where exactly the members are, and before they know it, Rainbow gets picked off, Lemon gets picked off. The wave management also, we've seen it from game 1. GEEK SLATE is a lot more cleaner. So if RRQ really wants to seal the deal, I feel like they can't leave it to that macro decision. They need to snowball as hard as possible and make sure that with brute force they can just end the game, because otherwise they just leave it in the air like this.
I agree. I think there were so many moments in game number 2 when they didn't have the composition to be as aggressive as they were in game number 1, but they still went for it. And then they lost in the end. And then they gave GEEK a little bit more to play with. More gold, more items. And eventually, they were able to catch up. Especially this guy, right? The MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, Chidera on the Brody. Because initially, honestly, I felt like the Brody was having a pretty tough time.
He was having a tough time because of the matchup, but as Mirko mentioned, once the mid-game rolls around and the mistakes in the skirmishes starts rolling around, this man just capitalizes. This is what he likes to do. Win the lane, get the turret, and participate in the mid-game fights, right? We saw that his signature moments all starts rolling in at about 13 minutes. That is ideal, right? He starts snowballing from 13 minutes, and just from there, you can see that Lemon, who was just such a big problem, was able to survive for so long, starts getting bursted down instantly. That's the Brody power for you. And I must say, man, this small adjustment in the picks from the drafting phase really solved all the issues, right? The lack of mobility and security for the gold laner, the lack of burst damage to back up Beloyski and his playmaking. You can see that in the last stage of the game, Beloyski was that much more dangerous of a threat because now, right, when he gets someone, it's just game over. And because he's more dangerous, it pressures our RQ, and he was able to use that pressure to stay hidden and then find that last Divine Judgment onto Skylar, man. That was beautiful. Let's take a look at the heat map for Kadera, though. It's a huge difference compared to Skylar. Like we mentioned, he just likes roaming around, participating in those skirmishes, and just getting his team ahead by taking matters into his own hands. Farming is just not something this guy really enjoys doing. But if you look at the highlights right here, all the way in the early game, it began kind of okay, but GEEK SLATE with the macro play were able to get a bit of a structural advantage. And every time RRQ were down a man or two, it just seems like GEEK SLATE were able to force them into places that they don't want to be. They're just forced to deal with so many different problems at the same time, and that just allows GEEK SLATE to set up in the jungle, in the bushes, and they were able to constantly find pickoffs like this, right? Again and again. If your backline gets taken out, when the Farsa, when the Beatrice gets taken out, there's no way you still come out on top in the fight. And the thing with RRQ is they've came out of situations like this enough times that they are willing to go and try and fight it out. But against a team like GEEK SLATE, it's just way too difficult, way too calculated. And of course, there are moments here where they find success, but even afterwards, they're unable to actually capitalize as impressively as you would expect from a team as like RRQ. And that mutual objective game needs to be cleaner, right? That is the one aspect that can just change the game completely. If they lose a Lord that is guaranteed, that just means that the game gets drawn out a bit longer. It means you're going to start losing objectives. You have the Lord that gives the damage reduction debuff. It's just so many things that you guys don't want to deal with in that late game.
And honestly, fun fact, Arashi, you mentioned that, or you also mentioned Eterna, the Thamus doesn't work out. You know what? There's another hero that kind of does the same thing that the Thamus does, that we've seen before up against the Brody. Masha. That would have worked so well against the Brody.
Yeah. It could. Definitely could.
More burst.
But I don't know if it suits Lemon's playstyle.
You've seen it.
Yeah, we've seen it.
We have, but maximally potential. Okay, you know what? We'll continue this conversation after a short break, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 3 between RRQ and GEEK SLATE. The result, the final game for both of these teams. We'll see after this short break.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan. Jatuh bukan kasih, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss.
Geek fams, kingdoms, and everyone else out there watching, welcome back to the third game between RRQ and Geek Slate. And we're going to see exactly how things are going to pan out and the results of a long-awaited matchup, honestly. I really want to see them go down, seeing as Geek Slate have really developed over the season. But ladies and gentlemen, if you guys don't know what to do after MPL ID, go ahead and check out Max Stream. They do have a booth at the venue here at Menara Kuningan. But there are so many other things that you guys can pick up with this app, because you don't have to switch between these apps. You can get a lot of channels that you can enjoy without paying extra. There's Techno Storm and DGTV, and there's so many exclusive TV shows that you guys can enjoy. There's a Love in Game, Love Coach with Rachel. There's the One, I believe.
Rachel? The One, believe? Like the world champion?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's your favorite person in the world, right? Or
No, he's an RRQ fan.
Oh. But
Juan
I
is EVOS.
heard he has a little thing
EVOS
for
smash
Juan.
RRQ at M1.
Hey,
So, you know,
we don't talk about that.
he doesn't talk about that.
It didn't happen if you don't
Eterna-
accept it.
I'm not even an EVOS fan. I'm just
Eterna has
saying
left the
facts,
chat.
man. It's fine though, because right here, RRQ, they can redeem themselves from game number 2 in game number 3, right? They can take them down. Anyways, whoa, we got a date right here.
Aww, that's so cute.
I mean, like, come on, guys. What the heck? Everybody going on dates to movies, dinners.
So
everything.
mainstream.
Okay, hey, it's time. What year is it? It's 2023. Go and get your date over to the MPL Arena. Look at these. Look at this couple right here. This one.
So cute.
In particular, so cute.
So cute. Let's ignore that sign at the back. That's gone now, luckily. But yeah, check out the promo code MPL Date, because you guys can get a 20% discount with every 2 purchases that you make, with a maximum of 4 purchases only at blibli.com. I'm still waiting for Arashi to bring his date as well. But we're going to go
We're all
straight
waiting for
into
that.
the drafting phase here for game number 3.
Whoa.
Finally, there are a little bit of changes here. Okay, so GEEK SLATE with the first pick right now, they are going to be taking away the Claude, Fredrin, and Edith, and RRQ's second pick with the Wanwan and the Joy ban.
Wanwan and Joy never let go by RRQ, but the
By
final
anyone.
ban right here, well, we saw the Joy let go a single time, but for
Oh,
the
yeah,
most part
true.
for RRQ, it's always these two heroes they never want to deal with, but the final ban is where they usually have a bit more flexibility. GEEK has went full respect on their bans, and RRQ sort of follows the same way they ban away that Valentina. Is this hinting at a Faramis pick though? Ooh.
They're basically baiting GEEK SLATE. They're saying, you want to pick the Kanja, we'll take the Faramis, right? So they go for the Kanja, and it should just be RQ picking up the Faramis here. They pick up a Faramis, and maybe this time an XP laner. Actually, I don't know. See, this is the thing for RQ. Usually, if they go for a first phase pick into the XP lane, it's the Edith. But with the Edith constantly banned out by GEEK SLATE, it forces RQ to uncharted territories.
So we'll see, right? RQ, who are they going to be prioritizing? And honestly, with the Natalia being opened up, I thought that GEEK would actually pick that up, but actually they go in for the Kaja, and I don't think we've seen history of a boy picking that up in the mid lane. But RRQ, they're going to go for the Yve and the Kufra. So last time they went in for the Farsa, but they've actually swapped that out with the Yve. Now, GEEK, they do have an opportunity to go for that, or if they want to go, they can go for that double roamer strat and pick up the Faramis.
Man, wait for the Eve. Aside from the Farsa, that's interesting. Less pick-off potential, but they still go for the Kufra, so it works the exact same way. It won't be nearly as dynamic though, so we'll have to see what they follow this up with. Most likely some more damage to ensure that GEEK is always on the back foot. But now GEEK will pick up that carry and that Farsa. RQ can go for... Will they be planning on going for the Brody, right? Winning in the gold lane seems to be such a big win condition for both these teams.
That could be the case, right? I mean, for the past 2 games, the Brodies won double MVP back-to-back. I know played by a different person, but still was being picked up. But oh yeah!
Whoa.
Wow, okay. RRQ, they're going in with the Fanny, realizing the Kufra was already picked up by themselves. The Fanny is going to be able to pressure the Farsa in the back line, but they are going against something like the Kaja. So very risky pickup. Honestly, the Fanny against the Kaja. We're coming to the second phase now. What are your thoughts? Hilda? Oh, Hilda, no, can't. Kaja pickup already.
We'll see, because usually what comes to mind is the Grok, right? Usually the walls, the barriers, just make the cable management a bit more difficult for a Fanny. But it all depends. If GEEK wants to go for more crowd control to suppress him, that could be a different approach that can still work depending on the situation here. We have a comment by Albert though. Clay and Rainbow. The difference is Clay can't play Johnson. This is a bit of a meme right here, but if it actually makes an appearance right here, that would be pretty funny.
I don't think so, right? With the Yve picked up, I don't think so. Yve and Kufra, unless they pull off a Johnson somewhere else. But for right now, GEEK SLATE understands that getting carry a good lane is so important. I think they're gonna go for the Herod man and then
Brody.
You think Brody, but I think Melissa here. I think the Melissa is a bit more of a threat towards this kind of composition.
With Irithel though.
Again,
I mean,
I'm not a fan.
Yeah, used it, so
they did, but I just dislike Irithel, the pick.
I agree.
I think the Irithel is good in some cases, but looking at the draft coming in from GEEK with how much burst damage from the Farsa, I think it's a little too risky, honestly. So the Brody is going to be the choice here for GEEK to ban out. RQ, on the other hand, they've opted to try and stave off any junglers who can have a presence in those neutral objective takes. Opening it up for the Fanny. RRQ opt for the Arlet this time around. And now GEEK, they have a chance to go in for the EXP lane and the jungle potentially. What works best against the Fanny? Usually, maybe last season, I would say Cho works really well. But for GEEK now?
EXP. Tough question.
Gluck.
It's going to be Gluck. It's not exactly a counter for the Fanny in particular, but it is a very strong hero that can set up and he can win the lane and help with the invades. If Janna on this tank Lancelot wants to try and go head-to-head against the Fanny. Final pick for RRQ though right here. You have to try and find something something that just works here. Wow.
Melissa. I think the Melissa is going to be a solid pick here from RRQ. They can also go for the Beatrix if they want to play it safe. But in this lane, you want to try your best to bully the carry. On top of that, Melissa also scales really well into the late game. So early game, you bully the carry. Late game, you still bully the carry, but they go for the Irithel.
Right.
Again.
Man, I would have agreed with the Melissa, right? Especially with the Lancelot being picked up. I've seen a lot of Lancelot versus Melissa matchups, and I gotta say the Lancelot doesn't have a good time, but going against something like the Irithel, now that's a different story. RRQ, they're gonna have to bet on the speed that Irithel has. Not much of a disengage, no proper CC whatsoever to get out of bad situations like going against the Lancelot. I don't know, this time, I kind of like GEEK's composition better.
They're definitely a bit more flexible, right? They can engage with the Pharsa, with the Glue, with the Kaja. For RRQ, it seems to be all about speed, right? Having the slow from the Eve, and then later on, the Irithel can outrun you, the Fanny can outmaneuver you as well. As well as the Arlott can actually finally catch up to try and combo things around. So I do think that GEEK is more flexible, but we'll have to see if the execution from RRQ can say anything about that.
Well, let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be getting into game number 3. Will GEEK Slate reverse sweep RRQ? Or will RRQ come back in game number 3? Into the Land of Dawn we go. GEEK Slate versus RRQ. Fanny. Albert's first time on the Fanny in Season 11. We'll see how he does up against Jana QT, who has stuck with this Lancelot pick all the way from the start of the series.
And I think one of the main things that I'm enjoying about both of the teams' composition, despite me realizing that there are plus and minuses, obviously, is the fact we haven't seen an assassin be assassin in so long, and it's going to be an exciting match ahead of us.
Well, technically, it's not exactly an assassin versus assassin, though, because Jana has been going with a tank build, so we'll see how that plays out. I mean, Albert is going with the high-end dry, so he's definitely not going that route at all. Keep your eyes open for level 3, level 4. That's where the, I don't know, the what do you call it? Like highway robbery Fanny just comes around, takes someone out, gets out, right? That's what you usually expect to see from the Fanny. But ooh, in the bottom side, Skylar.
Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. And Skylar is going to be bullied out just like that. Jadero's just going to take the lane slow. And with this, Skylar is going to be a whole lot behind. He's going to lose the entire Cannon Minion wave there. I mean, the entire Cannon Minion gold. There you go. Jadero with a significant lead, but Albert now with the cables. It's still going to be Vin jumping in. That's first blood over to Albert for RRQ.
Just when you think a 2v2 matchup is favoring GEEK Slate, Albert comes in with a Fanny and starts making things different. It is going to be Skylar getting a little bit there as compensation for the pressure already given to him from the first 2 minutes of the game. We can see now GEEK Slate on to the next thing, right? They have their eyes on the prize. They're going in for the next objective, which is that turtle. And RRQ, they haven't set up whatsoever for this take.
Albert's just stuck taking his purple buff, which is important, but with that timing, I think GEEK Slate will be able to get a free turtle, but it seems that RRQ will be trying to go for some compensation. We said that earlier, what RRQ can do is take the matter into their own hands and try and snowball and just end the game outright. With this Fanny pick, this is something they can definitely do, and Lemon on the Arlott. We haven't seen it, but knowing how creative Lemon can get, it's definitely an interesting prospect. And Poloyski gets jumped on. Albert
doing the same thing now with the cables, but it will just be him backing off. Poloy now still zoning the other members away. A boy has rotated. That's going to be the real rub of blade, but a boy responds it back with the feathered airstrike. Renbo forced to flicker out. That's, again, I think GEEK Slate winning in the resource department there.
Honestly, GEEK Slate, they have the comp to do so, right? They know that they have the damage, the more range especially, and the mobility, honestly, from a boy on the Pharsa that they are going to be able to put pressure onto those side lanes. I don't think RRQ is going to commit onto anything just yet.
Oh, it's Gluken time. Luke's still able to survive. That's a flicker by Lemon, in the bottom lane. It's going to be Vin who gets caught, and it's Chidera who picks up the kill. RRQ still able to find compensation up top against the glue. And it's going to be a 1-for-1 for now. Skylar walking back in front with a sprint as well. This might just be a mistake as that's going to be suppression, locking him down. Poloy traded back, but Jana is a tank Lancelot. He won't be threatened at all by this Fanny.
Yeah, back to my point here, Jana QT already going for the next engage here. Renbo gets caught really low there. But I think RRQ, they're not going to pull the trigger until Skylar gets that power spike. And seeing as how much pressure has been put onto him with the fact that he's already been shut down as well, it's going to delay that process a little bit more. And RRQ, all they can do is wait at this point, right? They're trying to look for some compensation on the board. They haven't found it because of that.
I think later on it's also going to rely on Rainbow on the Eve because he's the only source of magical damage. And I feel like the strategy for GEEK SLATE is to stack that physical defense and then try and stop Rainbow from doing damage. So once he has a bit more damage, once his poke can't be ignored, there is some way that RRQ can try and get even. Vin is looking for an opportunity right here, but it does not seem like they'll be able to.
Luke there going in. Oh my goodness. A bit off there in the retribution department as Albert is able to pick it off. Jana now forced to run away as a boy picks up the kill onto Vin. Skylar gonna be immobilized with the flicker. Skylar taken down. A boy now in the midst of it all. It's gonna be Lemon. Oh my god, what an escape by a boy. Jana goes back in. Luke has taken Lemon down with the help of Jana QT.
Wow, 3-0 trade for GEEK SLATE now. Make it 3 for 2. As Albert once again trying to make this a little bit more difficult for the casters by getting in another last-minute kill. And luckily onto Jadera, right? Really good pickoff onto Jadera, trying to shut him down, prevent that power spike from happening. But Albert...
Yo, that's a lot of damage, my guy. Albert utilizing the high and dry really well, assassinating a tank in the jungle.
It doesn't even matter, man. You do not go against him 1v1. But I must say that for RRQ, given how gold lane-centric their play has been in the season, I find it weird that Skylar is playing so recklessly, right? Just running in the middle of danger. I wonder if this is part of their strategy, right? Allowing Skylar to take the attention away from everyone else, allowing Albert to just do really well, allowing Lemon and Rainbow to try and set up plays as well. It's an assumption, right? If it works, it's gonna be crazy, but maybe it's just a mistake coming in from the side of RRQ, but they're going for it.
Flicker out by Beloy. Now they're looking for Albert, but still able to utilize those cables. Even here to conceal play, gets popped in. Beloy caught in the real world manipulation as Jana walks back in with a puncture. No bouncing ball by Vin here, as it's RRQ who equalizes that gold lead.
Just like that, right? Just like that, that kill pressure is evident once again. Rainbow already picked up an Ice Queen wand as well, so the utility, the slow, if it was already bad before, it's now a little bit worse.
Especially in the setup, right, for the neutral objectives. If they get stuck in a weird position due to the slow, that's Albert just dicing everyone up like mincemeat.
Oh,
look at that mid lane, as we talked about him. This man is going to be out of control, man. There's no real solution available for GEEK SLATE just yet. But it only takes one play from Beloyski to try and shut Albert down and lend them that huge shutdown payday. And looking at the gold lane, they might just need it. Skylar is just like almost a step behind compared to Chidera.
Whoa! Finn with the Tyrus Ray! And the flicker! Jana looking for retribution. He will be able to secure it right now as Albert is forced to back off. GEEK SLATE back again with that gold lead, but my goodness! Once again, we have a close game in our hands.
We truly do. The economy hasn't shifted a bit, right? Still going back and forth like a ping-pong battle here. But it seems like Skylar now, they're trying to put a lot of gold onto him, right? He's clearing the mid, he's clearing in the bottom side. They're trying to give him as much gold as possible to finally to get that power spike. But your theory is quite interesting. You think Skylar is just a distraction for RRQ?
Well, in the early fights, it really feels like that's the case. Logically speaking, though, it's a bit of a massive gamble if you let go of that main damage dealer. But Lemon gets jumped on right here, 3-man gank. Just like that, GEEK SLATE will have that top turret, but retaliation is attempted by RRQ on the other side of the map.
Wow, well played by GEEK SLATE. Good rotations over. Again, what we mentioned earlier, right? These turret takes are going to be really massive for GEEK SLATE, and they're putting more pressure onto the turrets than RRQ. RRQ are basically looking for what they can get right now as Albert jumps in, but he might just be taken down. My goodness, he gets out! What is that cable management? The baby alien with the kill, baiting the whole team in. GEEK SLATE have just got beaten in, and now it's a 2-for-0 for RRQ.
That was so close for him getting picked off, and I don't think Luke is going to get out of it alive either. And RRQ, they're pulling the trigger with Lemon now as well, picking up a Malefic Roar. That's very interesting, Arashi.
Wants more damage to be more relevant in the game right now. RRQ, they're using Albert as the main engage tool. That is pretty bold of a maneuver, but again, it could be very easily punished unless Vin pulled the trigger first.
Malloy gonna be caught once again. That's his 7th death this game. Found the execution, Jadira! Oh my goodness! Gets taken out by Albert. What an absolute monster. 9-0 and 3.
Okay, RRQ now for sure, right? Kill pressure definitely with them right now, especially with Albert already at a 9-0-3 KDA in the first 10 minutes of the game. But what can they do with that, right? That's always the problem. Are they going in for more undisciplined plays? Are they looking for more chaotic fights? Or are they going to start translating this over onto objectives?
The interesting part is like their composition right now, as opposed to game number 2, it doesn't really rely on the main damage dealers. Every single member on the team right now, if they get a huge play on their own, they can turn the tides of the fight. That is exactly the kind of style that RRQ really likes. In the current meta, it's a bit risky, it's less consistent, but when it works out really, really well.
There's Revenge and the Rage. Luke not even able to pop the split. Now, GEEK SLATE looking for the retribution onto the enhanced floor. John, oh my god, it's Albert! Despite the Divine Judgment, Albert still getting out, beating Beloy, and Jana Redbow taking Beloy down. Been still able to survive. What is Albert on?
Not sure, man. Not sure. The plays he's been able to achieve so far has been insane, and now after so long, we're reminded why the Fanny has always been banned away from this guy. And he still makes it relevant here to this day. And it's insane, right? Not just Albert though, but Skylar. Being an Irrital, you would say that you are quite vulnerable to the damage output from GEEK SLATE. But if you went back and rewinded that team fight, Skylar popped his sprint and actually went into the back line to look for a 1v1 on Chidera.
Well, he has a bit more burst damage, and with the sprint, there's a lot of utility that for GEEK SLATE, right? If a boy doesn't land spells, if Jana Cutie does not get his damage off onto Skylar, he can pretty much, go in and out-sustain with the Demon Hunter Sword available right here. Albert, though, he's going for the play.
Yo, he's got no chill. Keeps on going there. Luke forced to back away. Goes in for slam, pass, but loses out in the trade anyways. RRQ have built up a 5,000 gold lead. And if we take a look at the items, no Wind of Nature yet for Chidera.
He's 1,000 gold behind compared to Skylar. And Skylar also have no defensive options, but compared to a carry, this is where the Irithel pick really shines, right? He's just so mobile, and we see that against mobile heroes like the Farsa in the previous game, Jana just struggles to land the spells in the right order, in the right targets. Vin will be able to bait out some spells, but RRQ getting full control over the map right now. Shoes on the other foot. This is the exact situation RRQ was in game number 2, and for GEEK SLATE, without a solid front line to try and absorb the damage, check into the bushes, it's gonna be so difficult.
For sure, definitely difficult to spy out the engages that RRQ want to go for, especially with Vin on the Kufra, who's been really on point with the Tyrant's Rage and Revenge. And things, honestly, are going to get a lot worse for GEEK SLATE to this point, right? We can see the differences in gold here by UBS between Skylar and Chidera. Already that much distinction in the gold. And Skylar hasn't even reached that power spike yet, in my opinion. There's still a lot of items that he needs to secure to get that potential burst damage and DPS coming in from the Irithel. And when that's available for them to utilize, that's when RRQ can get way more aggressive than they already are right now.
It is still the mid-game, like 13 minutes more or less. This is where the mid-game power spikes really come through from the Arlet, from the Irithel, from the Fanny in particular, and of course for the Yve as well, right? Because Yve in the late game, of course, does a lot of damage, a lot of high ground available, but compared to Farsa, who is usually very strong in the early and late, the mid-game is deceptively strong for the Yve, because that is where, with a few items, the spells really start gaining a lot more momentum, a lot more damage, right? Depending on the itemization choice for Renbo, he is still standing on a 0-death record, and with how things are right here, him being alive alone will be enough to try and deter GEEK SLATE from making any aggressive maneuvers.
It's tough. It's tough. You can see now RRQ already starting to set up for the next neutral objective take. And this is the thing, right? GEEK SLATE, they were able to kind of equalize.
Vin might have made a mistake there. That's going to be Divine Judgment and the burst down. Not enough just yet to take Vin down. Meanwhile, Albert looking for the play. Vin taken very low. Luke onto him right now with a split. Vin still able to escape, bringing him back under the tier 2. Even the range. Vin, oh my goodness! with an outplay to take Luke down. That's the roamer out.
That is Luke taken out, man. He tried his best to set up for his team. Unfortunately, Vin is just way too clean with it. It all began with Vin being alone against the whole team, but it got flipped around. GEEK SLATE failed to capitalize on the opportunity. It's gonna be a free lord for RRQ.
Yeah, massive disadvantage now for GEEK SLATE as they have no choice but to let the lord go uncontested here. 6,000 gold lead now for RRQ and counting. And the problem is, right, GEEK SLATE, they were so good at controlling those side lanes. But because of how mobile Albert is, he is going to have a really good time at clearing those side lanes and prevent GEEK SLATE from utilizing that to their advantage. So what GEEK SLATE kind of used to their advantage in game number 1, game number 2, has been taken away from them here in game number 3.
Well, Luke now has the radiant armor, but that is a very expensive item considering that it's only being built for Rainbow right here.
No.
Has a read on the situation, almost catches Chidera there along with Baloyski, but they're able to escape. And now with the Lord, though, it's going to be a siege situation. I think the main man you look to try and make the plays is going to be Albert right here, right? He is the man that will have a say in when he wants to go in and go for some burst damage, because for now, a boy has the Holy Crystal on top of the Lightning Truncheon Clock of Destiny combo. They have damage available to try and clear out these waves from far away.
Yeah, and I think Skylar's on the way to Has Claws, is he? And if he does, that means it's going to be a lot more sustainable, but Baloyski.
Oh my god, Lemon gets out. There is no burst right now for GEEK SLATE. 2-3 ultimates burnt out. Jana still able to zone Albert away right now as he jumps in with the cables onto Jana. Still able to do so. But it is going to be the base turret up top taken down. Albert going in all the way, Boy, forcing the flicker out. Albert still managing to get away. Meanwhile, Skylar up top needs to be careful. Here is Vin. Whoa, a bit too aggressive there. Going to be able, he's going to lose his life. GEEK SLATE still with the defense, a solid one. RRQ kept at bay.
Oof, RRQ. It's not ideal that they lost Vin there, but in the end of the day, it's only the roamer, and they're able to take out one base turret. It's still on the same side that the Lord is going to spawn in, so it's not as strong of a lead as they would want. But it's still something, right? This is what they need to be doing. Taking matters into their own hands and not allowing GEEK SLATE to dictate where the action happens, where they go for the catches, because Baloyski has the fleeting time, by the way, so he has a lot of chances to make the plays happen for his team if RRQ give them the opportunity.
Luke now looking for a proactive play. Baloy with the flanks! My goodness! That was an all-out war! He's saving the Divine Judgment for the Fanny! Albert, 9-0 and 5, his bounty here at risk! And it's gone! The shutdown by GEEK! Skylar mounted by Luke! And it's GEEK with a 3-0!
Oh, it looks like they're going for more here. Chidera gonna get a tower. He also has that power spike as well. With 2 members left standing. 5 from the side of GEEK SLATE. They're looking to go for the end.
Luke zoning Vin away, tanking it in, soaking it up. Now with the Thorn Rose and the Divine Judgment, Lemon's gonna be caught low. That's the immortality, but it's also gonna be the defense by Vin. Lemon gonna be taken down. GEEK SLATE with a clear. 3 seconds onto Renbo. He has the real world manipulation, but it will not matter. GEEK will break the RRQ's winning streak in week number 4 of season 11.
Rewriting history as well for GEEK SLATE, finally getting a win against the Kings of Kings. Wow, what a game by GEEK. RRQ, they were leading that entire game with how much kill pressure that they had. And one single mistake gave GEEK SLATE the opportunity, the edge, to set things back, to make things their way.
Baloy, what a play. Flanking, getting Renbo, but saving the Divine Judgment for Albert. Perfectly crafted. What a game.
He just has such a good read on how the fights are going to play open. And RRQ, they just didn't respect the maneuverability, the craftiness of GEEK SLATE, and they get punished for it very heavily, man. It's been the same story from game number 1. They just get caught in weird situations. The flanks coming in from Baloy and Jana, it's just something they can't deal with. They're not prepared to do, and they get taken out. They just weren't ready at all, and it only takes one. It doesn't matter if you're ahead the whole game, if at the end you lose 3 members at the same time without any wave control. That's where GEEK SLATE just takes you out of the game.
Wow, I'm kind of surprised, right? I mean, I thought that GEEK SLATE had the better draft because of what we mentioned before the game even begun. I think one of the main things that was something that we didn't foresee was how effective Albert was on the Fanny despite going against the Kaja, which you can say is a counter towards the Fanny. And so they adapted. GEEK SLATE saw this, they realized this, and instant adaptation, taking the Fanny down first, and they were able to get a huge advantage in that late moment of the game.
When it comes to skirmishes, they were still winning again and again. It always comes down to how RRQ are playing out the late game, the macro, where everyone doesn't have a set lane, when everyone's just free to roam around. They just get so uncreative, and one of their main problems right here is the fact that they are just willing to go for a fight even though they initially get one of their members picked off, right? Rainbow gets picked off and they just all kept going, piling in, and they lost the game in that one fell swoop.
Man, I think the main problem there was the Irithel pick. The Brody would have worked. They weren't able to utilize any of the leads to Siege.
Melissa, right? But we're gonna take a look at the interview of Bude Clara Mongstar. Take it away.
GEEK Community, mana suaranya? Wow, sorak-sorai untuk GEEK SLATE dengan kemenangan mereka yang begitu mendadak. Itu epic comeback dengan satu one straight push dan akhirnya mereka memecahkan kutukan kekalahan mereka dari season 4. How can you guys do that? Ini Baloy atau Kadera?
I don't know.
You beat RRQ. This is the first time for GEEK SLATE.
Yeah, that's why I'm so emotional because I know that this is the first time that Geek Pam win against RRQ. I'm shaking right now.
Ya, he's shaking dan emotional. Dia sampai bergetar karena ini kemenangan yang mungkin mereka tunggu-tunggu juga. Kalau Kadera sendiri gimana? 3 game untuk pembukaan week yang keempat, tapi ini adalah akhir dari leg yang pertama untuk kalian melawan RRQ. Kadera.
Seneng sih, meskipun lawan RRQ kan penutupan leg 1, tapi pembuka juga buat week kali ini. Terus menang lagi, bisa jadi apa ya, momentum lah.
Momentum untuk GEEK SLATE. Yes, mungkin semua orang juga pada setuju ya bahwa ini kalian gila, galak banget, ganas banget. Dan gimana caranya kalian itu ngeriset mental kalian dari game pertama dan bahkan mungkin game yang kedua di saat semua talent dan mungkin prediksi-prediksi dari audiens juga itu mengarahnya tuh ke RRQ bukan ke kalian.
Nggak tahu sih, tapi namanya juga pro player kan harus punya mental lah. Meskipun kalah game 1, game selanjutnya kan belum tentu kalah.
Ngeriset, siapa yang perannya paling penting untuk ngeriset keadaan?
Baloy sih udah pasti.
Baloy?
Iya, soalnya kapten juga kan.
Oh gitu. Look, apa yang dilakuin Baloy kalau misal lagi ngeriset dari tadi game pertama terus ke game kedua dan bahkan game ketiga. Setiap breaknya Baloy ngapain sih? Ngeriset untuk ngereset mood kalian, ngeriset untuk game selanjutnya.
Dia nenangin kita semua sih biasanya.
Menenangkan.
Ya.
Dan game ketiga itu mungkin hasil dari kalian tenang ya. Dari satu titik ketika kalian benar-benar ke pressure, decisionnya di siapa tadi ketika kalian berhasil untuk terakhir fight dan push end?
Baloy.
Baloy?
Yeah.
Oh lala, nice comment Baloy. But Aboy, Aboy, ini ngelihat kamu juga di mid lane dengan begitu bersinarnya juga. Dan melawan RRQ, mid lane yang baru juga ada Rainbow dan mereka juga punya Clay. Sebenarnya kalau dari kamu sendiri berharapnya atau mungkin expect-nya di match ini ngelawan siapa sih Boy?
Lawan Clay.
Lawan Clay, kenapa lawan Clay?
Ya mungkin lebih udah klop aja sama timnya.
Oh, jadi kamu ingin melawan Clay juga ya, tapi begitu luar biasa ya. Mungkin klop sama klop dan akhirnya Ganas juga bencana. How you see GEEK SLATE in this half season? How you see GEEK SLATE? Is it super good? Are you satisfied?
I can say not yet because I think this is not our full potential. I think we can more improve.
Wow, dan Jana bilang ini enggak full potensial mereka. Mereka masih belum puas, mereka haus untuk kemenangan dan lebih baik lagi. Oke, ini adalah penutupan leg pertama untuk tim GEEK SLATE. Any words for your fans?
Thank you for the fans, Boss Kit, and the management, Bang Doni, Mas Fitri.
Thank you so much semuanya. Mendapatkan terima kasih dari GEEK SLATE. Inilah dia penutupan untuk leg pertama dari tim GEEK SLATE. Kita akan ngebahas bagaimana apa yang terjadi dengan game yang penuh campur aduk. Kita langsung aja di analis segmen bersama Bung KB.
GEEK SLATE breaks their curse here in match number 1 of today. And it truly is. You can feel the smiles on the players. You can feel the energy from the supporters as well. Because this was a huge feat. Remember, GEEK SLATE last season didn't make it to the playoffs, right? Barely had anything running for them 2 seasons ago. And this season being able to win a match against RRQ 2-1. That is an achievement that they can be proud of right now, even though, of course, MPL ID Season 11 regular season is far from over.
First time ever in GEEK SLATE's history in MPL Indonesia. Finally, they are able to break the lose streak, the loss streak that they have accumulated throughout the seasons from Season 4 all the way to Season 11. But Season 11 is a time for change, and GEEK SLATE have shown in MPLI and in a lot of their matches that they are a contender. Not just a random team, not just free points for every other team, like they were in the past few seasons.
Well, change for sure, man. It's a weird situation to be in. It's a bitter pill to swallow for the Kingdom fans, obviously. But it is what it is, man. You have to support the team in victory or defeat. So RRQ will come back stronger, but GEEK SLATE, man, you can't deny that. When it comes to that late game, the strategy, right? The mind games, I think they're, I might dare say, the best.
Oh.
Because you don't see other teams in the late game, right? They do the standard stuff. But how GEEK SLATE are able to just hide in the bushes, right? Flank around, this way we saw in game number 3. That is just special, man. That is decision making that can just overturn a game on its head. Even though you have the winning composition, if in the beginning you lose your mid lane like RRQ did in game number 3, it's over.
Credit where credit's due, man. I mean, I have to agree. It's very interesting because even if you disagree, we need to agree that, man, Beloy, these roamers from the Philippines, they think in a different way when it comes to the late game, finding these crazy angles to turn the game around completely.
And of course, the team following up on his calls as well. The early game was brutal, man. Albert was able to just brute force, take over the game like this. And you can see that GEEK SLATE, they were just struggling to try and maintain their composure, have anything left. Even, you can see Jana feel the pressure, starting to retribution just a bit too early with everything just flying around in the middle of a chaotic team fight. But that's only when RRQ are able to use that vision, have that advantage right here. Once they lost the mid laner, once Albert just goes in 1v4 essentially, gets taken out, Skylar follows suit. It is just too greedy, man. I think RRQ should have understood that their only source of magical damage isn't on the board anymore. They have a very snowball heroes, right? They have a Fanny that they can't really do well in a massive team fight, especially against a counter like a Kaja. They should have maybe backed away, right? Do something differently. But RRQ, man, this is what makes them so exciting. This is what the fans love, and this is why they lost game number 3. They want to go at it, and they are willing to engage a fight 4v5. And occasionally it works out, but if it doesn't work out, you can't really be surprised.
You know, that's what they keep doing, though, throughout this entire season. That's the one thing that I noticed. They always go for that. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you get a highlight that you can put onto your social media reels, but other than that, it costs you the game. And I'm not really sure if it's worth it anymore at this point. I mean, what's going on? I understand, right? They had so much kill pressure, but they weren't able to get that well enough. And if we take a look now at the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, letting that glue go perhaps was one of the mistakes that RRQ made because Glook was able to get that MVP.
Glook, even looking at his atomization, right? I questioned a bit of the Radiant Armor pick, but at that point, it really didn't even matter. He was able to just zone everyone away, engage technically using the slam pass combo. It's a playstyle you don't really see too often. He doesn't go for the solo kill essentially. He just becomes utility for his team. So utility Glook isn't exactly that impressive, but let's take a look at the comms, the mic check.
Itu lagi biruan, Cek. Tengah nggak, lihat nih. Arot. Goton, Ler.
Mati.
Nice.
Lele, kaca.
Ngapain Baloy? Flicker.
Mati.
Valen nggak ada flicker. Bawa guys. Fokus lagi guys.
Lancenya low guys.
Perang aja, sabar. Gak ada tarik.
Sabar, tarik ke gua.
Aman. Sabar, hotel gue lagi tarik. Lihat gue ya. Kena tahun dia. Nice, Fade. Os ya, fokus lagi Arnold guys. Low. Kiri karin. Nah, golor. Aman kok, ada flip lagi.
Nah.
Nice no dash. Mati.
Nice, bro.
I will go here.
Gas now.
I open this ya.
40.
No, missing.
Hey, this
Vamos.
I stun mark.
Good mark.
Nice.
Hey, we can hit.
Brethren.
Cobra, awas ah. Triangle, Cobra,
I will
triangle.
check. This Cobra. This Brethren.
Cannot. Ini.
Mati.
Nice.
Na ulti Parsa.
Aman. Nice, then.
Plan aja guys, plan aja.
Yeah.
Tower.
Tower.
Bro.
Cobra so deep.
Sprint, retail.
Cobra first.
Mati.
This.
10 seconds my ulti.
Ayo. Give.
Panir.
Give.
This Pani, ayo si Pani.
Give ulti. Mati.
Ay, Pani.
Chan.
Ayo.
Mati.
Mati.
This. Mati retail.
This kayo.
Retail. Mati.
Nice. Hey, you want to end? Tayo po. Just lock na Cobra doon, sumpa.
Aman. Cobra.
This, Chan.
Yeah.
Mati. Nice. Clear.
Tower.
End.
Wow, what a mic check there, Mirko.
Wow. I mean, yeah. My favorite part of the game was when Gluck started glucking all over the place.
Yeah, he just said it's glucking time and he just gluked all over the Land of Dawn, man. That's crazy.
Literally glucked over Renbo.
Gluked over Skylar as well.
The two carries gluked on, and Gluck still sitting at a 100% win rate, I believe, on the glue. That's why it's so hyped up. Even getting the MVP in the end. This glue, early on, we saw him die 2 times in the laning phase, I believe. So despite dying 2 times in the laning phase, he was still keeping up with the rotations and even with the aggression from RRQ. He still played a massive part and impacted the game a whole lot.
You know when you made a glue pun? I was like, okay. And then I looked to you for help. And then he followed up with a glue pun.
It's not exactly a pun, is it? It's like a catchphrase.
He is him.
Okay, whatever it is.
Luke is glue.
Whatever
That's why it's
it is.
Gluck.
Yeah. All right.
We let him cook.
He's the
I guess.
glue that like binds the team together.
Okay, if that's the glue, what were the keys though, Arashi?
Aloy.
It's gonna be Beloy. On point targeting every single time. And it also allows Chidera to be able to survive until the late game despite being under pressure. This man has always been able to perform even though everyone has their eyes on him. Chidera, I mean. And Beloyski just, like I said, he just leads his team to weird spots. It looks weird, but honestly, it just works out. And if you want to win against GEEK SLATE, you need to understand how this man thinks, how this man approaches that late game, because it's not only RRQ. I'm not sure if any team can win out in a situation like that when everyone is just waiting around to see what happens, right? And out of nowhere, he makes a bold move to just go straight into your jungle and come from behind you. That is just unexpected.
Unexpected, risky, and with so much crazy things already happening. That's why. That's what I was about to say, guys. That was only match number 1. We still have 2 matches ahead of us.
Yep.
We need the caffeine boost.
Coffee. See, you really need
I
your
can't even talk
caffeine,
right
so
now.
it's fine. Eternal, I'll take over. You just enjoy the coffee. Enjoy the quality coffee with 100% Indonesian coffee beans and brewed directly with an international standard coffee machine through Point Coffee X MPL Season 11. You can get a 40% discount code your Indomart Point Cool app for Palm Sugar Latte. What is that? Is that palm sugar?
It is palm sugar, it seems like. Looks delicious. I'm going to be saving mine for later because I'm going to need it in the break, during the break.
Don't worry, because we also have other flavors for you guys who maybe want to try
What is
different
that?
ones. This one right here is well, it's actually tea, but you guys can find tea. Other than that, cookies and cream and panda and coffee with promo code PointCoffeeMPL. For more information, visit at Point Coffee ID. Now, Eterna, when you drink it, say goodbye to missing out on some words. What is that? What are you doing?
I'm in love.
Whoa, you're gonna drink that.
Yes.
He's gonna die. You're gonna consume it.
No, we're gonna be one.
Okay, relax Eterna.
So that's how it felt for Renbo and Skylar. Glue consumed him, but they became one.
Oh, you're right.
I guess? Question mark?
This got weird really quick.
No, it's
I
completely
think,
logical. Or glue. I tried to rhyme Luke and logical.
Okay,
Never
it's
mind.
enough.
Anyways,
It's enough. Okay,
My bad,
guys,
my
it's
bad.
enough. But that actually marks the last match of leg 1, and now we're going into leg number 2, starting. Sorry.
Drink your caffeine, man. Drink your caffeine. You're
Wow.
strong. Drink your
You're gonna
caffeine.
need
We are
the
going to
caffeine.
get into match number 2 very, very soon. EVOS Legends takes on Alter Ego. EVOS still mid-table right now. They need a win to secure top 3 because GEEK are getting really close. Also, Alter Ego, they need some wins before they're in the red zone.
Honestly, this is one of the last stands for Alter Ego, right? If they can't get this next win, it's going to go downhill from there. And on that note, Arashi, Mirko, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you after the break for match number 2.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
縛ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this.
Dari Bigetron Beta MPL terbukti meningkatkan performa permainan mereka pada week ketiga babak regular season.
Namun Moreno bakal sabar dan itu dia kesabaran yang membuahkan hasil untuk Bigetron Alpha.
Gue yakin suatu saat kita bakal kuat banget. Bahkan bisa dibilang sekarang kita kuat banget kalau kita bisa enjoy the game.
Posisi ke-6 ditempati oleh Rebellion Zion. Konsistensi Rebellion Zion dengan komposisi roster di season ini menjadikan performa Rebellion Zion sangatlah baik.
Buat Rebellion Zion, tim gua semoga kita bisa lebih improve, lebih bersaing dan lebih konsisten.
Jadi di leg 2 ini kita bakal bisa expect jauh lebih banyak upsets terjadi, tim bawah mulai menang lagi dan mungkin dari standing saya juga bisa putar balik full gitu loh.
Aura Fire mengawali babak regular season yang sangat buruk. Dengan kekalahan yang berulang, pergantian roster, dan pergantian role, Aura Fire masih
berkembang pesat, latihan yang intensif, bisa catch up buat ngebikin satu pemahaman yang sama.
Jadi menurut gue itu bukan masalah besar, chemistry-nya juga masih agak kurang dikit nih.
Apakah mereka yang teratas berhasil mempertahankan posisinya? Ataukah mereka yang di bawah berhasil improve dari game sebelumnya dan berhasil menggeser posisi atas? Jangan lewatkan dan jadilah saksi perjuangan mereka pada babak regular season MPL Indonesia Season 11. We own this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL ID Season 11, match number 2 of week number 4, day number 1. Once again, it is going to be the battle between Alter Ego and EVOS Legends coming back into leg 2 of the season. It's still us, guys. Still me, Eterna. Still him, Mirko, and still him, Arashi.
I thought you forgot what my name was for a second.
To accompany you throughout the entirety of today. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, MPL ID Season 11 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament phone, Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, the official mobile internet partner by Telkomsel, official gold partner by UBS Gold, our partner in esports, we have Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, Blee, official broadcast by Maxstream, broadcast partner by TVRI Sports, partner Indomart and Point Coffee, and MPL ID Season 11 is supported by PBSI. Yes, I kind of did almost forget your name, Mirko. No, because sometimes people say Mirko because it's like a automatic thing, and then you're like, wait, that's not Mirko. Like, it's happened a lot.
Really?
Yeah, like Gotti said himself was Mirko once.
I see.
I think twice.
It's like a Gotti problem.
Sounds
Yeah.
like a Gonny problem. He just can't wait to get into the games.
He can't.
But I think right now, I'm feeling a little Gonny, right? I'm feeling a little impatient for the match that we have on hand. EVOS Legends takes on Alter Ego. EVOS, third place, but I think with GEEK SLATE winning that now, their third place isn't as secure as it was before. If they lose this, GEEK SLATE has a chance to take that third spot away from them.
On the flip side, though, Alter Ego, they really need to try and turn things around, try and get something going, because otherwise they're headed all the way down to the bottom, man. So EVOS is definitely not the easiest of opponents, but given the right circumstances, they can make it work.
Hopefully.
Perhaps.
And I think a lot of audience, or people in the audience, agree with you here, Arashi. Missing Alter Ego's gameplay where they aggressively attack the buff early on. But now it seems like that identity that was previously for Alter Ego is not really there. We haven't really seen the Alter Ego we've seen dominate the standings. We haven't really seen the same Alter Ego for the past few seasons. The Alter Ego that was able to dominate all the way into the grand finals, if I'm not mistaken, is it season 6?
Season
Alter
6,
Ego?
7, and 8.
There you go. And there have been a lot of changes to Alter Ego, right? But maybe not enough.
Not enough, or maybe way too much, right? It really depends on how you see it. For Alter Ego, they didn't change the players, but how they played changed drastically. That aggressive style and aggressive draft that Nasi Uduk brought onto the scene. With Nasi Uduk leaving in Season 10, it was Cassius who took the helms, who still needed some time to adapt, in my opinion. But Season 11, they threw all that out, and they went for Coach Nafari. And so far, you can't blame it entirely on the coach. The players have, some blame to, take as well, some responsibility to take, but still, this team just, it feels like in the draft, in the game, everything is a mess for Alter Ego right now.
It just seems like things aren't connecting that well, right? There are good ideas, good concepts they have, they have at a table. They tried several things that make sense in the right circumstances, but it doesn't work well with each other. The synergy or the timing even just doesn't align the whole thing together. So obviously, there are ways for you to adjust right now to try and get the best of that, but for now, we haven't seen it. Hopefully, against a very great opponent like EVOS, they can try and surprise and subvert the expectations of the audience.
Definitely, definitely. That still definitely is on the table. Remember, it's getting a little late into the season. We are entering week number 4. To say it's too late, not quite too late. They still do have a chance, but that really is banking on the bad performance of all the other teams who are above them in the standings, right?
Exactly. At this point, for Alter Ego and Aurafire, they need to mount a comeback. They need to get their performance, they need to stabilize their performance and get some wins, because if they lose 2 or 3 more matches in a row, their playoff dreams might end in week 5. But here, we're going to take a look at EVOS walking up.
Okay, we'll see. As the team, EVOS Legends, the White Tigers, entering the building right now. And on the other hand, they are going to go against Alter Ego. And it's very interesting, right? With Rossi being in the mix of it all, it doesn't seem like things have been looking too good for them.
For a while, it looked like they were going to do a lot better, but it just seems like they haven't got that particular win condition, right? The special something extra to try and get the best performance. Although now, with Nino in the picture though, it's a different situation. They haven't been able to win decisively or get huge results. But if you look at the performance in the gold in particular, I think Nino has shown a lot of potential. He's shown that he can still be a real threat. So with the right synergy and with the right plan from his team, I think that's the main condition here, the plan, right? If they have a solid idea on how they want to try and adjust in that late game, maybe protect Nino or get Nino ahead, whatever it is, there's a chance here that they can actually take over the game.
And talking about Nino, it actually reminds me of the fact that Alter Ego, that they actually have certain layers to their roster, right? They have Rossi and Udil, they have Udil Psycho, they have Nino, they have Rizal as well. And in other teams, it seems like they have already secured their main 5. They know which bonds better, which synchronizes better with one another, which fits each other's playstyle better. But for Alter Ego in particular, it seems like even that is still a huge question mark here, Arashi.
The hot topic though, right? Talking about the synergy. In Leg 1, when they met, EVOS were able to just sandwich them again and again. And part of why they're able to do so consistently is the fact that, as you mentioned, Eterna, they just haven't really found the right combination, the right synergy. They're not moving together as a team. And when you're disjointed like that, it's easy for teams to try and flank around, find opportunities to flank behind you because there's just gaps in your defense. So if they can straighten things out, right, and have a more solid formation, solid way of moving around the map, they can stop EVOS from flanking altogether. But it all depends on how they want to try and prevent EVOS' macro. That's it, right? We saw how powerful macro can be in match number 1, between RRQ and GEEK SLATE. We can see if EVOS can try and replicate the same kind of success, and if Alter Ego maybe surprise us and actually come out on top in the macro department, because against EVOS, it's going to be very difficult.
A bit too difficult, I think, right now, looking at how these two teams have been performing. EVOS Legends, even though they aren't really win streaking, they are showing a whole lot more stability with their composition, utilizing their 2 strongest points, their 2 side laners, right? Psychots and obviously Brands.
Ooh, I mean, Brands in particular, right? He's just so dangerous right here. At any point, if he's just left alone, he will output damage. And even if you're trying to pressure him, he finds ways to actually get around the map. And with the macro gameplay being so good, so solid from EVOS, if you focus too hard on the gold lane, that's where plays will be happening on the other side of the map. Take a look at the previous time they met right here. You can see that the execution in the neutral objective game plan, when they're just dancing around, waiting for one side to just start that engagement and jump in. EVOS just has the clear advantage here, catching Alter Ego off guard again and again. And Alter Ego need to find a fix for this, either in the drafting phase or in the execution, because it's just too difficult, especially because EVOS, they're so flexible right now in how they play it out. They can go for a front to back, but if they want to go aggressively and dive towards that back line, with Dreams and Psychos, this is a combination we've seen quite a bit at this point, the Yutong and the Kadita. If you're not very careful, your back line just suffers so much pressure, and it's just hard to keep them available and keep them alive even for a long period of time. Considering that Alter Ego is very reliant on how well Udil is doing, going up against EVOS, they can just flank around with two, not just one member. It just makes that their formation so much harder to pull off, especially the longer the game goes, when the death timers become longer and longer, and a single pickoff can be abused with like a 60-second death timer.
Oh, it's funny you mentioned this, right? Because that's exactly what we're seeing on screen. The way that they're able to find those flanks has been very detrimental to how Alter Ego actually lost last time around, right? Alter Ego, they like to go in for very offensive front-to-back type of team fights. They like to go all-in aggression. But with that, creates a big loophole. And that was the ganks and the flanks that EVOS Legends were able to create time and time again, like you see once again on your screen.
Honestly, looking at it again, the big question is still that stability, right? Because not only have they, they haven't really found that main five, but also with the main five or with every single lineup they go for, they really struggle to read the win conditions of every single draft placed onto their hands by Coach Nafari. So again, the draft may be questionable, but also the execution from these players are very questionable as well. Knowing which lanes to play for, etc., I think you kind of can expect this level of play from these pro players to understand in the game itself.
It's concerning at this point, right?
Very.
Because there were a lot of moments where Alter Ego forced aggression onto their opponent when they're not even there yet in terms of that power spike. They have a mid-game composition, but they go in very aggressively in the early game. And once again, we go and take a little sneak peek into what happened between EVOS and Alter Ego the last time they met.
Like you mentioned, just knowing when to be aggressive seems to be something they struggle against. And right here, when they're supposed to try and turn it around, go for a last stand, they just group up and wait for EVOS to engage on them instead, right? So like Mirko and Eterna has mentioned, the coach knowing the game plan is one thing, but having your players understand exactly what is required for that game plan to run smoothly in the Land of Dawn, that is something that Alter Ego definitely needs to try and work out, because it's a group effort, right? It cannot just come from the coach.
Exactly.
The players need to be involved here as well. And if they can't do it, it's their job to inform the coach and work out a solution, a compromise in how they want to try and approach this match.
I can dare say that there are a lot of challenges for Alter Ego here going against EVOS, and one of the challenges definitely starts in that gold lane, Brands and Nino. So far, it feels like Brands is a little bit more, I would say, stable, dominant as well. Like, there are moments where Nino gets aggressive, but it doesn't always mean that he gets the results that he wants. Whereas for someone like Brands, he's very calculated and he barely risks too much.
I think it's kind of the fact right now that Brands is the better gold laner, right? With his performances being so consistent, but we gotta give props to Nino. In a losing team, I think his carry is sitting at a 0% win rate. He picked it 3 times. He's still able to get 8 KDA. That's absolutely insane, crazy. That's how much potential this man has. He's been performing as one of the top gold laners in Indonesia for so long. And to see Alter Ego not utilize this in the way they play, they do not put enough resources into Nino. And I think that's the downside of this composition of this team right now.
As you mentioned, being on the losing side of games and still having the higher KDA ratio, this is something, it's a sign of what Alter Ego can try and do. And the keys of victory for them by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G is prioritizing Kaja for Rossi and have a game plan that focuses more on objectives, because they've been going very hardcore, going for these big fights. But given the right circumstances, we've seen that fighting only isn't enough to try and get that win. They need to go for objectives, because the easiest way to try and win when you have an advantage is by going for a Lord, going for those turtles. And for the other side, keys of victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for EVOS, get Brands that Claude, and having Taz win the objective contest, which means that he needs to be put in heroes that can really just contest very well, or even get ahead in the early game to get the undenied, uncontested, neutral objective contests. Because Taz has been very solid with the retributions, but it all comes down to how the team sets up and what kind of hero he's in, right? It can be the utility jungle, but on the assassins, Taz is just something else. So it's going to be on him and Brands getting into a comfortable pick to see if they can try and do something crazy from their respective positions.
It comes down again to how dynamic EVOS Legends truly are this season. I honestly believe right now, if you take a look at the drafts, EVOS and Alter Ego are actually pretty similar. EVOS are able to utilize a bit more of the flex picks coming in from their massive hero pool with their players, but so far, it has been quite standard, similarly to our Alter Ego. I think if it comes just standard and how standard these drafts are, it's Alter Ego who has the most standard draft, the most default draft, and then EVOS.
And what I know isn't going to be standard, Mirko, is definitely this upcoming collab between UBS Gold as well as MPL Season 11. Coming soon, limited edition UBS Gold merchandise, and you guys can get your hands on it at ubslifestyle.com and of course UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. And we three are going to be the first ones to use it, so
just us three.
There's not much to say.
There's not
no,
much
because
to say.
we're like very excited.
Yeah,
I think we've talked about it for so long.
I'm counting down the days.
Counting down. So you know the deadline.
No, but I'm counting the days.
Oh, you are counting.
Yeah, we're scratching down on the table. Like, how many days has passed since it's
how
coming
many weeks
soon,
have
right?
passed?
Like,
week 1 all the way week 4, right?
It says soon, but like, where is it? We need it, man.
All I know is we can't wait. We're gonnying on the caster desk.
We truly are, and we can't wait to get into the next upcoming game as well. And it's interesting, right? Because before in the highlights, Arashi mentioned, right? EVOS Legends, very strong side lanes. And interestingly enough, it's funny that he mentioned that because back in the day, that's what Alter Ego was known for. They were known to have really strong side lanes with, of course, Bai just going crazy in that EXP lane. Nino also really performing or even outperforming everyone he was able to match up against. But once again, this time around, we don't see that same level of flair from Alter Ego.
Get Nino the winning matchup. We tried giving Pai the winning matchup in all the way from week 1 to week 3. Now, clearly it hasn't worked out. Give Nino the winning matchup and give Pai the weaker matchup. Just let him lane alone. Give him an independent laner.
What you're saying is we're going to see a Brody.
Player on the gold lane, yeah.
Picked very early for Alter Ego because right now, when you talk about dominant, strong laners in the gold lane, Brody just comes to mind. I mean, the Claude is great, it's flexible, but it's still a very passive, a very farm-heavy gold laner. So if Mirko's prediction is correct, if they want to go with that approach, it's going to be a Brody. But before even talking about the heroes, let's take a look at the players right here. It's going to be Udil, Pai, Nino, Sunny Boy, and Rossi. Still, Nino in the gold lane, very new in the situation. Let's see if he can finally start shining in that role the same way we've seen him in the past.
Yeah, no Ryzel this time around, as well as a no Psycho. But from the side of EVOS, Hijume, Pendragon, Brand, Taz, and Dream. So Pendragon is going to finally make his appearance here in MPL ID Season 11. And it's not going to be Psychots, it's not going to be Captain, as we welcome them on the stage.
Wow, what a change by EVOS Legends. Welcome this team up onto the stage. Will Pendragon have a good impact on this team? It's the White Tigers, EVOS Legends.
Man, we talked about how dynamic they are, but the last thing we expect is for them to switch out a player in the beginning of the second leg of MPL ID Season 11. This is going to be confusing, but maybe their opposition has it all read out. Welcome here to the stage.
A team with a whole lot to prove, bringing in their best lineup. Once again, it's Alter Ego Esports.
Will the three face masks be able to finally claim their first victory? Because they surely need it right now. They need something to snowball onto. But looking at the smiles on their faces, I'm not too concerned. They look fired up. They have nothing to lose at this point. And that is an edge that actually EVOS Legends doesn't have.
A bit of a fun fact, back in the olden days, in areas with a lot of tigers, villagers would put masks on the back of their heads to avoid being attacked. So just saying, that might be a bit cryptic here. But before all that, we have to take a look at the coaching staff. Coach Nefari, Coach Textam, as well as Age right here, trying to decode their opponents, trying to find a strategy that will finally work out, and especially for EVOS, find a strategy that works out with a new player in the mix.
Yeah, not really sure what they're trying to achieve with this, right? I think Psychots has been a really good anchor or foundation for this current lineup for EVOS. I guess they want to try him out, see how it works out, if he has a different impact or not, or maybe they have a different playstyle. Mirko, maybe shed some light here, the differences between Pendragon and Psychots.
Personally, for me, I think for Pendragon, it just feels like Pendragon and Psychots has the exact same playstyle. Personally, from what I saw Season 10 and even at ISF, right? Pendragon focuses more on setting up with his team, even sometimes getting backdoored for it, right? Again, that's what we've seen from Pendragon. Honestly, I mean, to just say it out blunt, I feel like Pendragon is just a weaker version of Psychots.
Oh,
maybe it comes down to the approach. Maybe EVOS, they want to try and play more macro heavy, so they want to try and get better setups, because Psychots is known to be very aggressive, but if he's behind, right, sometimes the aggression can quite literally backfire. So maybe the idea is to be a bit more calm and calculated. This is a problem we've identified with EVOS, right? The willingness to try and go for something crazy and occasionally lose a big lead. So we'll see if it works out, obviously. But in 2 minutes, a lot of discussions here on the desk for sure between the players and the coaches. It's what needs to happen. For Alter Ego, though, dealing with having Nino finally in the roster, as well as dealing with having Pendragon now, I wonder if they're going to try and switch up the approach, Mirko, because you talked about having more emphasis in the gold lane, but now with Pendragon in the picture, maybe the XP lane-centric game plan might not be that bad.
It might not be that bad, right? I understand there is going to be a huge matchup in that EXP lane, and it all starts with the device that they're using. And luckily, they are holding the Galaxy S23 Series 5G. You can get the deals and share the epic. Remember, pre-orders start on the 24th of February. You can get a lot of cashbacks and promos as well, and the specs are incredible here, Mirko.
Absolutely, man. Equipped with the fastest processor technology, 4 nanometer. Even in PCs, it's still 6 nanometer, so yeah, take that. Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy with RAM up to 12 gigabytes, memory up to 1 terabyte. The screen is dynamic AMOLED 2X with a 120 Hz refresh rate. It makes gaming all day get smoother and smoother. And with a battery life of, well, with a battery of 5,000 mAh, say goodbye to charging.
Oh, how much is it? Is it expensive, Mirko?
Well, you can say it's expensive, but you get what you pay for, right? Value to the max, and also with all its installments that starts only at IDR 500,000 per month, benefits up to IDR 7.5 million, free 2-time double memory, and trade-in cashbacks up to IDR 1 million. Pretty cheap.
Pretty cheap, but terms and conditions do apply, but you know, that being said, take advantage of this, man. That's a great deal. 500K per month is not that big at all in the grand scheme of things, right? If you want to get an awesome phone, 500K a month seems worth it.
And you guys can check it out at samsung.com/ID. Now, the draft pick is going to start very soon. And the one thing that I'd like to mention before we get into it is the fact that Alter Ego, first phase, they always secure a hero for Udil. Are they going to do the same again? And sometimes it does work out for them. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the drafting phase of game number 1 between EVOS Legends and Alter Ego. EVOS with the first pick, Alter Ego with the second.
Alter Ego banning out that Faramis, so trying to go aggressively is what we can try and read into here. But after that, though, it's going to be the Joy and the 1-1, unless they really want to risk having Brands on a 1-1 or having Pendragon or Taz on the Joy. It's definitely not an option. The Joy has been banned out. So EVOS, looking at it, if they really predict the same approach you are thinking of, Mirko, denying the gold lane, maybe a gold lane ban here will make a bit of sense.
Maybe. What, for Alter Ego? First phase? Or for EVOS?
For EVOS, if they really want to try and shut down Nino, right? Because Brands has shown to be a lot more flexible, playing weak side that might exactly be what they try to go for.
We'll see, we'll see. I mean, honestly, I think still going for like a mid lane ban here is going to make a whole lot of sense. The Farsa does get banned out. It's either the Farsa or the Eve. I think when we're talking about Udil, yeah, Farsa all the way, right? So, Farsa banned out with the Fredrin and the Kaja. Alter Ego, like you mentioned, this should be just a 1-1 ban, unless there's no way. There's no way they want to give it to Brands.
A bit too risky for sure. And I do want to, I'm wondering that with the Farsa out of the picture, Alter Ego can still go for the Yve, but they can also go for the Julian. It didn't really work out that well last time we saw it, but it looked okay. It looked really good in the beginning. And for Alter Ego, the issue has never been about that beginning. Oh, they banned the Yeep though, so it's going to be 1-1 left open.
Are they going to take it?
There's no way they don't capitalize on this, right? It's a big opportunity for the side of EVOS.
Is 1-1 that overpowered that it can't be countered? Because last season we saw that the 1-1 can be countered. But no, EVOS straight with the 1-1 pick. Very interesting ban here from Alter Ego.
Looking at the pick rate, I mean at the win rate, it is sitting at a 0%. It's only been picked up once. It's only been left out once, right? But again, this is on Brands. He is known to be a very good 1-1. Now to answer your question, 1-1 in lane, super oppressive. You pick carry, nah, GG. You pick a Melissa even. Level 4, 1-1 smacks that Melissa. Even against the bullies like the Brody, she does well. Now, the only way you beat the 1-1 is if you really bully her with ganks, with a better matchup that's very hard to find, and it's mostly just a skill matchup, or with CC. Maybe a Kufra to stop her from dashing.
Okay, wait, but with that in mind, what would lane well against a 1-1? Because last season it was the Irithel. Is it still the same, or has that option been taken away from us?
Irithel still does the best, in my opinion. But again, up against this kind of composition, I do not think you want to go for an Irithel.
Wow.
Oh, this is just tough for Rashi.
It's a Fanny and an Arlet. That's Taz's Fanny, right? Notorious right here. And on top of that, having the 1-1 as well. The Arlet we've seen hasn't been too crazy, but it's definitely still a very strong contender right here for Alter Ego. They only have a Glue and a Valentina. If you weigh out what we see on the picks right here, it's just not quite, not quite balanced in the situation. Let's have a comment here on Coach Deb. Based on their performance, currently EVOS Legends is the toughest opponent. They are strong in all aspects, so huge credit from Coach Jeb towards EVOS.
Those are with the bans towards Fanny and 1-1, right? Yeb, their toughest opponents for ONIC is EVOS, with the bans towards Fanny and 1-1. Without it, oh man, EVOS are about to pop off.
But now, Alter Ego have picked up the Hayabusa, so that's actually a really good pick for Selly Boy. So far, we haven't seen him get much success on utility junglers, but picking up something like the Hayabusa, he is going to be able to be more aggressive, and because of the quad shadow that the Hayabusa can have, sometimes he might not even get punished for it, right? So in the second phase here, Alter Ego, they ban out the Kadira, obviously, taking away that potential from EVOS, just in case they want to commit to a full pick-off kind of composition. And EVOS, in return, have banned out the Lolita.
Lolita right here. So they're assuming that there's going to be someone... I guess they were thinking that the Lolita can counter the 1-1, right? So they're just trying to make sure that the Crossbow Tang will be able to be used without any issue. The Arlet and the Fanny can also have a lot of maneuverability without getting stunned up by the Lolita. It's a pretty guaranteed stun. And of course, having a Numenor Blast really fits in with the whole massive aggressive team fight nature of Alter Ego. So it makes sense. Pretty good so far, but Alter Ego will ban out that Franco. With Franco though, to try and maybe deny any punish on the Hayabusa. It's still a very good counter against the Fanny as well though, so that's quite interesting to say the least.
Truly is. EVOS Legends though, they are gonna respond back with the Moskov being banned out, so I think both of these bans are targeted to protecting one, the Fanny, and of course one, the 1-1. So Alter Ego, they're gonna respect entirely on to Dreams, but you're right, that actually poses the question what kind of hero they are gonna be placing onto Rasi. The last time he picked up something like the Matilda, it did really well, but the problem is the Matilda into the composition of EVOS Legends. I'm not really sure how that's going to work out.
Maybe the Natalia here, if they really want to bully the 1-1 with Hayabusa killing pressure, then they can add on maybe a Melissa. It does pretty well against the Fanny. And okay, against... Oh man, they go for the carry up against the 1-1.
Ugh.
Oh man.
Against a Fanny and an Arlet as well, it's gonna be a nightmare for Nino to find a chance to just try and insert himself in the big team fights. We'll see what the final pick is though. Maybe it's something that can enable him. It's a tough situation, but for EVOS, still 2 picks available to try and enable the already so mobile, so dynamic, aggressive composition that they have right here. Something good in the roaming position, something can provide some catch for the very vulnerable carry in the lane. The Kufra, right, can be used, taking it away from the hands of Alter Ego as well.
I think Grok Ruby is also an option for Dreams if he wants to go for it. But it is going to be... What? A Sicilian pickup for EVOS into that mid lane, as well as the Kufra. So the lockdown does come from the Kufra, but the Sicilian... We haven't seen the Sicilian too much in this current meta because of how late game he is. Going against the Valentina, sure, he doesn't provide a huge ultimate for the Valentina to pick up with the IMU, but my concern is the wave clear from this hero.
Now they're left with the Grok. That's the only option left available, unless they want to go for a Cho. Cho can work, only against the Fanny though. You try to do it against the Wanwan's second skill, basically built in Purify to get out of the GQ Dome, get out of the way of the Dragon.
Phoveus.
Glue Roam, Phoveus in the XP. Against the Vengeance, against the Fanny, I understand, but when you fall behind, you are basically giving a free crossbow of Tang over to the enemy team.
It's a big gamble, but we've seen Alter Ego prevail on the Phoveus. We haven't seen it too often. The audience prediction surely agrees with that opinion. EVOS having 68% of the audience predictions here. They have a very good solid balance, man. Having an oppressive gold laner, and they still have a solid source of late game damage on the Sicilian. This might just be the ideal complete balance in their drafting phase.
Honestly, what's not balanced is how many supporters of EVOS Legends that are in the venue right now. But ladies and gentlemen, we are moments away of looking into the results between EVOS as well as Alter Ego. And I gotta say here, Mirko, I'm not too sure about Alter Ego's composition.
They're banking on Pi, on a signature pick, the Phoveus, to carry the game. Up against a whole lot of dash. That is their win condition. Will they be able to pull it off? Let's see as we enter the Land of Dawn for game number 1. EVOS Legends versus Alter Ego.
The jungle matchup right here is definitely something we want to highlight. Having the high and dry and having very aggressive assassins, on paper, Taz will be a lot stronger, right? A lot more mobile and oppressive, but in a 1v1, Sallyboy has the Shadow Kill. It can be used to try and outplay, so we'll see how that plays out. We haven't seen Sallyboy get any opportunities to be on those assassins. This might be what they need, but overall, looking at this blue, having the Everest means that Arasi will be having a lot of options, but look at his damage though!
Already early on, Taz with the cables, not able to get it. Sallyboy now dishing the damage out, and Taz might just fall. It's Sallyboy with first blood. EVOS Legends already getting too greedy early.
Oh, very, very aggressive. Unfortunately, it got punished instantly by Alter Ego, feeding a kill onto Sallyboy, as well as an assist onto Udil. This was one of the issues that I had, that mid lane matchup, right? Sure, I thought that perhaps with the presence of Taz, he could come and help clear that mid lane, especially below minute number 5. But with how he's been playing, I think Hijime, once again, is still gonna fall short going against the Valentina.
Well, Alter Ego going aggressively right here onto Dreams.
Good Quan Shadow and good Shadow Kill right there to be able to pick up the second kill of the game for Sallyboy. What you don't want to do against Alter Ego is give this man a whole lot of kills. Brands winning the side lane matchup as expected though.
Right, is that an Electro Flash emblem on the Wanwan?
Weakness Finder.
Oh, Weakness Finder, sorry. Actually, is on Nino. So it's interesting, right, how that lane matchup is going to go. Both have a chance to kind of influence their opponents and trying to like go for the 1v1 and setting up for the ganks. But of course, it's going to favor Brands quite a bit, and you can see that Rasi tries to move there as much as possible to just ensure that there's not much pressure, ensuring that Nino can still scale into that late game monster that Alter Ego requires him to be.
But if we take a look at the EXP lane matchup, right, the Phoveus and the Arlott, technically Pendragon has a lot of dashes in his kit, no? Then, with that being said, does Pi have a bit of an edge in that particular lane here, Arashi?
I think in the early stage it's going to be a bit similar because Pi can generate shields, but Pendragon can actually sustain a bit more. So it's going to be just a wave clear battle, and seeing what impact they can bring to the big skirmishes, I think is where it's going to be. And it's going to be very situational because Pendragon brings some crowd control, some mobility, some kill pressure, and Pi is relying on EVOS Legends, just giving him a lot of dashes. go for with the Demonic Force. Early on though, Alter Ego already getting a bit more of an advantage, getting this turtle uncontested, but at what cost?
Similarly to RRQ, they try to look for trades elsewhere, and they give up the first turtle. Alter Ego have built themselves up a proper gold lead. Nino as well doing pretty well in this matchup, despite him being in the losing matchup. Nino just doing Nino things.
Maybe it's a wise thing for EVOS, right? They can't go too aggressive. They've gotten punished already, and they're trying to play it a little bit more safely. Remember, although EVOS Legends has kind of a 50-50 weak mid lane, I think that Alter Ego Esports, they need to respect that late game presence that Ijume is going to have on the Sicilian. So the clock really is ticking for Alter Ego this time around, and they need to find more plays on the board.
Well, for Alter Ego, if they want to go for more plays, Rossi is definitely a bit more active on this glue. The fact that he needs to move forward to actually have dominance, it really fits well with Alter Ego's playstyle, but the talent's prediction right here, civil war in the caster desk, English and Indonesian.
Wow, split in the middle, 3 versus 3. So far though, 5 minutes in, it doesn't seem much has happened here, Mirko. What are your thoughts so far?
I think right now, EVOS Legends are just really banking on the 1-1, but it's going to get really dangerous because Sullyboy has gone to a point where it's really scary, right? Brands can get one-shotted, actually. With the help of Dreams, maybe he can negate some of that damage, but still, man, Sullyboy getting the first 2 kills in the game, it just sets the tone so early for Alter Ego. They can contest and look for fights almost anywhere with Sullyboy.
Keep in mind, Taz is still in the picture though, and he is a lot more mobile compared to the Hayabusa. So we'll see if he can try and be that decisive factor, because right now it seems like he does respect the potential for the 1v1, but Pai is not safe at all. He is chunked very, very low. That means that he won't be available for the contest of pressure for the turtle.
Whoa, that's a lot of damage. Pendragon chasing Sullyboy down with a flicker as well. When the shadow kill comes through, Pendragon will be slain by Udil. EVOS Legends with a very aggressive move. But it's Sullyboy, again, who gets the better of EVOS.
Ooh, an outplay there by Alter Ego, particularly by Sullyboy being able to pop in that ultimate really well. Good timing as well. With 1 man down, Alter Ego Esports doesn't seem like they're going in for the neutral objective take though, as Taz was able to utilize that moment of distraction to get a tower in the bottom side. A little win for EVOS Legends in the first 6 minutes of the game.
Using the mobility to get an advantage in the macro gameplay, it's something we've expected from EVOS Legends. Alter Ego right here having the advantage. They need to try and put EVOS Legends in an uncomfortable spot. Try and force fights, try and force dives or invades into the jungle and try and shut down Taz. That will be some of the options that they have available to them. But now they have to be careful how they enter the jungles here, because EVOS already is in position, but Dreams gets jumped on.
Taz again with the cables just trying to distract Alter Ego, stopping their rotations up top where the turret will be taken down. Dreams now with the revenge and the rage. Sullyboy going to be able to pop the shadow kill just in time. Dreams going to be slain. Once again, it's Sullyboy with the kill. But Pendragon comes back in with the final slash. Not able to get anything done. Pendragon surely will fall in this skirmish, giving Alter Ego another kill to play with.
Wow, is this a caster curse at work? Alter Ego is doing really, really well right here. They're exerting their force, their dominance all across the map, giving 0 kills, right? And also still letting Nino farm up, giving him a lot of resources, all in line with their game plan. So maybe their main issue, right, not having a proper game plan on how to transition from the early game lead towards that mid game has been fixed. And if you look at the emblems though, they are banking all the way in the early game, having 2 mystery shops as well as the high and dry. But we'll see if that pays out, because EVOS is striking back.
That's the cutthroat, that's the damage. Taz also with the Melfic Roar now, that's gonna be Brands. Popping back and forth, trying to get the weakness points, but it's gonna be Pai who actually uses the Purify. There's one more hit, and Brands will be able to find it onto Pai. Now translated over to Sullyboy, and Pai actually gets out. It's a double kill for Nino, a 3-for-1 for Alter Ego, as they capitalize and punish with the top lane tier 1. Taz still able to find some sort of compensation, but my goodness, Alter Ego, they're popping off.
This is something that we can expect, right? Alter Ego, they have the better draft in that sense. And now we're going to take a look into the items here by Dunia Games. And this is what I really was wondering about. How far has the Sicilian gone in terms of that item power spike?
I didn't even get to look at it because there's so much action going on. The items was pulled away from us. But looking at Nino, he has the golden stuff completed, so he is scaling pretty well, and he has 2 items already completed. So at this point, in 8 minutes, he's going to start doing a bit of damage, but he's still very, very vulnerable to all the dive coming in from EVOS Legends, but Alter Ego are trying to cut them off from their own base.
Sandwich maneuver right now as Rossi popped in a split. That's going to be Brands caught there, but he does have the crossbow attack. Pops it just in time, but Pai is still going to be able to pop the demonic force back and forth. Pendragon now caught. That's the fadeaway, not connecting just yet, but look who's here. It's Selly Boy picking up the unstoppable Alter Ego. 2.5k gold lead. Selly Boy 5-0.
Even Alter Ego Esports being in the position where they're leading, right? 2,500 gold lead. Seems like they have better map pressure as well. The thing is, they don't have the most amount of turrets, right? And this is so characteristic of Alter Ego. Taz nearly stole it, but Selly Boy still able to get it. But now they're going for a 1v1.
No way! The Shadow Kill follows it up. One more quad Shadow. Selly Boy almost solo killing Taz.
The Assassin Showdown in the jungle, living up to the expectations, and now, with the Lord at their backs, Alter Ego, with a 4k gold lead as well, will try and equalize in the turret department. They sacrificed a lot of turrets in order to get this kill pressure, in order to get the pickoffs they've been using to try and get an advantage. Now, they're going to try and use the waves to try and get the structures finally and try and equalize. Hijime though has the lightning truncheon, so now he can actually clear the waves in a more reliable fashion. He will be a big threat for Alter Ego if he does not get controlled in these mid-game, late-game fights.
Alter Ego now, they're looking in for the siege into the base. So far, we haven't really seen a Taz going in for any crazy pickoffs. He has been using his mobility to try and get some compensation on the board, but concealed play already being placed by Alter Ego.
No purple buff as well. It's been stolen away. Taz will be pretty weak in these skirmishes. The Lord, though, will be cleared out in relative ease with the help of the base turret passive. Thing is, Alter Ego have ignored that bottom lane completely. Still standing with tier 1.
It actually allows Brands to pick up a turret in the bottom side of the map right there. So, all things considered, it's still a great adjustment, great macro outmaneuver by EVOS Legends, but Alter Ego still has the momentum until, I would say, 13, 14 minutes. That's where EVOS Legends need to play it safe and try and scale up. Hijime has not been taken out too often, but he hasn't been able to farm as efficiently either. So it's just about trying to play it safe, ensuring that Alter Ego can't get that engaged, and considering that Roamer is a glue, it's not that difficult of a prospect. They just have to be worried about Pai as well as Selly Boy just diving behind them and cutting them off from their own base.
Yeah, for sure the Sicilian needs a little bit more time, right? With the amount of magic defense items, I would say, already been made by Alter Ego Esports, EVOS is kind of behind. He only has 2 items there. He needs the Divine Glaive as well, like you can see on the Valentina. But another additional item that I do believe he needs is definitely that Winter Truncheon to prevent the kill pressure from Selly Boy, because we see him getting zoned away just because of that. But here we go, Alter Ego.
Classic Alter Ego under the turret. Brad's gonna be slain. No, he does have the crossbow attack. Pai, though, still able to sustain his Taz, jumps into the back line, dealing the damage, taking Nino down. Pai very low. Rossi running for the hills as Brands tries to chase him down. Alter Ego got a 2-for-1. Nino was slain, and that means no shutdowns for EVOS Legends. Nino did not have a bounty on him, but a tier 2 up top was taken down. Alter Ego not managing the waves properly.
Nope. No discipline whatsoever so far. That's one of the main problems from Alter Ego. As Taz once again goes very aggressively, will be able to hit them a little bit low, but Pendragon goes in once again.
Selly Boy in 1v1 now, going in, stealing the purple buff. My goodness. Beautiful move by Selly.
He does have a level advantage, but that's what he's abusing to try and win out these retribution battles against Taz. 1 level away though, that will allow him to try and get even in the Lord contest, but with more damage. Selly Boy definitely has more to say in that department. He is about 1,000 gold ahead, 1,300 give or take, so he's definitely snowballing as well. But talking about the plan though, right? Alter Ego still seems to just banking on getting a huge team fight, a decisive fight, and it is Alter Ego style, but EVOS Legends have dealt with it before. In the previous engagement, Brands was able to actually outmaneuver Pai as well. And the longer the game goes, the more we're going to see the same thing happening, especially with both teams having the crossbow of Tang and the Shadow Kill counterable by a Winter Truncheon or a Wind of Nature. The itemization and gold lead will be a very significant factor in the next upcoming fights.
Yeah, Alter Ego, they need to close this game as soon as possible because it's more damaging for them, especially as we get into the late game, right? Even though EVOS Legends has been falling so far behind, if we took a look at the goal, the differences, Bronze is still farming up a storm. He is still going to stay relevant, and Bronze is going to be the target.
What a nature, though. Sully Boy is down. Massive shutdown placed into the hands of Taz. Now, it's going to be the defense. Hijume left all alone with Pendragon as he tries to act as a front line, jumps in with the final slash, gets two, and just like that, Nino is forced to use it with a nature. Rassi is down. Dreams is looking to chase Nino. Pendragon with a flicker, not connecting on the stun just yet. Taz looking for it, jumps over, Nino will be slain. Taz picks it up, 5-1-1, equalizing his KDA to Sully Boy.
Wow. A very terrible sequence of events for Alter Ego. It begins with Sully Boy just not respecting the outplay potential, failing to understand or recognize the presence of a Wind of Nature. And off that play, Alter Ego desperately went for the base, but at what cost? They lost 4 members, they lost 2k gold advantage, and now EVOS Legends are the one with control. They are the ones dictating the pace. Alter Ego need to be careful how they open up the map right here. EVOS Legends have been playing patient way too far. They're not about to just take their time with this.
Yeah, the power spikes are starting to show right now with Bronze already dealing that much damage as well. You can see as well, Hijume already has a Divine Glaive and their Winter Truncheon. If they want to go aggressive, they can start now. You can see with the stacks as well, in 14, now 15 minutes of the game, they're already getting to that point. And it's starting to look very bleak for Alter Ego if they can't close this game as soon as possible.
On the bright side though, the top side base art was taken for Alter Ego. That will give them a bit of an edge in the macro department. Sully Boy just goes so aggressively right here. Needs to be careful, man. It didn't work out for him the last time he went for something like that. But now Alter Ego, they can try and do this, right? Just control the waves, push both sides, abusing the lack of a top lane base turret from EVOS Legends.
Oh my god. Wind of Nature baited out. Perfectly timed for the Lord that is going to spawn soon. My god.
More like forced out, Mirko.
The timing, yeah. By EVOS Legends to actually go for that engage. Taz on the Fanny. Behind, no purple buff, no problem for him.
Still a lot of damage. This is why the Fanny pick is just so notorious, so oppressive in the Land of Dawn. And now with barely any gold advantage, Sully Boy has a Heptasis, but how fast can he burst someone down compared to Taz? The Lord has been reset right here. It seems like Rassi will be the target, jumped on by EVOS.
Oh, not too sure about that. Pendragon now going to be able to get the stun, but that's going to be the quad shadow. Taz disengaging. Pen with the 4-man final slash, and now all hell breaks loose. Brad's not able to find the weakness at all. It's going to be Rassi who picks Pendragon up. Now the crossbow tank is ready. Onto Pry. Now onto Udo, who has a little truncheon. Nino dealing damage right now. Brandon's going to be able to free him with the Tyrant's Rage. Connecting. Brand's in the world with Wind of Nature now. Going to be terrified as well. Brad has fallen. Hijume defending in the base. Alter Ego cannot end just yet, but they want to force it. They do not want to go for the Lord.
Do you think they can do this? There's only Dreams, there's only Hijume. Sully Boy can do the damage. He doesn't have it just yet.
Call.
Oh!
The claws, the flicker. Hijume not connecting with about impact, but it finally connects. Alter Ego have made the wrong call. They did not go for the Lord. They will try their best to burst it down. Nino with the ultimate. Dreams walking it down. Does he steal it? Does he make the miracle play? It will not happen. Sully Boy secures it. Pataz jumps in now onto Sully Boy. The Shadow Kill brings him back all the way to the team. But now we'll see. Does he have the quad shadow to get out? Yes, he does. Alter Ego still with the Lord.
Oh, very unfortunate. Alter Ego. They played that team fight so well. Amongst all the chaos that was happening in the front line, Sully Boy went into the back line, took Taz down, and actually had the retribution if they wanted to have an advantage on the Lord. But they went in for the team fight instead. They went into the base instead. I think Sully Boy was looking for a pick in that top side, realizing that there isn't any inhibitor turret. But Hijume was able to see that out and go back before Celiboy was able to make that crazy split push decision.
Let's look at the replay for that previous fight, though. Everything was chaotic, and that's exactly how Alter Ego wants it. They can go towards the back line, they can zone away Hijime and Brands, and with the right items, they're able to bait out all these resources, and in the end, having Nino dealing true damage seems to be the final deciding factor to try and burst through the Wind of Nature. And now Alter Ego, they're trying to go for the end right here, but with the high ground, with Hijime on a late game 18-minute Sicilian, they're able to defend, and it's back to the drawing board for Alter Ego, having a 2.4k gold lead, but at this point, itemization becomes a bit more adjustable.
Oh my god, Taz with the damage onto Pi, the final slash connecting onto Rasi with a bad impact too, but Alter Ego decides to back off. No Pi with full HP means you're very vulnerable.
It's definitely not going to be that simple now for Alter Ego, right? They had that opportunity in that early and mid phase. They weren't able to capitalize over that. And now EVOS Legends, they have an equal say, despite Alter Ego leading that entirety of that first half of the game. They need to figure a way to get into the backline, make things messy, chaotic like they did before during that Lord fight. Not really sure how they can achieve it once again, and maybe a flank is a good way to go. Celiboy has a lot of things to do, but Taz, does he get the buff?
He got the purple buff, so good for him. But at this point, this is the thing, right? Alter Ego was defeated in the first leg by EVOS Legends going for a split, a macro, a flank. Right now, if you look at the compositions, Alter Ego are the ones trying to go for these flanks, trying to make it confusing for EVOS Legends because of the presence of that Sicilian. He does have the Winter Truncheon right here, so he's a bit more immune to Celiboy diving onto him, but it's still going to be a lot of damage, and he still needs a lot of protection if he wants to be relied on as the main damage dealer. And having this Fulvius pick, by the way, looking from Pi, having the Winter Truncheon and a Ice Queen's Wand means that if EVOS Legends try and crowd together for safety, it also means that it allows him to do a lot more damage in the back line.
Interesting build by Brands. He actually went for Corrosion, DHS, and Golden Staff. Usually, we don't usually see the Golden Staff on the Wan because he's not really able to utilize the maximum attack speed because he's always dashing across the place. But if he stands still, he's going to be able to dish out a lot of damage. Now it's going to be Pi who jumps in. Pi going to be isolated as Brands tries his best to look for all the weakness points. One more is all it takes. He gets it onto Pi now with the Winter Truncheon, though, baited out. It's going to be Pendragon and Dreams taken down. Hijime still able to kite away. Brands doing the same thing right now. Doesn't pop the Inspire just yet. He actually did already, but he's going to be brought back to the team. Hijime and Taz, the only members left standing. Do they defend? Do Alter Ego force it right here? The Lord is wide open for the taking, but they go for the base turret.
This isn't good. This isn't good. Two members are left standing here for the side of EVOS Legends as Taz tries to make a Hail Mary play by clearing that lane to buy his team a little bit more time, and it might just be working here.
Brilliant move by Taz, a macro decision to save the game. 10 seconds onto Pendragon. If he can escape, this will be a massive dub, but it doesn't seem like it will happen. Celiboy jumping onto him with the cables. Taz is buying a whole lot of time, still able to escape for now, but that's the immortality popped in. Taz will not buy the Winter Truncheon. They will give it over to Alter Ego. They will try to defend with the Evolved Lord on Alter Ego's side.
They're relying on the Sicilian damage to try and clear it out, but it's just a bit too difficult right here. Having a free Lord and the waves finally pushing. That was a great play by Taz, and he'll be able to stall the game a bit longer. But you can see the difference in damage output coming in from both these teams. Alter Ego in this late stage of the game using a Kari as well as a Valentina and a Fulvius. There's just way too much burst for EVOS Legends to try and survive through. They have to try and just have a clean team fight, having Hijime able to dish out the damage, but still not zone out away as Alter Ego comes marching down into their base.
Here's the dive. That's going to be the final slash onto Celiboy, onto two members. Pendragon losing immortality. Celiboy jumps in with the quad shadow, going to be able to escape. Celiboy find the immortality. The base wide open. Nino flickering forward. The base is going to be targeted down. The Lord is still at half HP, but Dreams is still going to be able to dish out the damage before Alter Ego secures game number 1. Defying expectations, shattering them, and winning.
Wow, the Indonesian desk got it right, man. Remember, we all voted for EVOS here on the English desk, but they're onto something. This is a new, I don't know, man, more synchronized Alter Ego. We talked about how they have so many weaknesses that can be exploited by EVOS. But now, despite all the maneuvers, all the mind games, all the stall and delay tactics employed by EVOS Legends, they're unable to secure the first game.
Alter Ego is a momentum-based team, very similar to Aura Fire in that regard. And with them being able to lead the series, it is going to push them forward. The momentum definitely on their side here as they go into game number 2. But man, I don't... Look, this was tough, right? Because in the drafting phase, there was a weakness that I saw, which was the Sicilian. And I kept mentioning it over and over in game. That's why I kept asking to see the items. I wanted to see if he reached that power spike or not. Because I feel like the damage from the Sicilian is so burst that can cover what could be limited from the 1-1. You get what I mean, right?
Right. It seems to be the solution for that ultra late game where the 1-1 starts falling off quite a bit.
Exactly. But we got to that point, and EVOS still lost.
Well, keep in mind, right, in that team fight, it doesn't really reflect how effective the composition is because Alter Ego has the Lord, right? This is why part of the win condition for both these teams is to play for those objectives. It gives you so many more options, so many more tools, and it's just meant to be a tool used by teams to end the game. So if you can get it, you're already putting yourself at such a huge advantage. And EVOS, they just were unable to win it, considering that they're marksman, right? Mirko would know, isn't a super late game hyper carry.
Still, the Golden Staff build on the 1-1. For me personally, that was a question, right? I had that doubt in my mind, and it turns out in the end, yeah, it wasn't utilized to its utmost potential. The reason the Golden Staff works for a lot of these marksmen is because you could, when you dish out the damage, when you throw your basic attacks, it just keeps on going. 1-1 gets capped by her dash. You can't be dashing like this, right? You can't be dashing a million with all your attack speed. There's a cap on it, and that's why I don't like the Golden Staff. So he needs to stay still if he really wants to utilize the Golden Staff, and there's no way you do that up against that composition.
I think there were a lot of questions as well. I think Brands didn't make a single defensive item as well.
Win of nature, that's it.
Yeah, that's it. And I thought that was quite peculiar. And noticing Valentina and how she was able to play in those team fights was something that I think they kind of overlooked. So they didn't feel the damage output coming in from Odil. But Odil would always take the Bat Feast from Hijume. And look at the items, right? Full damage as well with the Divine Glaive. But not a single respect item towards that magic damage that Odil had in that game.
Well, a single rotation of skills from Udil chunks down Taz and Brands alike to almost half HP, so he definitely has a lot of damage right there. And another big factor here is Pendragon being on an Arlet, building full tank, right? So I think the idea is using him as a main frontline, but if you look at how the reality actually comes through, he just wasn't survivable at all. He comes in with the final slash, but afterwards he just completely gets bursted down. And I think that is just yet another, I don't know, oversight, right? If they want to have a front line, a solid front line, there are other options available. If they want a big AoE crowd control, I feel like other options are still, yet again, available compared to this Arlot. So, on top of also giving Pi some more Demonic Force procs on his dashes, I don't really see anything too crazy coming out from his Arlot pick. So maybe there's something that EVOS can try and fix up, right? It is a best of 3, so maybe you can, I do dare say, they were experimenting a bit in game number 1.
Maybe the Arlet pick wasn't a great fit for Pendragon because when Lemon picks up the Arlet, he has a lot more impact. So that can be a question that I will leave with you viewers as we take a look here at the post-game stats here for both of these teams.
There's another question I want to ask though. If we take a look at Season 10, EVOS Legends, amazing first leg performance, leg 2 starts, lose streak.
That is the pattern.
Pretty bleak for EVOS right now with a game 1 loss to Alter Ego. Remember, this is not Season 10 Alter Ego, Season 9, Season 8. This is 7th place, about to be 8th place Alter Ego that has gotten so much bashings, everything sent through them, yet EVOS are losing.
Well, maybe don't change your lineup.
Yeah, changing the lineup is definitely
like, what are
a
you
big
doing?
factor.
I mean, that might be a good point, right? We questioned the Arlet pick, but was it the Arlet pick or was it Pendragon having the jitters on stage?
right? Because it's been a while since we've seen him on stage. That could definitely be a factor. But you can't deny, by the way, we talked about Sully Boy being an assassin. Where is it, right? The good old Sully Boy, the Sully Boy we know and love. Well, here he is, man. He was the rich guy. And if you look at his performance on that Hayabusa, of course, it was built off the back of a very early mistake from EVOS Legends. But what he was able to do with that lead was terrifying, man. And at no single point in this game was EVOS Legends actually ahead in the gold department. Or if they were, it's only by a slight bit. So safe to say that Alter Ego Esports, they know how to take advantage of a lead. Now it's on to EVOS. It's EVOS' responsibility to try and figure out how they can mitigate the same kind of thing. Because if they let Sully Boy be on an assassin again, you know, they have a lot of things they have to try and prepare, right? Countermeasures. Because otherwise, Hayabusa was deadly, man.
Assassin, sure, very respectable on Sully Boy, but we also need to question the choices of assassins. You even mentioned, right, before we got into the game, that the Fanny and the Hayabusa matchup, it is going to favor the Hayabusa because of the ultimate that he has in that 1v1 team fight, which we saw happening over and over. It was him having the favorable matchup and the favorable result, and Taz was left with basically nothing. And here it is, your MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for game number 1. It's Sully Boy on the Hayabusa, and it's hard to say. 716 KDA, even in that early game, already at 2-0-0. He knows the ins and outs of this hero. He's played it for several seasons, and there's not much to say at this point.
I think it's just a solid pickup. Sully Boy on the Assassins will never disappoint us. I think so far, all the way from Season 7, we can trace back through history. Sully Boy Assassin, all good, we got it. That's the win streak, right? Back in Season 7, it was the Yisun Shin, the Claude, the Marksman. Then he transitioned over to the Lancelot, the Haya, the Ling. And now he's coming back to it with a rocky start at this, very rocky start with utility at first.
Looking at the heat map for Sully Boy, the man himself right here, he was just very aggressively moving around the jungle. It seems like his main job right here isn't exactly to gank the lanes. It's almost like winning the big fights in the jungle, right? Invading, taking away income from Taz, his opponent, as well as making sure that he gets a pick-off before a big objective fight. This seems to be the style that Alter Ego really prefers to do it, right? Instead of just dancing around for the Lord, just make sure they win a fight first and then go for it. And in the early game, it began here, with Taz just falling so far behind by dying in the early start, and Rossi being on the glue. We talked about how he's a bit more passive, and that's not good, but on the glue, there's almost like no option, right? Glue has to move forward to get maximum efficiency. And this team, when they have a lead, is just so deadly. You can see how they're decisively going in for these big fights. And sometimes it doesn't work out, of course. But when it does, you just cut off from any kind of security. They dive towards your back line. The damage is just coming out so fast that you don't really get time to prepare. And especially if you try and get a front-to-back composition, they just split you apart, man. I didn't see a single team fight in this game that seems grounded, right? Where everyone is just fighting it out in the battlefield. No, everyone is just split far apart, with Rossi going in the back, with Pai just diving in the back, Brands and Taz. So as Hijime just forced to move around in weird directions. So if EVOS can predict that this is how Alter Ego are gonna try and make the fights happen, they can try and get some countermeasures here. You know, maybe more crowd control, solid gold laners that can just stand their ground. We'll have to see.
Oh, whoa.
What
okay.
a surprise.
We had a whisper from the producer that there has been a swap in rosters from the side of EVOS Legends. Do we say it now, or do we just...
We'll wait for it.
I think
everybody kind of knows.
No, don't say that.
I mean, that's the only thing that changed from their main lineup.
I know, but I thought it could be like a surprise thing.
Well, it is still a surprise. I didn't say anything
Taz being
about
replaced.
It.
Wow.
Taz swapped out for Fairsick.
He lost in the assassin battle. The team says, man, you're not good enough. Sully Boy's better. So,
see, now it's a mystery. Now you guys really don't know.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the cover-up.
No worries, man. We got you.
All right. So now, Alter Ego, they are leading the series 1-0 right now. EVOS Legends have a lot of things that they need to reconsider. I think, honestly, roster is something they need to reconsider. The Sicilian pick, so coming back to the draft, is something they need to reconsider. As well as maybe they were lagging a little bit. Maybe they didn't have quota.
Maybe, right? I mean, if I want to get quota, where do I even get it?
Well,
Where do you get quota?
Instead of just buying it right now, right? Usually you would buy it.
Yeah.
But now, there's this very nifty thing called Dunia Games.
Okay.
Right? So if you have the app, right, and you buy things on the app, you have 3 gigabytes of data for every single purchase. If I'm not mistaken here. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, so I buy things in-game, items and vouchers, and you're saying that I get a 3 gigabyte free quota with it.
On the Telkomsel app.
Only once,
Telkomsel
right?
app.
Like, you can't stack it, right?
Oh, you can stack it, man. You buy 4 things, 4 times 3. I can't do math. I believe that's 12. But that's a lot of data, man. I only use 6 per month. Full disclosure, so I can make 2 purchases and be done with it. You guys can take advantage of this deal as well. So check this out. Check it out at the Dunia Games app to ensure that you have all the quota available to be on your A game.
There you go. There you go. We were joking earlier, right? This.
Oh, come on. We could have made it hype.
Yeah, Psychots stepping in for Pendragon.
It's Captain.
Captain Psychots. But, you know, Arashi, you said you can't do maths, and then you proceeded to do maths.
That's just luck, man. I just went for a full guess.
He's an analyst. He needs to be humble.
Woo!
Damn.
7 is also the score for... I don't want to rub salt onto the MU fans.
Okay, coming into game number 2 here, EVOS and Alter Ego. And there has been a swap, and I think this is going to be a huge impact, honestly, for EVOS Legends. I don't think Pendragon was able to fill the shoes of Psychots. I would say whatsoever. I think that's a little harsh, but it's true, right? No impact whatsoever. He kept getting caught out.
Yep.
He had a hero that had really good mobility. He wasn't able to utilize that fact either. I think this is a good move for EVOS Legends.
I do wonder, right? Like, now that Psychots is in the picture, are they still going to go for heroes like the Arlet? Because I really feel like right now, the EXP laners that really bring it to the table are EXP laners with a lot of sustain, A, right? Or B, EXP laners with a lot of crowd control. Or C, EXP laners that are just so strong 1v1, right? Damage is where it's at. So unless you have at least 2 of these 3 aspects, it's just hard to justify a pick like an Arlet, for example. But maybe they're gonna grab it again. Just like you guys can grab it on the Grab app with a 90% discount using the promo code grb.to/MPL.
Yeah, or you guys can scan the QR code down below as well to get a 50% discount for Grab Food, as well as a 90% discount on Grab Bike and Grab Car. As you can see here, we are looking at the fans and supporters in the arena. You guys can be here too. So don't forget to check it out. Once again at grb.to/MPL. And yes, you're right, coming back to your point, right, about EXP laners. I think Arlet has quite a good mix. Really depends on the pilot, right? I think Arlet is a hero that has good mobility, good dashes, and has a good level of CC as well.
Right, but he's not exactly particularly sustainable, right? And he's not particularly mobile. Yes, he can dash around, but not far distances because it's targeted, right? He needs to dash onto targets. So when there's no targets, you're basically immobile, and that's a far cry from like a Lapu Lapu or a Glue with a split or a slam pass. So I really feel like better options are available on the table, but you can't deny the effectiveness of the crowd control. So maybe that's exactly what EVOS really values right now. They might just go for it again, but now with Psychots in the pilot seat.
They went for a swap though. EVOS now on the red side. Alter Ego taking blue side, so it should just be standard. EVOS Legends still respecting the 1-1 and the Joy, despite losing on the 1-1 earlier. They know how strong Nino is on that pick, and maybe they just can't play the Phoveus the way that Pi does.
The Phoveus on Pi. It was definitely doing a lot of damage and causing a lot of disruption. So I fully expect Alter Ego to go with a similar game plan, right? Never giving EVOS the right front to back, the right calculated team fight, because that is how you take advantage of a strong gold laner, right? The gold laner needs protection and needs space in order to output that high amount of DPS. If you can be up in his face, doing a lot of damage, pressure him back, force him to move instead of basic attack, I think Alter Ego can shut Brands down once again.
There's a fun fact here about Alter Ego that this season, they have the smallest average kills per game of 1.84 average KPG. And I think that might change, right? I mean, so far, they have been able to play aggressively, but not as aggressive because Silly Boy has always been put on these tank heroes. And usually the person to pull the trigger in Alter Ego is Silly Boy in that jungle position. So with Alter Ego now making slight changes with the fact that Silly Boy has now been put onto these aggressive type of junglers, that stat might actually change. But as you can see here, Alter Ego with the first pick, they have opted to pick up the Valentina first. EVOS Legends now with the second.
2 picks right here. It's gonna be a Martis and a Kadita, so already banking on being more aggressive than Alter Ego is in game number 1. Right now for both teams, they're not really showing the high ground mage potential that was respected in game number 1, right? There was a ban towards a Farsa and a Yves, so both are still open right here. And for EVOS, they can flex this Kadita to the mid lane if they really want to. But as we say that, there is a comment here from Nasiuduk. Let's play with a free spirit, without any burden. Listen, sometimes you win, sometimes you learn. Hey! That's what we like to say on the English desk right here, Mirko.
Yeah. Alter Ego have taken 6 learns so far in Season 11. It does seem to show, though, that they have literally been learning from their mistakes. We'll see with the picks now. Alter Ego, they go for the carry still. Up against EVOS Legends who have the... they pick up the Arlet for themselves. And this is still a flex pick. Going to the jungle or to the XP lane. We've only seen it go to the jungle once, and it was Taz who actually played it in the jungle. I think at this point, EVOS, they can go for something like a Brody up against the carry. Maybe even a Melissa if they really want to bully the carry.
What about the Claude?
The Claude could work. Up against this comp, though, a bit hard, right? When you go in for the Blazing Duet, there's a Terrify, there's Final Slash, and there's True Damage.
Well, you can use a Purify and try and get around that, but yes, it forces you to play in a certain way, and being predictable is the last thing you want to do in MPL ID. People will read through it and just predict what you're going to do. Now for Alter Ego, having a carry, solid source of damage, but now there's just a lot of dive potential. The Kadita and the Martis, and now with a Brody as well. That's going to be a brutal gold lane unless Alter Ego can secure a strong roamer to perhaps accompany Nino in the gold lane and make sure that he does have space to try and farm up and get any resource at all.
I mean, right now, EVOS picking up the Kadita, what does that mean, right? Is the Kadita once again falling to the hands of Dreams? Because I don't think we've seen Hijume pick up the Kadita, and if they do that, I think EVOS Legends are at liberty to pick up something aggressive like the Farsa if they want to in the second phase. I know that's a lot of magic damage, but it's a lot to counter, one, the deficit in range of the carry, and also help EVOS Legends get that early game rotation happening, especially when they pop up to level 4. But Alter Ego, they're going to start limiting that choice. The Yves has been banned. EVOS respect the Lancelot from Selly Boy. And what else do you think EVOS Legends are going to pick off the board?
If they're really concerned about the assassin here, I feel like it's a bit tough, because considering that they have a Brody, right? We've seen how effective a Brody is at shutting down assassin plays from match number 1. So I really feel like with the Brody in the picture, it's not really that big of a threat. But if they want to be respectful towards the potential of Selly Boy, they can still ban out the Hayabusa. If they predict they're going to go in, he's going to go in the jungle, they can ban out the Fredrin, but they ban out the Hayabusa, so Selly Boy can still be put into a Fredrin maybe, depending on the situation. But Alter Ego wants to ensure that Nino has space, does not get zoned away by all the long-range artillery.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned, right? I think the Farsa would have been a really good pickup for EVOS Legends. Alter Ego realize it. They are going to start banning that out as well. And I think the Hayabusa is one of the most, I would say, value ban right now for EVOS. I think I agree with you with the fact that Brody is a little bit more independent against the assassins, but if you get straight hit in with a shadow kill, there's not really much stun that you can do to avoid that damage coming through, right? So EVOS Legends now, they're going to bank on the Terizla, and this is going to go to Captain Psychots. Do you consider this a good EXP lane?
Terizla, oh, it's great, especially against a team that is so short range like Alter Ego is right now. If they go for the same kind of fight, the same kind of dive they had in the previous game, Psychots can have a very easy penalty zone and literally punish them. But I'm concerned about the roamer, because I was thinking that the roamer is who's going to dictate what's going to happen, where it's going to happen. But for Alter Ego, picking up this Diggy is definitely the last thing I was expecting, man. Because they usually want to go aggressive, right? Glue is the Glue roam is part of why they were able to go so aggressively in the early game, and it's gonna be that Fredrin that was left open.
All right. Interesting choices here. It's a good composition that Alter Ego have drafted for themselves. It gives the carry so much more room to play with. I think this Diggy is going to be constantly just in that gold lane, providing poke onto the Brody. And like we mentioned, if Brody doesn't get turrets, not able to siege, it is a massive problem for EVOS Legends. They've also picked up a Terizla, a hero that relies heavily on that penalty zone. His ultimate with that Diggy, and now with a Franco pick. Again, this Diggy has a lot to say in this game. Rassi has a lot to bear on his shoulders.
Very risky pick with the Franco pickup into the Diggy, Rashi. What are your thoughts about this?
If you can hook the Diggy, that just counters the Diggy ult, right? So maybe that is what they are trying to do using Dreams. But like you mentioned, if it's anyone else, the Rassi can have a huge say, but he needs to be very on point with how he spends his spells right here, right? He is one of the main reactive tools, but also one of the main catch tools that Alter Ego has aside from Selly Boy. So a lot of responsibility falls on his shoulders, but this is exactly where the more what do you call it, adaptive, reactive style that Rassi has might come in handy here.
We'll see. Both compositions have been set in stone. I gotta agree with you, this does look more in line with Rassi's identity. As we jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 between Alter Ego and EVOS Legends.
Let's see, as we enter the Land of Dawn, it's going to be very interesting to see. Nino has gone for the Purify this time around up against Brands, obviously to purify these stacks from that torn apart memory away, giving him a whole lot more survivability when it comes to these all-ins. Also, the Brody gets really countered by not just the Purify, but also the Time Journey. Those stacks are going to disappear.
Ooh, you can see that Udil was forced to use his Purify early on right there, and that is the pressure, the power of a Franco in the early game. More sustain, more damage. I mean, with a single spell, right? These Iron Hooks are deadly right here, and this lane is going to be so volatile because Rassi is going to be doing damage, having an Impure Rage emblem right here. But Dreams, if he lands a value hook, that could be the end of things as Taz just comes around right here. Alter Ego needs to respect this. But on the note of the Purify, having it against a Franco, a Terizla, as well as Hijime on the Kadita, right? I think that is what they gonna need the Purify for, mainly, right? Against this Petrify.
Yeah, they have a lot of anti-lockdown here, but... Oh.
A lot of CC. Rassi comes in with the reverse time as well. Selly Boy 1 HP. Oh my god, Dreams flickers forward to find a kill back, but Udil wants to take it back. The Breath of Ocean knocks him up. Rassi still looking for some damage as he puts the time bombs in place.
Whoa.
Almost getting that Iron Hook. EVOS and Alter Ego trading 1 for 1.
Honestly, I think both teams are heavily reliant on that level 4, right? So there are going to be moments where EVOS Legends look for some engages perhaps with the kill pressure that they have, but not so much until that level 4. Once both of these teams reach that point, which they're starting to, that's when I feel like the trigger is going to be popped off, especially for EVOS Legends in particular, as they have now begun to start setting up for this next neutral objective take.
Well, Psychots, wow, good read onto Pi with the penalty zone, reading it out perfectly, as that's going to be Hijime, who actually finds him with rough waves. Taz dealing damage right now with a Decimate. The Time Journey comes in, but Captain Psychots picks up a double. The change instantly felt. Rassi now slain as well. EVOS 5-1.
They were very late on the Time Journey, man. The whole idea is to be able to counter all these engages at the same time when you're going for the objectives. But they did not use the Time Journey, right? And they took the full brunt of the breath of the rough waves as well as the penalty zone. That is not how you want to approach these early game fights. Looking at the talent's prediction, I dare say it, man, the caster curse might be playing a part here as well.
It's possible, right? So far, EVOS Legends have been able to utilize their composition a lot better than Alter Ego. there's a lot of pressure onto Rossi in particular. That might actually be the perfect target for EVOS Legends to take out before a brutal team fight. And that's when EVOS Legends are going to pop off. And it feels like that's what they're doing. And that's how they're leading with a 1,600 gold lead so far.
Early on, it's going to be quite difficult for Alter Ego because their tankier members can't really withstand all this burst damage. They will have to play it a bit more safe before they can even try and match EVOS Legends in the pressure, in the control over the area, because the Iron Hook right now is basically a death sentence unless you want to turn it into a full-blown team fight. But that is not exactly what Alter Ego wants to go for, right? Their composition doesn't really rely on full-blown team fights with a 5v5 situation.
It's going to be really tough right now for Alter Ego to climb back up, knowing that EVOS Legends have a snowball composition. Once they get a grip on that goal lead, it's going to be really hard to let it, get it off, right? And EVOS, remember, they still need to utilize this Brody to take turrets. So far, Alter Ego have done a good job. Meanwhile, whoa, Pi winning out on the lane, 1v1. This is what the Arlet was made for.
Just lane dominance against a Terizla of all things is certainly impressive, considering that Pi is 0-1 and Cyclops is 2-0. It's still it's definitely very, very good, but now this is going to be a play onto Nino.
Good clear, but Nino has the Purify. Also the time journey, the stacks have been taken out. Brands, one more hit is all he needs onto Nino, but he does not go for it. Meanwhile, up top, Taz picks up the Turtle and the Decimate as well onto Udil. Well played by Rossi and Nino.
But right now, Nino's still able to get out of that situation. So EVOS Legends, they were banking on the fact that they were able to pick him off, especially earlier on when he's most vulnerable. But even that, they weren't able to achieve just yet. 2,500 gold lead, rather, for EVOS Legends now in the 5th minute. And I gotta say, both teams are playing it really patiently and passively. It's very different to game number 1.
And it's interesting to see that they have different focuses in the game right now. Because EVOS Legends, it's all about the neutral objectives. Alter Ego, they're making sure with everything in their power to ensure that Nino gets to lane. That Nino is relevant because he is, by definition, the win condition. And that's great, but it also exposes that mindset to EVOS Legends. Later on, if they're able to pick him off, despite the Purify and the time journey, might just be bad.
On the Sully Boy though, the Iron Hook not really going to be capitalized for now. Still Alter Ego backing off. That's why you pick a utility jungler, right? You're able to soak so much damage in, but now this might be dangerous. Sully Boy jumps in onto Taz. Iron Hook not connecting. And Brands gets denied off of that siege. Meanwhile up top, Pi versus Psychot jumping in with a final slash. Once again, going to be able to use the resets really well. Jumping back again. Psychot might actually lose it as 1v1. Pi styling across the board as Psychot jumps back in, sustaining up with the Bloodlust Axe.
That's a really, really good matchup. I think that's really entertaining to see. The back and forth. You're right, though. Psychos has a little bit of an edge because of the emblem he's chosen to use. But EVOS Legends, they found a tower on the bottom side, and they're looking for a concealed play.
They still haven't stopped going for it right here. They know that Alter Ego are weaker, right, in a 3v3, so they just brute force the turret away, and this puts Nino in a tough spot. No longer having the security of the turret will mean that the farming will get a bit dicey here. A lot more risk available for EVOS Legends to take advantage of. But now with the turtle coming up, this is a mid-game power spike for EVOS Legends. That's a lot of damage onto Rossi.
Still not popping the time journey. Taz wins out the retry battle. Psychot with a penalty zone. That's the time journey, and now it's an all-out fight where now it's a lot of damage placed in. The Appraiser's Wrath as well as Taz will fall. Alter Ego will win out in the team fight. The turtle traded in for a good skirmish.
With this man advantage, Alter Ego, they should look for more things on the board, and that's exactly what they're doing. The damage being placed, they get a turret in the mid side as well. And EVOS Legends' early game lead starting to fluctuate right now. But once again, they still need to be very disciplined, Alter Ego, right? They need to be able to convert those things onto objectives. They're trying, but the side lanes, though, still are not yet being pushed.
Look at how the fights are breaking out right here. EVOS Legends seem to be really letting Udil do whatever he wants, right? It seems like the attention is on everyone else, and considering he only has a Enchanted Talisman for now, it's still not that big of a deal. But once Udil gets a few more items, EVOS Legends will need to allocate some of their crowd control, some of their damage to try and zone Udil out, because they're all grouping together, right? This is a big combo teamfight composition. Udil is just spraying down, dealing damage, having the crowd control to just ruin the pacing of EVOS Legends in their teamfights. And to make matters worse, Nino already has the golden staff. So in a prolonged teamfight, there's a real chance Alter Ego comes out on top realistically here.
Look who's sieging. It's not Brands on the Brody, it's actually Carry. Nino doing so much in this game. Udil jumping forward, that's gonna be Dreams, taunted up, poked down. Brands trying to just kite back towards his team, gets it, pops the Torn Apart memory, but Sully Boy will be able to sustain back up just with a few more camps. Now, we're gonna take a look at that gold difference by UBS Gold.
Surprisingly, Brands, well, unsurprisingly almost, Brands is still a very small, very slim margin higher than Nino in the gold department, and that is not how they want this to play around, right? They spend so much time sent to the gold lane to try and shut him down, and yet Nino is still farming up a Storm. Look at this play though, Time Journey will be able to counter it, and now Alter Ego has a chance to try and turn this around.
That's dangerous though, no Time Journey, just bait it out with the rough waves. I don't think that's worth it considering how much CC and damage they have that can be purified away. Rossi with the conceal. Alter Ego with an opening. EVOS, penalty zone, that's gonna be Cyclops jumping in, no Time Journey to play with. Now Nino still free, and the final slash gets Hijime and Dreams. Look at the damage coming through, Udil onto Brands, but will be slain by the Decimate. Sully Boy picks up the Lord, and Alter Ego have just equalized for a bit. Taz jumping in all the way, Nino still able to kite away! 1 HP, Nino!
Massive play by Nino. That was insane, and it was unfortunate, right? Because when EVOS Legends wanted to go in for that 5v5, you can see the penalty zone coming in from Psychots. It didn't land onto Nino. Nino was able to foresee it. He saw the other members, I think, clumping together, and he dashed out last minute before the penalty zone hit. And he didn't even have to hit that Purify. Really unfortunate for EVOS Legends, and that actually allowed Nino to free hit onto Psychots and all the other members. And Alter Ego were able to get the upper hand when it came down to just everything in general. And now you can see here Sully Boy being able to steal that buff away from EVOS Legends. It's not looking too good if Alter Ego can stay as disciplined as they are right now.
They're able to get one more turret on the bot side here, trying to take full control of the jungle. EVOS Legends aren't too far behind, so they have no issue trying to go for a fight, but now their options are kind of limited. They're just counters available for the majority of their playmaking, quote-unquote. I think the only realistic, solid engage they have is going for Dreams, landing an Iron Hook. If they can do that, that already puts Alter Ego in a difficult spot, but overall, they're just being so aggressive right here, and they're going to catch Taz right here.
Whoa, they commit onto him instantly. Wow, no response from EVOS Legends. I don't think they even expected Alter Ego to dive like that.
It's a lot of crowd control, all stacked up for one man. It shows again how EVOS Legends, they have to try and stay together, because if they don't, Alter Ego are actively punishing, forcing EVOS Legends to not split apart and play that macro game.
Oh, look at how much damage Nino is already dealing though, right? He instantly was able to get that tower in the top side. And now EVOS Legends, they're falling quite far behind. It's unfortunate. Brands is not going to be able to scale as well as Nino in towards that later stage of the game. And with the way things are we're looking at right now, Nino 403 KDA compared to Brands still at 001. How is it looking in terms of this itemization?
Keep in mind though, he is ahead, but he does only have a steel leg plates for defense. So Brands can still very easily burst him down, so can Psychots. And later on, he still has to contend with Hijime, making the plays happen on the Kadira. But Udil will be purifying that Iron Hook. That's the danger, man. Right now, the purifiers are still there for them to help, but like, oh, that's a big engage by Pai.
Final slash right there. Psychos gonna be bursted down. 1 HP, killing spree picked up. Nino still able to kite away for now. That's gonna be Taz jumping in. The fade away damage coming through. Taz slain. An unstoppable picked up by Nino. Dreams running for the hills. Brands flickering out with a torn apart memory. 13 seconds for the Lord. That couldn't have happened better. Timed by Alter Ego.
2-0 Alter Ego Esports being able to go in for the next neutral objective take. Remember, Taz is not up, nor does he have the retribution. But they actually opted to go back first. I'm not sure if that timing really clicks. I like the fact that Alter Ego are starting to translate the kills onto neutral objectives, which is something that we have been commenting over the past few days in the season. But there you go, an uncontested Lord for Alter Ego Esports in minute number 13.
Wow, now with the Lord available as well, EVOS Legends, they're definitely scratching their heads on how to try and deal with the damage coming in from the side of Alter Ego. Yes, of course, Nino is doing a lot of DPS, but Pai as well as Udil are doing a lot of burst damage along with Sully Boy, right? So everyone is independent, everyone can play a part in these messy fights. EVOS Legends, they have to try and bait out the Purifieds or the Time Journeys, man. And they have to make sure that the re-engage afterwards lands onto Nino at this point. Yes, Udil has damage, but Nino seems to be the main tool that is shutting down everyone, including Taz, who is immune to most things, but he can't cheat death. Right? Death is still the fucking that works. But look at his final slash.
Wow, Pai again. What an amazing play. Hijume is still waiting in the back. Time Journey. Popped in by Razi. Sully Boy spots Hijume out. He finds the Petrify, but that is the Purify by Udil. Up once again, instantly punished. Hijume and Brands both out of the game for now. 6,000 gold lead. Picked up by Alter Ego. They're looking for more right now as they try to siege that base turret up top. EVOS Legends looking to defend, but Alter Ego are splitting them up just like this. Psychon's gonna be chain CC. That's Bloody Hunt stolen away. Udil finding the kill as Pai takes it up with a vengeance. Looking for more resets. Taz is gonna fall. It's a 2-0. Alter Ego with a statement.
Is this not the greatest upset that we've experienced so far? Alter Ego, 8th place in the standings against one of the top 3, top 4 of MPL ID Season 11. This is a huge moment for Alter Ego. You can feel the passion, the emotion starting to really roll through. Look at the eyes on the coaches, they're getting teary, and I feel the same way. This is, what?
Relief, happiness,
deja vu for EVOS?
Everything culminating for Alter Ego. 1-6 to start the season off. Finally coming back up with a performance up against three national team members for Indonesia in SEA Games.
You can see that the EVOS fans are speechless, man. This was not what they were expecting when they bought the tickets today. They came expecting EVOS to dominate. But the masks, right, they strike back using the new composition, the new formula that just makes sense, right? The early game that we've always wanted, that we always looked for, and the strategy of Alter Ego. They were more objective and aggressive, and they learned from leg number 1. They get that victory over EVOS, man, and in a way it's poetic. They got flanked, they got sandwiched in the first leg, that's how they lost. But now in the second leg, they used what EVOS used against them, against EVOS themselves.
That's gotta be one of the main highlights that we saw, right? The differences in the gameplay and the play style. I think Alter Ego, the team and the coach, they're starting to get on the same page. They're giving the heroes that are comfortable for the team. The team is able to realize the vision of the coach a bit better, and you can see it in the way that they played. And the funny thing is, I went into the talent room this morning and I was wearing the Alter Ego jacket.
Real?
Which one?
The old one. What is it called?
Sukajan?
Sukajan, yeah. The Sukajan jacket. And then Bude Clara Monks, our host, she was like, "You're wearing Alter Ego today. You sure they can win?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm sure."
Ooh.
And it's interesting, and they won 2-0.
You can see the emotion here from Ars. Getting a whole lot of hate himself with Nafari, but honestly, credit when credit is due, where credit is due. The drafts were impeccable. Yep. I think in both games, you can kind of say that Alter Ego drafted, outdrafted.
Alter Ego kayaknya kangen banget deh dengerin suara teriakan dari Alter Champs gak sih?
Kangen banget, pastinya.
Akhirnya
alhamdulillah menang.
Ini setelah kita melihat kalian tertatih-tatih juga, posisi kalian juga lagi nggak enak banget. Dan untuk membuka leg kedua, Alter Ego melawan EVOS Legends. Di mana leg pertama 2-0 dan sekarang kalian membalaskan dendam dengan 2-0 juga. Apa yang udah kalian dapetin dari leg pertama dan kalian lakuin di leg kedua ini?
Nggak ada sih yang kita dapetin dari leg pertama sebenarnya. Cuman kemarin abis nonton Real Madrid aja mode UCL. Biar leg 2 kita bantai-bantai semua tim.
Pelajarannya gitu ya?
Ya.
Terinspirasi ya? Oke, tapi ngelihat kamu juga, bentar Kak Pai, kamu kan berhadapan dengan 2 EXP laner dari EVOS Legends hari ini. Ada Pendragon dan juga ada kapten kita. Kapten kita ya, kapten kita telah tiba, tadi banyak yang nyanyi juga. Ada Psychos juga. Apa perbedaan yang paling kamu rasain ngelawan dua player itu?
Sama aja sih kan, season lalu juga gue ngelawan dua-duanya.
Sekarang dua-duanya juga ya?
Iya, dua-duanya juga. Emang udah takdirnya kali ketemu dua-duanya.
Oh langsung ya,
Iya.
takdir. Tapi kamu lebih excited ketika ketemu siapa sih? Di game pertama atau game kedua?
1 lawan 2 juga berani sih Bude.
Wow. Ngeri ya, serem. 1 lawan 2 juga berani. Ini mengerikan banget dan sekarang mungkin perbedaannya juga Sally Boy. Akhirnya kamu bermain di leg kedua ngelawan EVOS Legends. Apakah kamu sebuah jawaban nih untuk ngelawan EVOS Legends?
Bentar ya Bude, jawab Opai dulu. Baru juga menang Pai, udah jumawa aja lu ya. Nggak dikasih menang lagi aja lu Pai. Oh, tadi Bude pertanyaannya?
Gimana kamu? Ini apakah menjadi jawaban dari alter ego? Karena di leg pertama kan kamu nggak main nih.
Iya.
Sekarang kamu yang bermain. Apakah ini adalah roster yang sudah ditemukan oleh coach?
Belum kurang tahu sih ya Bude ya. Cuman buat main di leg 2 ini lawan EVOS sesuai request brand saja sih.
Sesuai request brand?
Iya, kan leg pertama kan dia minta main kan, nanti leg keduanya. Udah sih itu aja.
Udah itu aja ya. Dan bareng Nino mulai ya, berdua.
Iya.
Dan akhirnya dikabulkan dan berhasil dapetin 2-0. Nino, kamu
Halo,
bermain
Bude.
nih apalagi dengan hero pool yang dibilang 11-12 juga sama Brands. Akhirnya kamu ngelawan Brands. Gimana Nino tadi di 2 game tadi?
Selalu ditemenin sih di God Lane jadi nggak tahu.
Oh selalu ditemenin ya? Kamu yang ditemenin ya?
Iya.
Oh kalau malah Sally Boy yang sekarang, Boy, kamu kenapa Boy? Akhirnya bisa menang lemes.
Nggak tahu sih.
dong.
Temen aku ya Bude ya, nyari perkara mulu heran. Nggak Opai, nggak Nino jawabannya.
Gak apa-apa, tapi Sally Boy kamu di season-season lalu pernah ngomong juga kamu kangen sama Rek. Kalau lagi laning tuh biasanya kamu ditungguin kan? Kayaknya di match ini kamu gak ada yang nungguin loh.
Iya soalnya ya yang tanya sekarang tuh nungguin Nino kan di Gold Lane mulu. Kalau misalnya season lalu apa sama Rek tuh di jungle mulu.
Jadi
sekarang
kamu
tuh
lebih
sama
seneng
Gold
yang
mulu. Ya seneng sama Dream sih nggak diganggu. Iya.
Gitu ya? Ya itu gimana tuh? Nino gimana?
Ya gak seneng sih soalnya berdua kan dia takut juga kebunuh, iya itu.
Gak apa-apa ya?
Gak apa-apa tapi
Nino ya?
bocilnya seneng.
Bahagia?
Bahagia.
Dan sekarang mungkin dari Udil ngelihat posisi alter ego berada di bawah banget.
Mereka tuh nggak mikir Bude, udah di bawah tapi masih pada tengil gitu. Jadi sekarang aku sedikit bijak aja lah ya dibandingkan 3 mereka. Oi Delar, kamera, this is think twice buddy. Look at this bro. Ah!
Wow, serem banget ya. Kupikir bijak beneran, gak bisa bijak. Coba Rasi bisa bijak kayaknya ya.
Sorry. Ke bawah.
Gak apa-apa, keren tetap. Ini Udil yang kita cari ya. Rasi mau kasih kata-kata bijak mungkin untuk alter ego atau alter champs gitu.
Apa Pak?
Dia minta tolong coba.
Apa ya, paling buat alter champs yang masih dukung lah. Makasih, meskipun kita di bawah. Ya kita masih berusaha kok buat masuk playoff.
Buat masuk playoff. Sekarang pembukaan leg kedua kalian berada di ke-8. Kira-kira di akhir regular season kalian ada di mana sih? Jawab
Bude,
coba.
Nino tahu jawabannya.
Nino tahu jawabannya, boleh. Berapa No?
Kalau gal 5, 6 lah ya, seenggaknya lolos playoff dulu.
Yang penting lolos.
Yang penting lolos dulu.
Yang penting lolos. Kita doakan bersama-sama ya untuk alter ego, alter champ. Kasih tepuk tangannya. Sekali lagi untuk alter ego. Dan itulah dia pembukaan leg kedua yang begitu spicy. Dan akankah ada sesuatu yang bisa dikuak oleh Profesor? Silahkan kuak Profesor KB.
Thank you so much, Bude, Clara, Mongstar, and of course, Alter Ego for that wonderful interview. It's finally nice to see the fire starting to burn within their eyes, something that has been missing for the past 4 weeks. And it took them to this point to be able to get there. But we sure are relieved. We sure are proud of them as well. And hopefully they can stay consistent with the gameplay that they brought today against EVOS.
Spicy Boy Udil is back. And you do not want to see him in Spicy Boy mode, man. I mean, Udil, even though he didn't get MVP in game number 1 and 2, even throughout the season so far, despite them holding a 1-6 record, Udil has been constantly performing, dealing out the most damage in most of their games.
Definitely, and in this game, it's no real different, right? He was on the Valentina. I must say though, right? It seems like how he's picking heroes. Hey, I like this. He's gonna stick with it the whole time.
Every time.
Before it was the Farsa, today it's the Valentina. So take note, maybe the next time we see Alter Ego, Valentinas across the board. But he was doing a lot of damage, and he's being very creative with his IMUs. Overall though, the fact that he's able to pick the right moment to try and go in and like burst damage along with his team is just so good. It definitely was a big problem for the members of EVOS Legends. Early on, it looked so shaky, man. After this fight where the captain comes in, does a lot of damage, I thought it was pretty much over, but no. Afterwards, there was that outplay on the bottom side, and slowly but surely, fight by fight, with the crowd control, with the burst damage, I think the damage is what really matters here. They were able to kite back away from the initial engage with the time journey, and afterwards, this out-damaged the members of EVOS after their spell is already on cooldown. Udil here just goes in very aggressively. He gets taken out, but for a Lord, it's still a worthy price to pay for sure. And you can see that Taz, with Nino just snowballing, getting to be so aggressive, they lack crowd control, so Taz usually can just go out of control. But with Nino having all that damage for that can shred through these big beefy members, Taz just can't do anything. Look at Nino, he's left at almost full HP, and that is the story. They require Dreams to pull him, they require Hijime to try and burst him down, but they were not being allowed at all. Here is the one moment where Nino got pulled with a flicker combo by Dreams, but unfortunately, it's too little too late. That is what the purifies, that is what the time journey is just caused to happen, right? EVOS cannot select a fight they want to take. They're only able to just comply with whatever Alter Ego gives to them on the table.
On a silver platter there.
But it's a trap. Because once you take that fight, they have everything calculated and it's over.
And
it's
nobody
over.
was able to touch Nino throughout that entire
Nino was
thing,
untouchable.
right? He was completely
Can't
untouchable.
let you get close.
And that's what I really love about Nino. He has really good awareness as well. There are moments when it should have hit him, but it didn't. He sidesteps, like last minute.
So, you know, the hot topic, our first hot topic, Nino, the new challenge for Brands. It seems we found Brands' kryptonite.
Yeah.
It's Nino. Nino on the carry. Look at him. Look at him.
Interesting pose.
Interesting pose.
MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, 8-0-4. Considering that he's up against a Terizla, a Brody, a Kadita, a Martis, right? Zero deaths. All right, Nino. All right.
Do your thing, man. Do your thing. All right. What a player.
His itemizations is so solid as well, right? Having countermeasures for physical and magical defense, still respecting the potential for EVOS to turn things around. But soon, this is the exciting part, knowing Alter Ego, knowing the passion they have. We might here catch a bit of that mic check, my friends.
I'm excited, right? I'm excited. I want to hear who is in charge of the calls. So let's go take a look right now.
Nice!
Love you, Chill.
Doa ibu. Doa ibu.
Low ya. Low ya, Chill. Finishing, Chill. Nice!
Hati-hati Fanny guys, guys.
Duit tunggu kita goceng, guys.
Nice.
Ambil atas. Bisa beli es teh manis.
Ini nih, gua.
Ajar, balikin. Sabar gak?
Lucu lu berarti.
Oke, Chill, mati lu. Berikan. Ajar, one-one sama gua. Ketawain.
Fokus guys.
Udah ulti one-one. Nice.
Dead one.
Masuk gak? Nice gak?
Asik.
Golor.
Buka lu.
Bisa tower, no? Gua tower. Tower. Nice! Santai. Woi!
Tarik. Bantai, lihat depan.
Mid.
Ada, menit 10. Orang. Lihat. Bantai. Brody.
Santai, guys.
Enjoy.
Martis
masih ada ulti. Cover 2.
Ajar, enjoy juga.
Nice. Garis kedua tuh. Garis kedua. Bantai. Matis. Nice.
Gua low ya guys.
Gak ada wave. Cabut dulu.
Tetap samping kawan. Karita.
Keprok, ulti gua keprok guys.
Karita.
Keson.
Nice. Go.
Gua TP no. Aman no. Nice. Tunggu dulu.
Nice.
The passion
They
as
were
well,
memeing as well.
from Nino. Just everyone seems like they were enjoying themselves. No pressure whatsoever, no burden. They just played because of the love of the game, and they were able to get it clean at 2-0. The biggest upset we've had here in MPL ID Season 11.
I got goosebumps just listening to that, right? You really, oh my God. It's such a good feeling to watch a team who's getting hated, getting bashed, 1-6 with a horrible first leg performance, step up against one of the tournament favorites here, EVOS Legends, taking them down, not just in any fashion, in a dominant fashion, 2-0. Not even RRQ were able to 2-0 this EVOS Legends team.
This is the keys to success for this alter ego here.
Not even
Countering
ONIC. Not even think about it.
setup. And Diggy becomes the answer for alter ego to control the map. You would think that they would want to go for something more aggressive, but it turns out the solution for them is to go for a reactive roaming hero, and we have to see if this becomes a pattern, right? Because we've always said the same thing about Rossi. He doesn't really do proactive things. He usually waits for the opportunities, and these kind of heroes, the Diggy, the Estes perhaps, heroes like this really suit him, and we've seen how effective alter ego can be. So fingers crossed right here, but what a performance. Remember, Coach Jeb, I think, was the one talking about how EVOS is one of the strongest teams in the MPL right now. They can do all these different things. Alter ego just beat them 2-0, man.
I agree with you. I think Rossi is more of a cover hero. I think like we did Narco last season, but that could also be their main weakness, right? If they can counter Rossi's heroes and put him on a hero that he's not comfortable with, someone who usually initiates fights, we see that actually failing for them. So just best of luck, honestly, for Alter Ego in the future. And if you guys are wondering, what should I do after this? We still have another match, but after that match, right?
Okay.
You guys can check out Max Stream because it is an app that allows you to combine many OTT channels.
Okay.
And you don't have to switch between the apps, nor do you have to pay extra. And there's like a lot of cool things that you can do there as well. There's a lot of exclusive TV shows like your favorite, the one, I believe your favorite one is Love Coach with Rachel.
With Rachel?
Yeah, you.
Guys, they don't know my name is Rachel.
Really?
Well, now they do. Thank you, guys. So you guys, if you're interested in that, you can go ahead and download the app, watch only on a Max Stream. And of course, for those of you at the venue, you guys can check out Indomart's ability to open up an amazing stall like this, right? What do they offer here, Mirko?
Indomart Point Coup is the loyalty/membership app to get the maximum benefit and best deals through every purchase in Indomart. By becoming Indomart Point Coup member, you could get points for every single purchase. Exclusive, great deals for members, and even free products or special merchandise/presents. Download the app, be a member, and always use Indomart Point Coup.
How's your Indomart points?
Pretty good.
Pretty good?
I think
Let's
as
be real,
good
man.
as GEEK SLATE and Alter Ego or RQ and EVOS?
Yo,
Too soon?
Too soon. Way too soon. I mean, Indomart is just so convenient, man. It's all over the place, especially here in Indonesia. I don't know if they've branched out overseas, but it's very convenient. So I make sure that I keep my points, in the bag.
Sorted out.
Okay, yeah. I mean, talking about things that are all over the place, we do have one more match ahead of us. And it's Aura going against a Rebellion Part 2. And remember, last time they met, it was a Rebellion being able to get a 2-1 against Aura Fire. Let's see if they can pull off the same thing as well. Or will Aura Fire, with the new jungler coming into the fray?
I call him Van the Man.
Oh, I think it's Zan. I was like, who's Zan?
No, it's Van.
Van.
Van the Man.
You like Van?
Van? I prefer SUVs, but you know.
I need to do things that I can't do on screen right now. So we're gonna take a break here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi, and we'll see you for Aura versus Rebellion.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop. Kugisaki Nobara, 喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop. Kugisaki Nobara, Yorokobe Danshi, Go itten yo.
Itadori Yuji desu. Home no type wa Jennifer Lawrence. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop. Pergi先野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Oss! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, this is the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Oss! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Oss! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, this is the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Oss! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL ID Season 11, week number 4, day number 1. But this is the final match that we have in store for you guys today. And before we begin, before we see Aura Fire going head-to-head once again against Rebellion Zion, we would like to thank our sponsors. MPL Indonesia Season 11 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament phone, Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Our official mobile internet partner by Telkomsel. Our official gold partner by UBS Gold. We have our partners in Esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, Blibli. Official broadcast by Maxstream, broadcast partner by TVRI Sports, our partners Indomart and Point Coffee, and of course, we are supported by PBSI. On the caster desk today, to accompany you once again throughout the entirety of today and the last match, it's still me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi. And how are we feeling about this last match?
Aura Fire versus Rebellion, it seems like a matchup we've seen many times before because we have. Rebellion have won 3 out of the last 3 times they met. So, I don't know. Percy, feeling neutral.
Okay, what about you, Arashi?
Feeling neutral, that's interesting. Personally, I do feel like Rebellion has a bit more going for them, right? More flexibility, more potential we've seen, but with the current Aura, I feel like there's some danger looming there, but I feel like overall, the match does favor Rebellion. Take a look at this poster right here. Rebellion's pocket picks, who none predicts, right? They have so many new players and so many hidden strats available, so it's a bit funny that Aura is actually the team that's a bit more obvious compared to Rebellion in this particular matchup. We take a look at the matchup right here and a bit of the highlights from both these teams. Rebellion, they're just really good at finding aggressive potential in different picks, and right here in this particular game, having a glue in the roam position, as well as that Lunox that roams all the way since level 2, it's certainly an approach we haven't seen in a long time, if ever, and Rebellion were able to use it to its maximum potential, especially with Wijanarko leading the charge, dictating what happens throughout the course of the game, adjusting what his team needs depending on the situation, and not to mention Heights and Vincent, right? 2 very solid players. Heights on that gold lane has been popping off if he's left unattended to. And Vincent, and on Assassins in particular, has been very deadly against the teams that are too passive that will allow him to actually go off the rails in that aggression. It's a completely different story compared to Aura right here. The last time they met, it just seems like Aura has no real solution. They're just confused on what to do. And again, it seems like Rebellion just outmaneuvers them. And even here, even though they were securing a more aggressive lineup, they can just try and match Rebellion. Eventually with that Estes pick, they're able to just confuse Aura enough. And it's a foreign territory for Aura. Usually they are the ones who always look to try and confuse their opponents instead.
So far, Rebellion Zion, they have been known to go in for these macro plays. They, like you see on your screen right now, you can see Cars going to the back line, being able to flank, but the main goal ultimately was to get that turret. Now, Aura Fire, with the addition of a new jungler, might actually go for the same thing, but when it comes down to these 5v5 team fights, like we see on screen, it seems like Aura Fire, they're a bit held together more so than Rebellion Zion right now.
Honestly, again, this was the game number 2, where Rebellion Zion kind of threw their lead, right? With Cars obviously jumping in, like you mentioned, main goal being taking that turret down. So Rebellion Zion, they have worked on this since this game, even in game number 3, actually recovering really well to beat Aura Fire in leg number 1. But these sort of mistakes cannot happen against the Aura Fire that we will see today. With Van stepping in, they're a bit more objective and they are so much more disciplined. And I think that's the main key to victory for Aura Fire here, because what they were lacking was purely discipline. After taking an objective, they keep on going for fights that just it's not in their favor.
In a funny way, though, you can say the same thing about Rebellion, especially if they do have the tools for the job, right? we saw earlier with Vincent on that Fanny. He's just off the rails, going in and out again and again. Look at that, dude. Rebellion definitely has what it takes to try and make use of momentum. And so discipline becomes the name of the game here, like you mentioned, Mirko. Because both these teams have shown that they can get a huge lead, but they can also throw away a huge lead. And in the late game, if Kabuki has his hands on a solid pick, like the Claude, for example, we've seen in the previous team fight, he can just decimate the whole team. And even afterwards, attempt to do the same thing. But on the flip side, Heist also on this Harith pick. It was unorthodox when we first saw it, and yet he was able to use it to its maximum potential. And Godiva, he tries his best to try and enable his team, but against Rebellion, in the right situation, it's just a bit too difficult.
Yeah, there's actually a fun fact here about Vincent's Fanny, right? Still sitting at a 100% win rate, 2 times being picked up. No one has an answer to it just yet. Meanwhile, we might see a shift in that jungle, right? If he picks up something like the Fanny, it might be a little bit different going against a jungler like Van, who, like we keep mentioning over and over, gives something new to Aura Fire, which is that discipline, that objective-centered playstyle. His retribution so far is really on point. If I'm not mistaken, for the past 5 times he's played, I think game total, he's actually gotten 12 times retribution on point.
He's won so many Retribution duels, which is crazy because that's what they were lacking when Hai was in the jungle this season. Last season, he was still very on point, but this season, you're right. His Retribution just hasn't been on par with the rest of the league, especially the junglers who have been improving constantly. So the addition of Van really gave them, some stability, which they really needed in this composition.
For a while, we keep saying that Van, 100%, right? That was his record in the MDL.
Holy.
Now, it's no longer 100, but it's still a very impressive performance. And now here's the deal, right? Van, the new Lord contester. Vincent and Van both very aggressive, very solid in the retributions, but I think it's a bit of a different style because Vincent really shines on the assassins and Van has no issue playing utility, which really ties in his team together, right? Usually they're all over the place. They don't really know what they want to do, right? Someone wants to go in the back, someone wants to try and go front to back, but with Van in the picture, they just know how to just play around him and make sure that they can get the neutral objective. And like you mentioned, indirectly, it just gives them that much more discipline in how they want to approach the late game, right? Gives them a bit of a purpose, a bit of a same big picture for the whole team to work towards.
And let's hope the momentum that Aura Fire has built for themselves by destroying that lose streak last week can be transferred over here as we take a look at the keys to victory here for the side of Rebellion by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Maximize Swalo and Wijanarko's Cheese combo. Both these players have a very wide hero pool, so they can pull out the most unexpected picks at the last second and just completely throw out any kind of game plan that their opponents have thought out for them. If they can maximize that and maybe shift the pick order towards the end, that might be something that they can put to good use to try and make Aura prepare for the wrong playstyle, essentially. We've seen it before, like we mentioned, with the Lunox and the Glue in the wrong position for the first time. But on the other side, the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for Aura is getting Fredrin for Van, which is a hero that he is performing really well on. But keep in mind, a very small sample size. We've seen him on the Fredrin a lot, but it does not mean that he's limited only to the Fredrin. Right? This is a time where Aura has the opportunity to try and surprise all of us by putting Van in something a bit more daring, maybe a bit more aggressive like an assassin. We'll just have to wait and see.
Van the man, very confident in the land of Dawn, but here in front of a camera, hides behind a pillow. You saw him still very young, he's a rookie. He's a rookie. You can kind of understand, stepping into the MPL stage is a lot to take in, especially for this young man who had a pretty awesome performance in the MDL, but still, I don't think even he predicted or expected to be promoted this early on because he has to replace someone like Hai, who has been performing out of his mind from Season 9 all the way to 10.
Yeah, he had to replace Hai, he had to replace Kabuki as well. But you know what's irreplaceable? What? As soon as it comes out, right? What? The limited edition UBS Gold Merchandise Collection X MPL Season 11. It has yet to surface from the depths. I'm so excited to see it. But once it comes out, don't forget to check it out, right? At ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce as well.
Well, I can't wait to get my hands on it, man. We've been waiting It's been coming soon for so long. I keep saying this, but come on, man! Like, show us the merch. Show us the merch, man. They have a stall here. Like, you can at least display one. You know, give us a sneak peek.
One, Grandma. One.
You know, good things come to those who wait.
Oh.
Right? So maybe that's what they're trying to do to us as well. And maybe that's what the world is trying to teach Aura Fire. Okay, they've waited quite a long time. Leg 1 wasn't the best role for them at all. Starting the season 2-1 against a Rebellion Zion, whereas Rebellion Zion, a completely different story so far. They have been looking pretty in form, aside from minor discipline issues. But we're going to take a look at the official starting lineup now from RBL. Right now, Suelo, Kars, Heist, Vincent, and Ouija Narcos. So it's not going to be Psyop. Once again, it's Kars. It's still the main 5 here for Rebellion Zion and for Aura Fire. We'll see.
Well, here, it's still their main 5. Let's take a look at Aura Fire. Still, again, their main 5. Not really anything changing here. Still Van in the jungle, Kabuki in the gold lane, Hai as the roamer. Honestly, I think they just need to stick with this. If they keep on changing their lineup, it is going to be very, very sketchy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to welcome the Indonesian Dragons up on the stage, Aura Fire.
This is a team that we have so many expectations on. Speaking of changing players, they've changed roles as well. They proved that the new formula works out so much better for them, allowing them to have momentum in the early game and yet maintain a solid game plan all the way to the late stage of the game around those objectives. But will that be enough to try and go up against the other side of the pond right here?
Watch out, watch out! It's the Blue Bulls walking up onto the stage, going to try to repeat what they did in leg number 1. Rebellion Zion.
They are looking in form. They are looking like they have the purpose to stay in the playoff run. Remember, we are entering week number 4, so the stakes are getting higher and higher, albeit slowly. But today has been a day of upsets. Will Aura Fire replicate the same story as both of the team coaches? They're going to step on a stage. We have Coach Chico as well as Coach Palevi and CL right beside him.
Ooh, Mind Games begins right here as always. You can see that Chico seems just a slight bit more confident here. We'll have to see if this is based on anything. But as a team goes to their desk, the discussion begins, right? What are they gonna do? What is the first pick? What do we show to their opponents to try and throw them off? Because realistically, for both these teams right now, that is a strategy that they can both employ, right? Show the first 2 picks and then use that to bait out weird bans or weird strategies from your opponents and to completely turn it around in the second phase. On the pattern, like if you look at the stats so far, it seems like Rebellion are the ones that has a bit more elusiveness because of the new players, but that can definitely work against them as well.
And we've seen that work against them. Literally just in their previous match, they tried to play Big Mac in up against RRQ, I believe, without using the XP laner that has been performing out of his mind for this team. Kars is the better choice, and they will finally be able to utilize him again in the Land of Dawn as we take a look at their all-time win rate for most picked and banned heroes.
Look at the most pick advance for Coach Chico right here. Kaja, 1-1, and Joy. This shows that he doesn't respect the playmaking potential, but it also means that he usually likes taking that first pick position. So we'll have to see. Banned by the opponent is always the Heave and the Glue. The fact that the Roam Glue came from Rebellion initially in Season 11 is enough to make sure that the Glue pick is completely respected. But along with that, it's going to be the Grok and the Heave, right? This Heave seems to have a lot of impact because Sway Low can do a lot of damage, but he can provide a lot of utility as well. And that's a question for this match, right? Is he going to go with something that can do damage, or is he going to go with something that can enable the rest of his team?
That's the question here. And if we take a look on the other side, right? Coach Palevi for Aura Fire. You see the most bans here, 1-1, Joy, Valentina, the Hayabusa, and the Ling. And that's interesting, right? Is it because that they always opt for that jungle being tank or utility that they don't want to go against these assassins, or is it because they can't pick it up themselves?
Honestly, it's more towards them playing for Kabuki. If Kabuki gets shut down by these assassins who can put in kill pressure into the gold lane, the team really struggles. Kabuki has been one of the only shining player on Aura for such a long time before Ban joined in. So getting these assassins out of the way for Kabuki to pop off is the way to go for this team.
On that note, most banned by opponents shows that as well. Beatrix and Brody, right? Always banned the way so that Kabuki cannot get a strong dominant lane to make plays around. But the Claude is that secret pick that people don't really think that Aura really relies on. But in the hands of Kabuki, given the right amount of farm and the right amount of support, he can completely decimate in the big team fight. And that Claude pick has been very flexible right here. That could be what they want to try and use to try and get an upper hand against Rebellion today.
For sure. There's a lot of questions, right? Aura Fire, I think, is a little bit more easy to target ban. If in comparison to Rebellion Zion, because of that really wide hero pool, they use crazy picks like the Lunox, they use crazy picks like the Glue Roam, and I think it's because they're supported by one of the best phones in the game right now, right? The Galaxy S23 Series 5G by Samsung, equipped with the fastest processor technology, 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, with RAM up to 12 gigabytes, a memory of up to 1 terabyte, and the screen is a dynamic AMOLED 2X with a 120 Hz refresh rate. And of course, the battery is 5,000 mAh. Did you get your pre-order in yet, Mirko?
I did, man. I mean, the pre-order is up until 23rd of February 2023. That was also my birthday, so I got, treated myself to this beautiful phone. You can also get installments starting at 500,000 IDR per month. Benefits up to IDR 7.5 million, free 2 times double memory, and trade-in cashbacks up to IDR 1 million. Terms and conditions apply. Go ahead and check out the website samsung.com/ID, because we're in Indonesia.
Because we are in Indonesia. And in Indonesia, or wherever you are in the world, you gotta need quota.
Yeah, I do.
Right, Arashi?
For sure. There's no worse feeling than playing a game and then losing because you actually get disconnected because you do not have quota. It's the year 2023. It's no longer an issue that is common, or no longer an issue that should be common. So guys, check out the Dunia Games app, right? Make sure that you do make your purchases and get 3 gigabytes of data every single time you make a purchase. It stacks upon each other as well. So don't miss out. Make sure that you are completely equipped to play Mobile Legends and also watch Mobile Legends, because this next match is gonna be fire.
It is. Now,
literally.
Back to this matchup. Rebellion Zion and Aura Fire. What do you think we can expect coming into the drafts, right? I think Rebellion Zion, they have a lot to work with. I remember in that first match that they actually let something like the Kadita go, and it turns out they had the instant response and solution for it. So in terms of drafting, I gotta give it to Coach Chico, right? He has been so intelligent. Usually he wins in the drafting phase as well. So would it be better if he gets first pick or second pick?
Honestly, right now, I still believe first pick is the better option, right? I mean, we did see Alter Ego win on first pick and on red side as well. So technically, it's kind of 50-50. Thing is, though, blue side, you can ban a whole lot more of the respect heroes instead of having to ban just the one enjoy in the red side. Those 2 heroes, you gotta ban out, right? So right now, Rebellion, like we mentioned, got blue side Aura on the red side, suiting their colors.
Already a Faram is being banned out by Rebellion. They want to make sure that they can go aggressively. That's how they usually play. And they don't want to deal with Aura outlasting the early game aggression. That is an approach they've used in the past, knowing that Facehugger likes to go for those utility playmaking heroes. But again, that's the past, right? We have to see how different the current Aura is because of the small sample size. Rebellion, though, will be the first to ban out this Glue, wanting to make sure that Fluffy doesn't get a strong dominant hero, because that seems to be how they are able to actually get the early game pressure going.
This was interesting, right? Because I thought with the Faramis ban out, sure, it is respecting the potential that Aura has, especially Facehugger loves this hero as well, one of his most picked heroes this season. But I was thinking that it was a setup to pick up something like the Glue in the first phase, especially that it can be flexed into several different lanes, can be placed and played by Cars or Wijanarku in that roaming position. But they've actually opted to ban that away. Now, Aura, like you mentioned, the 1-1 and the Joy ban comes through, but now, Rebellion Zion, they actually go for a Melissa ban.
Interesting choice here. I did expect Rebellion to, focus Kabuki down in the bans. Didn't expect the Melissa first phase though. This is very interesting. Aura Fire ban out the Claude, which wasn't really what I was thinking of with the Melissa ban. I think they are setting up more towards something like a carry or maybe even a Moskov, right? But here, honestly, taking away the Fredrin is a no-brainer. We know how much presence Van can bring on that Fredrin, so Rebellion have the chance to take it away.
They can go for the Fredrin, or they can go for a strong mid laner. They will pick that Fredrin up. Now, Aura, after banning away the Claude that we've seen them even first pick, or at least pick in the first phase of the draft, this is usually a hero that they really want to get in the hands of Kabuki, but now that that's no longer the case, it's going to be the Valentina and that Arlet, man, really gaining a lot of popularity.
Yeah, Valentina, especially for Aura Fire, right? I feel like every time it's opened up, it's always a big choice for Facehugger to take. And remember, with the pickup onto the Valentina, they can also be able to anticipate the pickup for Suelo, right? The Yve being left open, can use the real-world manipulation for themselves as well. But what is going to accompany this Yve?
They can go for something like a Ruby. Works really well against the Arlet and the Valentina, but picking up the Roamer this early on, I don't know if they want to actually do that, right? I think right now, what Rebellion needs to do is maybe even pick a gold laner up and kind of deny Aura Fire a lot of the picks that Kabuki is comfortable on.
They can deny that. We've seen that Kabuki does struggle if he doesn't have the right tools for the job. But for Rebellion, it's going to be that Kaja early on, being able to just shut down the more mobile playmakers from the side of Aura. It's an interesting approach. We've seen a lot of teams use it, but picking up the Roamer, like you mentioned, Mirko, so early on means that Aura Fire will have a lot of opportunities to try and draft around this.
I don't know though. Looking at it, right? I mean, I completely forgot the Kaja was open, by the way. That's why I expected the Ruby or maybe even a gold laner to come through. But Aura Fire now, I think at this point, it's a really good opportunity for them to pick up the gold lane and then target Ben Heis, who has had, I mean, man, if you think about it, his hero pool has been really wide this season with the Herod, the Lunox in the gold lane, bringing up the Melissa, the Claude as well. So yeah, they do pick up the Brody here, and they will most likely go for the ban towards the Beatrix. And
I've been waiting.
That's interesting, right? Usually you'd think that with the Brody pick, they will just let the carry go. They want to force Rebellion onto these weak side laners, maybe get rid of the Beatrix, but why do they get rid of the carry, Arashi?
I think they really figure that Rebellion, they've been playing really well, using the gold lane as a hyper carry situation. And of course, in the early game, Brody against a carry, you can really destroy, but with the right intervention from the jungle and the roamer, the carry can still have a pretty solid laning phase, and they can use that to try and save up for a very solid late game. So I think Aura doesn't want to try and gamble with that, and they want to try and go for something a bit more tanky that can't really get crowd controlled, because usually carry deals really well with those beefier members.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was about to say, right? I think the carry ban are definitely signaling that Aura Fire want to pick up two strong front lines. And I think that was kind of sniffed out by Rebellion here. With the Grok being taken away, it does give a few options, right? Usually we see Van, if not on the Fredrin, he picks up something like the Akai. And honestly, I think that does fit here. Will Rebellion Zion ban it out is the question. And if they do, what hero does Van have up his sleeves?
Van. Probably the Martis, right? The only other utility hero that's up for grabs. I think Rebellion will read it out, though. The Akai is a big nuisance towards their composition. It centers around mid-control and neutral objective takes.
I'm concerned about the Lapu Lapu ban, though, because it means that the Arlet, it might just go into the XP lane and they want to secure a winning lane there. But will banning the Lapu Lapu alone be enough, though? Because there's other options available. And on that note, Rebellion, they will ban out the Roamer instead, fearing the engage combo possibility, because usually the Arlet, the Final Slash, can still do a lot of damage, provide a lot of crowd control, but it's best used as a follow-up tool, not as the primary engage tool, because it's just a bit more telegraphed on the Arlet.
Right now, I think one of the options that Aura Fire has, it could be the Lolita pickup here. I think if they need more CC in their... Okay, but no. They're gonna go for the Cho pick. This should be for high. Unless, exactly, unless.
I like it. I really like the flex potential here that Aura Fire are utilizing in their drafts, knowing that maybe this is exactly their weapon that they need to utilize, that we haven't seen from week 1 to week 2, right? Week 3, we started seeing this new Aura Fire again building their flex potential, but Rebellion Zion, Arashi, this is it, right? They already have a Fredrin and even Kaja. There's a lot of magic damage coming in, so I expected maybe a Harith earlier on. Now I'm thinking just Marksman. Moskov? Nope, Yu Zong first.
Ooh, wait, hang on. It's gonna be a Yu Zong. For now, we're thinking it's in the XP lane, and that will be a Beatrix in the gold lane. So a good solid mix, good crowd control, good dive potential as well, actually. So far, pretty solid all-round draft for the side of Rebellion. For Aura, one more pick to decide how exactly this composition shapes up. Because as always, we would never really know until the last pick really shows up. From the looks of it though.
What?
Whoa, what?
Okay.
Alice, this is the first time we are going to see an Alice here.
In the jungle.
No way.
On Van, yo.
Alice jungle.
Shout out to Blacklist International. Wise actually picked it up the first time ever in MPL PH Season 11. Alice jungle, and it got him the dub. So we're seeing some, you know, inspiration being taken here by Aura Fire. And these are the audience predictions.
It's really close. 51% for Aura. And not so far behind from Rebellion Zion. But wow, I'm still really shocked by the Alice pick. How do we feel about this? Isn't Alice late game, or has things changed since the last time we saw her, which was, I think, maybe 2-3 seasons ago?
I think we've seen it occasionally, but it's never really been that meta. I feel like it still requires a bit more items. The Alice pick requires some items to still be relevant, to still have some kind of traction, some kind of momentum going on. But you never know, man. With how Aura Fire plays, that might be exactly what they try and expect you to think, and then they'll just completely catch you off guard, going with a very aggressive Alice pick.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aura Fire with another unorthodox pick. Will it work as we enter the Land of Dawn for game number 1? Up against Rebellion Zion with Vincent on the very orthodox pick.
I'm quite excited to see how this works out, right? Because from what I know about the Alice's, she's quite late game, no? She needs to build those stacks to be as sustainable as she is in the late game. Does she build damage? Does she build tank? I have so many questions.
Looking at the lanes, the winning lanes for Rebellion Zion, there's just so many of them. Like we mentioned, the gold lane, now on Beatrix against a Brody, it's a bit of a skill matchup. Highs can still somewhat be relevant in that lane, but with the interference of Vijanarko and Sway Low, it could be a bit of troublesome for him to deal with. Here's a fun fact by Grab though. Fluffy becomes, didn't get the catch to read it.
He has the highest hero pool.
Widest hero pool.
Yeah.
In the half of Season 11 with 11 unique heroes. So there's Fluffy's claim to fame, but on a Arlet right now against a Yu Zong, it's going to be a bit difficult in the all-in department. He needs to pick his fights very, very carefully.
I fear for the early game for Aura, right? I think Rebellion Zion, they do have a chance to snowball in this early game, because I don't think that the Alice can do fast clear. I don't know about the rotations. I think she's very reliant on that level 4. Okay, she's reached that level 4, so maybe that's exactly what Aura Fire needs to pull the trigger. But other than that, I'm not really sure how they're going to play around this.
Seems like they're still going to go for the early objective. Fluffy actually catches the gold buff right there, and with the turtle spawning, the wave pressure is kind of favoring Aura Fire right now, but that can very easily change if Rebellion Zion tries to go for something aggressive here.
Cars with the Petrify and the Furious dive. Now Facer going to be caught. Backs away, but will fall. First blood over. Vincent even stealing the turtle away from Van. Losing out that retry battle as Vijanarko walks forward, looking for a Divine Judgment play, but will not be able to get it. Vijanarko and Vincent just zoning Van away. Walking and standing there menacingly, as Van will not be able to take his orange buff. Stolen away by Vincent.
Being pressured away, and that is the presence that Cars has on that Yu Zong. We saw him being very dominant and aggressive on the Arlet the last time I can recall his performance. Now on the Yu Zong, he just initiated that play, and Facehugger was not ready at all. So the front line right now for Aura Fire is only high, and that's a bit concerning because for Rebellion, they can very easily go for aggressive plays, and no one can actually take that kind of damage.
Looks like they might go for it here. Aura already centering down the bottom side, but Vijanarko with the map awareness. They know where he is right now, and I don't think they're gonna go for this, but this is what we were worried about, right? Highs onto the Beatrix. Even though Kabuki has a really early, I would say, power spike, so does the Beatrix, right? BOD is you can feel the damage, and she has much more in her arsenal. She can go for long range hits, she can go for short range, and that's a little bit more of a edge that I do believe that the Beatrix has over the Brody.
Like I said, matchup-wise, Beatrix wins out against the Brody. The Brody can't really do much when, you know, the Beatrix just clears it out super fast here. Divine Judgment onto High with a shampoo, able to kick Narco, but it's not really going to do much. Highs picks the kill up, and Rebellion Zion are up 1,000 gold. Aurafire needs to give this up because they are getting sandwiched here by Vincent. Highs already dealing damage onto the turret, picking up a whole lot of gold. And that's the viewer's passion as well. Kabuki going to be forced to recall.
Oof, a lot of damage and a lot of wave clear. That is the main strength of this draft from Rebellion Zion. Every single lane can be pushed up so quickly, and Aurafire are stuck being pulled in the lanes, being forced to show themselves on the map. And while they're doing that, Rebellion Zion has all the time in the world to just hide in the bushes and prepare for an ambush. And again, without a proper front line, even High right here can very easily get picked off. He will try and just stand there menacingly, but to no avail.
Yeah, I don't know once again about this Van, right? The Alice pick. When I compare the rotations against Vincent on the Fredrin, it feels like the Fredrin is roaming a lot more faster, so they're getting way better setups. But I guess me and Miracle, we like crazy picks. We wanted to see exactly how this worked out.
I like crazy picks.
I like the Alice as well, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, the Alice here, the reason it's okay early game is the fact that it can find stacks a whole lot in the lanes by taking in the minions, and he won't be taking any gold and XP from his mid lane or from any lane, right? So technically, he's getting free stacks without
interfering
with any of the gold and XP from his own laners. Narco, though, again, with the Divine Judgment, say goodbye to High Man. He's going to be down here. Vincent picks the kill up. Nothing Aurafire can do about that, really. But they will actually put their focus onto the mid lane. Fluffy is rotated as well. They might actually want to force this with Cars. With the Black Dragon form comes down. Facehugger and Van going to be petrified. Now caught on the Furious Dive. Van jumping in with 2 to back line. Twailing going to be stunned up, and Van actually is there with Fluffy to pick up the kill. Van still surviving, now using the damage, using the dash to get out the blink. Narco chasing him down. That's going to be the flicker slow. Vincent picks up the kill. Fluffy caught. Forced to flicker out, and Aurafire will lose another trade.
So, like, what's the plan here, right? Because Aurafire, I thought that with the Alice pickup, they would want to play for that late game. They want to be patient in this early game, try to stave off as much pressure as they can in the early game, realizing they're not winning any lanes anyway, right? The gold lane, they lose. The mid, they lose.
Whoa.
In the top lane as well, it's still 50-50. So what was the plan? Because if they wanted to wait until the late game, they're not playing patient. As you can see here, Fluffy.
Fine judgment, Fluffy gonna be sniped down, still able to escape somehow. Vincent with the Appraiser's Wrath though, says otherwise. Way the Dragon bringing Vincent back, that's gonna be stunned, coming in onto Kabuki. Turn apart memory, pops in, Vincent taken down. Aura with a good shutdown onto the hands of Kabuki. But like you mentioned, it does feel like Aurafire are struggling with their win conditions.
Seems like they want to try and have a solid early game with the Valentina and the Brody, right? And try and be a problem for Highs, and then later on they can rely on Van maybe with the sustainability, but in this early game, they're just struggling so hard right now, and with the Black Dragon from being popped up, the Rebellion going in.
Van gonna win out this Retribution battle, but he uses the flowing blood over to the front. Van is gonna be taken down. Facehugger trying to get a Furious Dive, but will not be able to. 0-2-1 so far. Alice pick hasn't worked out.
Rebellion Zion standing very strong with a 2,000 gold lead, and this is interesting, right? Because if we take a look at the emblems, wait a minute though.
Good evade right there. Final slash as well. Divine Judgment by Narco though. Stops him, distracts. That's going to be the gun down. Even missing out the stun. Highs. Brilliant play. Rebellion Zion, another pick on the board. Cars now in the 2v1. Going forward to Facehugger, dodging away from High, who can't get in range. My goodness. This Prodigy styling on Aurafire.
Right, back to my point, right? Emblem-wise, Van forced on something like the Demon Slayer, and I feel like the Alice is very item dependent, and being forced on something like the Demon Slayer and not the Magic Shop?
Mystery Shop?
Mystery Shop? It's confusing. It doesn't seem like it's as efficient as it should be.
If you look at the leveled gap as well, now Van has caught up a bit, but he was 2 levels behind as Cars goes for it again.
Vincent going to be brought back to the team right now as Van tries his best to deal damage, but he will not be able to. Say goodbye to your mana bar. Instantly just gone as he tries his best to pick up the purple buff. Rebellion Zion will be able to just take the mid lane turret for free. No contest. They even lost Fluffy in that trade.
Right now, Aura Fire seems to just lack survivability, man. At any moment, if Rebellion Zion decides it's time to fight, they have no way of denying the fight, and they have no way of escaping from said fight anyways. They get slowed down, they get suppressed with the Divine Judgment, and that's just the end of it. Even Fluffy, trying his best to try and make an outplay, he can't escape because of the nature of Arlet's dash. It requires a target, which means that, like earlier, Heist was just able to slowly but surely basic attack him to death, as High now is being in a tough spot as Fluffy jumps in.
Oh, High's going to be taken low, but he flickers out to safety here. Flowing Blood not going to be able to find its target. Fluffy has used his flicker, and Aura Fire will just disengage from this fight. High needs to be a little bit more on point with that Way of the Dragon. He got the angle a bit wrong there, and Rebellion were able to almost punish them.
And on the flip side, you look at Rebellion, and they have a lot of ways to just avoid this kind of engage, right? A lot of dashes to try and cancel out High on the Cho, so it's a tough situation for him for sure.
Fluffy with the final slash onto 3, grouping them up, but now on the top side, Vincent going to be isolated. That's going to be the Petrify, and the Furious dive to snipe as well by Hives all the way from downtown. Retribution, Van going to be able to secure the Lord as he jumps back forward towards the other members. Cars taken down by the torn apart memory. Facehugger now in the mid lane, taunted up and left to die. Rebellion Zion picking up a 3 for 2.
But they do have a Lord on the way here, so not really the most efficient way you'd like to go about this, but it does buy Aura Fire a little bit more time as we take a look here at the in-game items. And remember, Rebellion Zion is leading with a 2,000 gold lead.
And with that lead, Suelo has a double one combo. It's going to be very beneficial in the poking department. And it's going to make sure that Van and High cannot stay there and take a lot of spells, even if it's only for a bit, because the slightest glance will do percentage HP damage. Kabuki also has a Wind of Nature though, and with that item, he's just going aggressively onto the top turret. So the Lord has been allowing Aura Fire to take out 2 turrets, I believe. Definitely a big pickup for the side of Aura. Rebellion Zion now back to waiting for the next objective. They need to be a bit more decisive with who they want to try and shut down, because Kabuki is still doing pretty well.
Yeah, he's still able to farm well. He's still able to get a lot of good kills on the board as well, sitting at a 2-0-0. And if we take a look at the player's goal too, he's not falling too far behind Highs, only a 500 gold difference. And that is where Rebellion Zion needs to be wary and to be able to shut him down towards the end. Even Vincent and Van, right now Van is actually ahead in terms of that farm. So even though Rebellion Zion, they're leading with that much gold, Aura Fire, they're quickly and slowly picking up the pace and actually trying to get that equalize on.
Ooh, that might be the mistake here. Only High gets pulled back. The snipe not connecting. High taken down. Cars also with the Black Dragon form now onto Kabuki. The Petrify connects with a nature popped in by Kabuki. Knocked up. That's going to be the real world inflation. Dealing magic damage to take him out. Now, Aura Fire forced to back away. It's Rebellion Zion, full throttle, stepping on the gas paddle as they look for a tier 2 in the mid lane, taking it down without any contest. Aura Fire in disarray.
I gotta say, I don't like the Cho pick, right? Aura Fire, I think they would have been better with like something more AoE in terms of that initiation, but with Cho, 1, High doesn't seem to be that comfortable on it, and 2, it hasn't been a really good pick-off. Like, there were a lot of expectations with that single target pick-off, and it hasn't found any success so far. I would have pictured him better on something like the Atlas. I get it was banned. Something AoE like the Lolita that I mentioned in the draft pick. Kufra as well, I feel would have worked a bit better, especially getting that AoE CC going, and then Van goes in with the AoE damage. But there you go, once again, another initiation.
Oh, Van instantly gone. High will follow very closely. Kabuki now trying to... Oh, what a snipe by Highs! Jeez, what a snipe! Beautiful! Highs, Season 10, notorious for his Beatrix. He's trying to claim that Snipe God title again.
Goes for the Demon Hunter sword as well right here, so a good mix of damage, burst damage in particular, and DPS for the late game, knowing that they are very HP-reliant heroes on the side of Aura Fire. And now with 5 members available with the snipes, with the Yeeve and Tao. There's a lot of high ground siege potential. They're gonna go straight for it, but with Hyde, doesn't even matter. Hyde takes out High immediately.
Holy moly, Hyze is so good at this game on Beatrix. How are you that accurate on a Renner? I really don't know. I can't relate to that, man.
He just goes for it, and with the items, there's just so much damage, and Fluffy just wasn't respecting it. Now, on the other hand, Swaylo has the NOD as well. They might just go for it, and with the Lord, they can end right here, right now.
Let's see, Vincent jumping in, getting the taunt down onto Hyde. That's the Divine Judgment as well. Hyde sniped him down. That's another snipe. Onto Facehacker, flickering forward, Facehacker! Taken away, the fade away. Now Kabuki return upon memory, only dealing a little bit now. Is that's gonna be the final slash onto Hyde, who's still able to survive. Van clearing the minions out in the bottom lane, but has no mana to play with. That's gonna be the final base turret taken down, and Hyde again with a snipe. Now it's Kabuki and Van. They jump in, trying to defend. No, 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 you don't. He does get it again, and it's another for Hyde. A triple kill. 13, 0, and 6. GG.
Rebellion and Zion lead the best of 3 series 1-0 against Aura Fire. And I gotta say, it was kind of expected, right? The draft was experimental at best.
Yeah, we just like crazy.
We just like crazy. It doesn't mean it would work out. And it actually didn't at the end. I'm not really sure how the Alice was supposed to work out. Maybe Miracle, you can fill us in, seeing that in the hands of Blacklist.
I mean, honestly, Alice pick, we'll get into that later. I think I'm more confused with the carry ban. Like, you pick up the Brody, you ban out the carry, that's the lane you want. They let go of the Beatrix, and it is exactly what won them the game. Sure, ban on the Alice, maybe not as impactful as you would hope for if you're Aura Fire, but I think the main reason they lost that was Beatrix Brody. You ban out the carry, you let the Beatrix open, the Beatrix is gonna get picked up against the Brody. I can't get my head around that.
And keep in mind, they also picked the Cho into a Kaja. So every time Hai was trying to go and make a play happen, he just gets completely suppressed and taken out before he can do anything. So all in all, very questionable decisions are being made by Aura Fire right now. You have to wonder if this is a Game 1 experimental thing, or is this just what they really truly believed to be the best draft they have right here? We'll have to see, man. Game number 1, though, belongs to Rebellion, and boy, what a performance. Not just by Highs on the Beatrix, but everyone else, they just performed really well. Cars on the Yu Song was also absolutely brutal, dominating the lane and still finding Kabuki at every single team fight, making sure that he has his eyes on his back, dude.
And I love that split second, that last-minute split-second decision by Highs. He bought the House Claws because it was taken really low. He went back up, and then he went back into the team fight. And I think those split-second decisions is what really shows the quality of a player. And so far, Rebellion Zion, they are showing to us that they have that quality. On the other side, I really do like that Aura Fire, they're trying to go back to their old form.
What made them special?
Right. Picking up these crazy things. People see it, they think it's crazy. It didn't work out this time, but maybe something else might in the future. I like that they have the courage and finally to actually bring it onto the MPL stage, because so far we've never really seen anything crazy coming in from Aura Fire.
I think, again, they kind of just failed their winning condition, right? I think we even saw in the keys to victory, most bans, most picks. Kabuki is in the center of Aura Fire. He needs to carry the game, get him a winning matchup. So picking the Brody and banning out the carry, the hero that you would want to face off, maybe we gave them the benefit of the doubt, right? Banning the carry, okay, maybe they want to go for some very tanky members as the frontliner. They didn't even go for that. They went for Chong and Alice.
I mean, to be fair, the Alice in the late game will be shredded by the carry. So maybe they were looking too far into, like, expecting that they could hold the pressure from Rebellion Zion that early game. But like we keep mentioning, winning conditions, right? Because if that's what they were looking for, why did they go in for those team fights, those skirmishes, when they haven't even hit that power spike?
I also feel like if they really want to try and shut down the gold lane all the way from the early stages, they have to make sure that the backup is there as well, because the mid lane, the side lanes, weren't really winning either for Aura Fire, and that in turn also allows Rebellion to slowly but surely encroach on the jungle of Van. So overall, as a linear game plan, it doesn't really make sense at all to me. And overall, Rebellion Zion just has the more flexible composition here because they were able to dive in when they have an advantage. When Aura Fire tries to go aggressively, using Fluffy as a bit of an engage tool, they're able to kite back as well. So I think they just have to, I don't know, man, like come up with something that works better together because individually it makes sense. Oh, Alice in the jungle, very tanky later on. Brody in the lane, winning, but together, right? Winning gold lane, weak jungler doesn't really like work out. So the 5-man picture needs to be clearer for Aura because otherwise, with good execution and good rotations, Rebellion can replicate the same kind of success.
And even team fight synergy, right? That's already talking like in general, right? The early game, the mid, and the late. But even like in those team fights, Alice does so well if there's prior initiation, something crazy that's AoE CC, right? Something like the Atlas or the Kufra, and then the Alice goes in, hits the ultimate, and then the damage comes through. But this is the post-game stats as well, where Highs just really popped off. He was both the rich guy and the carry.
Full credit to Highs for sure. I mean, this man, he was on a skill-based matchup, sort of. And of course, he had a lot of help due to the winning lanes, due to the wave clear. But still, those snipes were just devastating, man. And he just knows where to be, and he did have the same respect, the same countermeasures. Whenever he's going very aggressively forward, he at least ensures that he has the flicker to get out of a sticky situation. So moments like that just determines how good you are, because anyone can do damage when they have a lot of kills, but knowing your limits, right? How to go in, when to go out, and having the plan Bs, plan Cs, that just shows how good of a gold laner and how much foresight you have as a player.
I mean, again, I have to kind of say foresight, right?
Would it be like that?
I mean, I have 4 eyes technically with my glasses, so it's foresight, but that's not what the 4 means anyways. Yeah, back again, I have to disagree with you, Arashi. You know, you said winning lane, winning gold lane, and weak jungler doesn't work. I think it works. I think it's just they didn't even have a winning gold lane. Again, that matchup was built for the Brody to lose. The Brody can't really do anything. All the Beatrice needs to do is clear waves. That's it. Boom, bang, bada bing.
Exactly. I mean, you know, you get my point. It's not just that particular matchup. The whole like team,
how everything
right?
ties together.
Even the XP lane, you want to try and have an Arlott that can actually be dominant in the lane, but then you put him up against a Yu Zhong. It's like, yeah, okay, good luck. Yeah. Looking at the gold curve right here, slow and steady, and occasionally you see some bumps going inside of Aura, but it all builds up to the eventual big team fight, and without shutting down Highs, it was just a bit too difficult. And even if they do, right, the late game guarantees are so questionable from Aura. Maybe it's gonna be Facehugger with the Valentina. They can try to do a lot of damage. Maybe it's Van on the Alice. But if you rely on that, that's also 2 magical damage-based heroes. They can, Rebellion can very easily stack the magical defense, and it doesn't solve their problem. So Aura just needs to do better in the drafts, man.
I found alarming. I found something really alarming in the post-game stats. Facehugger, 0% KP. Is that right?
That is right.
If that's right, that's insane because Facehugger is usually very active in those team fights. 0%, it means something's wrong, right? Regular season MVP here, 1-0 in that first game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. It's Beatrix Highs, 1306 KDA, 899 GPM, and an 83% KP. That is a really high stat to have.
What a surprise. 13-0-6, 899 GPM. But honestly, just take a look at that, right? I think this is what every gold laner should utilize if you do build into a Hunter Strike or a Heptaseas, is to get that Fury's Hammer. Steel Leg Plates, Fury Hammer. Fury Hammer is basically the Steel Leg Plates version of physical attack for you guys. 12 physical physical penetration, my bad, for 800 gold. That's a steal deal. So that's why people just build into that and then go straight for like a full item.
Look at the heat map right here. You can see that for the most part in the lane, he just does his thing, but afterwards, right? This is 5 minutes or 10 minutes. In the mid-game, he just follows the team around, does that damage, and there was just a huge portion of time where he was fighting a lot in the EXP side of the map. Shows again how active he is after winning in the gold lane. And looking at the highlights right here, all begins with High just
The
not getting
highlight?
a chance to play at all. Yeah, it's a highlight, but he is just getting destroyed in the highlights. And Fluffy, as you can see, no real mobility, and that just means that he's just so susceptible to getting ganked. And the snipes, of course, does a lot of damage, but look at Cars, man. No one can really stop him. And the only real trade-off again and again is maybe 1 kill by Kabuki. Not nearly enough considering that it's going to be 3 kills, or 4 kills, or even the objective on top of that by Rebellion Zion. And look at Kabuki just constantly getting chased away by Cars, and look at that snipe, man. At any moment, Our Fire is just always on the back foot. They don't have control. They don't have vision. And that is what gets abused completely. High still flickers forward there.
Oh my
Pretty sure
God.
Facehugger gets destroyed. And they're just way too behind at this point. It's only a 5k or 6k, but considering the kind of heroes they're on, they can't even withstand that kind of damage. It's just a clean execution by Rebellion for game number 1.
For educational purposes, pick Alice again.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe ban Beatrix when you
Yes.
pick up the Brody in the first phase. Maybe.
And maybe not pick Cho.
Okay. Okay. Now, I mean, yeah. Those weren't highlights. Those were highlights, right? Because highlights got turned off real quick into the game with that show.
Maybe they can go for a different ban as well, because they went for the Claude ban, right? Whereas technically, it's not. If they go for a Brody, right? The Claude Brody matchup isn't that, that countered per se. So they can go for that, for a different ban right there. And maybe ban out the Kaja if they want to go for the Cho, right? And so that you can actually maneuver around and get those pickups.
So now it's game 1. And then after it's game 2.
how
Maybe
maths
game 3. But
Maybe.
after that, what else to do?
Well, obviously, when you're at home, when you're just chilling, you don't know what to watch, you can always go ahead and take Max Stream out, right? Because for those of you who love MLBB, MPL 2023 is also available on Max Stream. Max Stream is an app that combines many OTT and channels, so you don't have to switch between apps. In Max Stream, there are a lot of channels that you can enjoy without paying extra, and there are a lot of new thingamajiggies, exclusive original content. They turn a like.
There's love in game, there's love coach with Rachel, we want to believe. And I think there's Rasha, the Wonder Kid, and there's one more. What is it? Kolak Express?
Kolak Express there. Yeah.
Kolak, that makes me hungry.
Well, when you're watching Max Stream, you gotta grab some snacks, right? And honestly, use the Grab app. It's the best app out there because you guys can use the promo code 50% to discount at GrabFood to power you up when you're watching online with the MPL ID X Grab promo code, and also the 90% discount for your Grab bike and Grab car, your transportation needs.
Wow! And there's even a booth at the venue, Arashi. Have you
Oh my
been
God.
there?
Wait,
Look at
what
that!
is that?
Look at
Grab
that!
gifts?
25,000
I want a Grab
voucher
gift.
I'd want one too.
Yo!
Yeah, I think you can redeem that for food or for some transportation.
Is that what gifts mean?
Maybe.
Are we entitled to some of that? Because we would very gladly participate. We'll have to see once we have a chance to explore the booths later on, ladies and gentlemen.
Arashi's
But
distracted now.
Don't miss out. Yeah, it's value, bro. I'm weak to value, man.
Dude.
Value, dude.
That's value, dude.
It's a Chinese thing.
All right, so we're coming into game number 2 really soon. Rebellion Zion
soon?
once against what?
How soon?
Very soon.
1 minute
1
and 48
minute, yeah, I was
seconds. All
about
right,
to say.
chill out, all right?
Specifically.
Arashi. We know
I
your
just
team
can't
just
wait.
lost,
Can't wait.
okay? But, the
Yeah, why you
game-
gotta rub the salt on the
night
wounds,
is
man?
still young,
Bro.
ladies and gentlemen, for Aura Fire versus
That was
Rebellion
low.
Zion. Now, Arashi, you might just, Eterna, you might just be following into Arashi's footsteps here
Honestly, yeah.
with a loss for your team.
Honestly, yes, but it's not an upset.
You're right. I mean, I think Rebellion are the favorites this time.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
With their performance so
Okay,
far, with the standings,
But we
I
saw
think
the
so.
audience prediction. It was still 51% for Aura Fire. So
Statistically. Audience-wise, sure, but statistically, Rebellion
Yeah,
are the
true.
favorites, right?
For
I mean,
sure, for sure.
Even in the hero pool, even in their drafts, they've just looked more stable. And that's what's weird about Aura Fire right now. It feels like they're going back to, their previous identity, playing a whole lot, using their creativity in the drafts, but not having the fundamentals. Again, banning out maybe the wrong heroes, picking up heroes that are not comfortable for their own roamers, for their own players.
That's something they definitely have to try and fix out, because it's not only about being unpredictable, it's about unpredictable but still having the same kind of synergy in order to have a solid game plan, right? Because it's all about the game plan. Whatever you do, all from the early game to the late game, it should be planned, right? If it's not planned, of course, there's some spontaneous moments in the game. But for the most part, you need to know the big picture. You need to know what your team is going for. And now perhaps Aura has learned. They're going for the first pick right here and already banning out that Kaja, like we mentioned.
All right, Aura Fire have opted to swap sides now, so Aura does have the first pick. But we still see things that have kind of changed here, right? Aura Fire, like you mentioned, Arashi Kaja being banned out. We have the Valentina being banned out as well, and Rebellion Zion have actually opted once again for the Fredrin ban. So I think they are grasping that maybe Van's hero pool isn't as wide as he thought. With the Fredrin taken away, he picked up the Alice. He does still have the option of picking the Akai. I think it was a safer pick if they wanted to go for it. But other than that, not really sure what he still has in his arsenal.
You know what I think? Rebellion are going to let the 1-1 go. Kabuki, last time we saw him play 1-1 Season 10, he lost on it. It doesn't really feel like he's comfortable on it. And Rebellion might just force him to pick it, right? Because if you let it go here, if Aura don't pick it up, it's highs on one of his comfort picks.
Keep in mind, early on, we did see that Alter Ego were able to actually deny that 1-1 pick with the right situation, right? With the right picks of their own. So it seems like on the back foot, the 1-1 doesn't really do that well. When separated from the team, the 1-1 doesn't do that well either. So if they go for a similar draft like they did in game number 1, they can very easily replicate that kind of success. But unfortunately, they will ban it out. So all that what if for nothing. The first pick though is gonna be that Melissa very early on for a gold lane, Mirko. Opens them up to so many counter picks.
Oh man, yeah. This is pretty scary, right? I mean, Aura Fire, I understand that the Melissa is a great pick. My favorite pick, especially with the skin. I hope you use the skin, Kabuki. Last time I saw him play Melissa, he didn't use the skin. You know which skin I'm talking about. Anyways, Rebellion, you're right. So many heroes that can counter this Melissa. They can even pick up the Arlet here. The Vengeance, Arlet's second skill, goes through the go away. I found that out and I was pretty pissed, but it goes through the go away. So there's no reason for them not to go for it here. If they think Cars, you know, his comfort hero is that Arlet, but they do go for the Yeeve and the Grok instead.
Yeeve and Grok, good mix of utility right here. The Grok can use the wild charge in a defensive fashion as well. Solid so far. Also denies Aura any kind of hero that can go for those pick-off situations. And of course, it's still a flexible hero. It can be put in the EXP lane or the roamer or even the jungle if Coach Chico is feeling experimental. Aura though will go for the Faramis, usually going into the hands of Facehugger, but remember, if they clump up together a bit too much, that could be dangerous. The Lapu pick though will allow Fluffy to be a bit more proactive in this game, but you have yet to see what pick will be in the hands of Cars.
We do have a comment here though by Brands. Looking at the gameplay of Hai and his teammates since week 2, they're just started to get heated up, right? I think that was applicable maybe last week. This week, things are still a little bit messy. Maybe they are still trying to iron out the kinks once again here. But so far, it hasn't really worked out for Aura. With the Lapu and the Faramis pickup, they are trying something different. Obviously, they want to try and win those side lanes, but Rebellion, very risky pick, right? The Grok into the Melissa.
Grok into a Melissa. Yeah, it's quite risky, but in a way though, it still makes sure that the Grok can still do different things to try and make sure that the Melissa does not have a good time as well. I mean, if you can't get too close with the wild charge, for example, the barricades can still mean that the Melissa's stuck in a particular spot, and that might be all that Rebellion needs to try and shut down Kabuki on that Melissa. So with a Yeeve and an Arlet right now, it really means that Kabuki is going to have a very tough time trying to survive, and the Cult Altar will be able to save him for a bit, but considering the amount of AoE and combo available in the hands of Rebellion, grouping up for that might be a mistake in itself.
Look at the fun fact though. Highs with 13 kills in game 1 becomes one of the players with the most kills in a single game in Season 11. He almost just broke that record with 13 kills. Rebellion though, smart bans now, going for the Akai ban. Maybe they're playing around this Grok, right? Maybe it can actually be the Grok in the jungle for Rebellion Zion. We haven't seen it from Vincent, but with the Akai ban, if they go for another Maybe a Martis ban here. No, I think they just might be trying to deny Aura Fire Van's picks here. Maybe they go for an Akai ban, and then they just go for, I would say, a Roamer ban, and then they just pick up the Martis. So it kind of forces Van to play something different. There you go. Atlas, Akai, Fredrin earlier on. They're basically taking everything away from Van.
What is he gonna play? What is Hai gonna play, right? Because he picked up something like the Cho, it didn't really work out for them. Right now, he only has a few options, right? The Franco is one of them. Not really sure if it fits into their composition right now. I mean, it can, playing front to back, clearly, but Aura Fire, they are going to limit Lancelot instead, and Rebellion Zion pick up something crazy like the Moskov. Moskov and the Melissa lane-up. How is that looking?
Melissa wins, but Moskov, it really depends on how you play it. Melissa will have an advantage going up against the Moskov.
Is it the range?
It's the range, the poke, and everything, even all-ins. The Moskov can't really win here unless Melissa messes up with her second skill. If the muddles are placed in a way where Heis can just step out of it with his first skill, then Moskov wins.
Oof. It's a skill matchup for sure, but looking at the other lanes though, this is looking to be the same pattern. The wave clear, Grub, Yves, and Arlet seems to be very deadly, and for Aura, their solution is going to be to pick up that Martis and get that Franco to try and shut down these high mobility heroes. But Rebellion, are they going to go for something like a Brody to try and get a solid aggressive lane?
They already have the Moskov, right?
Oh wait, never mind,
Yeah.
my bad. Bit of a brain fart moment there by me. Full disclosure.
No worries, Arashi.
I
It
guess
happens
what's
to the best of
lacking
us.
right now is probably the jungler. I mean, depending on where these heroes go, right? Because I think the Arlet is flex. Grok can be flexed as well. It really depends on Vincent. Is he comfortable playing these heroes, or are they going to pick up something else?
An assassin with mobility to try and spread apart the members
Yeah.
of Aura.
Bling.
There is a Franco though, so they have to still be a bit careful with what they pick here. It's not completely open and completely free. It's going to be a Lolita though. It's a Grok, or is it going to be an Arla jungle?
Wait. It's Grok jungle.
Grok jungle.
Yeah. Grok jungle here right now for Rebellion Zion, and this is what I worry for, right? Aura Fire, I feel like their composition wants to go for that front to back, right? They want to use Franco to be able to get that pick off. Melissa utilizes her range and her AoE to dish out the damage, but it doesn't necessarily mean they want to go for the dive. And if Rebellion Zion can get a really good engage onto them, Aura Fire, they don't have the tools to go for a disengage.
Disengage, especially against a Yves, right? Disengage is going to be very difficult, and especially Franco, right? We talked about having a roamer that can't really back away, doesn't really have survivability. It's a bit of a same situation here, so Hai is going to be the main target there, the main target that everyone can just try and get kills on.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to dive into the Land of Dawn for game number 2. Rebellion Zion have the chance to sweep Aura Fire, and Aura Fire, they need to climb back up. This is going to be it. Is it going to be 1-1 or 2-0?
Could go either way right now, but looking at the drafts, I feel like Rebellion Zion has a little bit of an edge. They have a little bit more tools to work with, whereas Aura, they're going to heavily rely on either the Lapu or the Franco right now.
Looking at the emblems here, Cars is going to go with the Festival of Blood, so more sustainability as opposed to the emblem we've seen so far today, right? That gives you more defenses when you're low on HP. So interesting situation here. Trying to match probably the sustain coming in from Fluffy on that Lapu Lapu, but it's way low. Getting pulled, yoinked away by Facehugger. I think the early game is going to be just a shove battle. Later on though, it's going to be about the ganks, right? And considering how volatile the gold lane is, I feel like that's where most of the action is going to be at.
Whoa, Cars, whoa! With an amazing play, my goodness, he turns it around! Mechanical display by the young prodigy from Rebellion.
Unfortunate there for Fluffy. He is going to be forced to be picked off really early on. Oh, I'm surprised.
Found some new recruits.
3 versus 3. This is surprising because honestly, if I had to choose, I'd go for Rebellion Zion. But it seems like Momo-chan and Oji also think that they do have a chance. in terms of the drafts that were given to them. We'll see how it pans out, but so far, Rebellion Zion have the better and more proactive movements on the map.
You know why I didn't go for Aura this time?
Why?
Kabuki's not wearing the skin.
Aw. Is there a reason for this? Or I feel like there's no real reason why he wouldn't.
He just hates the
He's just
skin.
anti-anime?
I guess.
Man, that's just such unsportsmanlike conduct, honestly, man. Anyways, with the turtle popping up right here, Rebellion has the pressure, has the wave clear to support this, but Fluffy goes in.
Again, onto Cars. Raven Spider used up. Cars styling with the final slash onto Fluffy and High right now as that's going to be the RWM popped in. That's also the Spear of Destruction over towards the inside. Cars going to be able to find the kill onto Facehugger, and just like that, Van is zoned away, popping into Mortal Coil, stunned up anyways, using the dash to get out, but it is a free turtle over to Rebellion Zion.
A very similar story here in the early game. It seems like Rebellion Zion have better control over the setup on the turtle as well, and they are going to get this uncontested. Not really sure what Aura Fire is expecting here in the early game. 1,000 gold lead so far for Rebellion Zion. And I don't get it, right? Let's say High gets a hook. Who's supposed to follow up on that damage?
Probably Facehugger, I guess. That's the problem right here. They have tools available, but they don't really have ways to try and tie it all together. Whereas for Rebellion Zion, if they try and get someone and Aura Fire trying to retaliate with a Cult Altar, they have the Numeron Blast, they have the Wild Charge, and they have the Final Slash to just follow up on all of it. It's just a perfect combo setup along with the real-world manipulation. And Cars, with the Festival of Blood instead of the Unbending Will, is doing so much better right now, and I don't really know if it's due to the emblems. Van is in the top spot, though, going in way too aggressively, but Rebellion's response is on point.
700 gold lead so far here for Rebellion Zion, and still standing. I think there's a lot of emphasis here in the gold lane. Kabuki is going to be able to scale into that late game, but going against Highs, I guess Highs has better DPS, but Kabuki has that AoE and the range to work with. So depending on the setup, who does more damage in that late game and who's gonna have an advantage at that point?
I think it really depends on how the team fight actually plays out, right? Because with Rebellion Zion having the Guardian's Bulwark, Melissa will have a bit of trouble dealing damage towards the back line. So Moskov might be able to. But if Melissa gets the free hit, honestly, no bias at all towards Melissa, but Melissa does more.
But keep in mind, right, Melissa being able to free hit, that's a very tough win condition against a team like this from Rebellion, man. At the very least, the real manipulation will still be a huge threat for her, and now with Rebellion converging, they go for Numenon Blast to 2 people.
Numenon Blast, perfect there by Region Arco. That's the real world manipulation, locking him in place. High, though, will be able to find the Iron Hook. That's a beautifully placed Cult Altar. Vincent in the midst of it all right now. Still able to smack him dead with the power of nature. 1 for 1. High for Vincent. Definitely worth it for Rebellion Zion as Van is still up to go for this contest. Highs will just reset the turtle as Rebellion Zion look for a better opening here.
Ooh, they were all crowding in the jungle right there. It seems like the perfect opportunity for Rebellion Zion. Just going for a huge wombo combo, but Aura Fire, they're able to find success right there, and Fluffy jumps in towards Suelo. Gets denied by Highs, though. Gonna be a measure of success for Aura Fire, finally picking up a neutral objective. And in the mid game, you can see the Cult Altar is becoming more and more of an issue, but Cars is just adamant on staying in that lane.
Yeah, meanwhile, Rebellion Zion, once again, they're playing the map like they always do. They pay attention to those side lanes, they pay attention to the neutral objectives, and they also pay attention to any potential opportunities that they can have, like in the bottom side.
There you go, Kabuki popping to go away just to get a little bit of magic and physical defense, but it will not be enough. Rebellion Zion will be able to push through under the turret right now. With that, Highs has basically won the lane. Region Arco able to actually dodge away from the Iron Hook, as that's going to be the Spirit of Misery onto Facehugger, stopping him from clearing the wave. Turret wide open, Facehugger jumping in with a Shadow Stampede, bringing Highs back all the way. High not able to find the Bloody Hunt. Looking for the Iron Hook, a brilliant Spear of Destruction over to Facehugger to take that Cult Altar out.
You can see that the Cult Altar HP, it's so flimsy at this point in time. Aura Fire really needs a bit more items, and they need to make sure that Rebellion Zion does not snowball as well, because if they have more Cult Altar HP, but they also have Rebellion Zion with more items, it just canceled each other out. And looking at the top side, Cars right now has the Thunderbolt, going for a very aggressive build right here with the Fury Hammer as well. With the Ice Queen's one available for Suelo though, that means that the kite back, right? The chase and kite back from Rebellion Zion is going to be much more reliable. And Orfire needs to recognize the potential for them to get caught out of position.
Oh man, Rebellion Zion, they're being so oppressive right now. Look at High, he's getting chunked.
Oh, but the Iron Hook connects right there. I don't think it's for anything though. Kabuki gonna be knocked back. Lumina Blast right onto the face of the Melissa. But it's Suelo who picks up the kill. Fluffy will be able to get a trade as that is gonna be Cars rotating into the mid lane to clear it out. Perfectly timed for the turtle to spawn. Third turtle of the game should be going to Rebellion Zion unless Van makes a play here, but with the zoning, I don't think he is.
Perfect conversion, perfect execution by Rebellion Zion, right? They not only get the turtle, but they also get a tower in that bottom side. And they continue to look for more. They continue to be very active on the board. And once again here though,
Bloody Hunt. Oh no, that Iron Hook actually took Janarko away from Fluffy's stun, but it's still gonna be the kill by Kabuki. A good muddle placement there from Aura Fire to find that kill, but it's only onto the roamer.
There's a lot of resources being used only to pick up Wijanarko of all people. And for now, it's still something they can try and go for, but it might not be worth it the longer the game goes on. Looking at the gold lead right here, it's only 1.6k, but it's very significant. And Cars goes in for Kabuki.
I told you, it goes through the go away. That's the interaction I mentioned. And now Cars just styling, basically, going back onto High. That's the backup, and that's High taken out. That's why I said Arlet into Melissa works really well. Fluffy in the top side trying to do the same thing that Cars did to his gold laner, but he won't be able to here. Not on the Lapu against a Moskov and a Grok.
Interesting combo right there. I think what they were trying to do is have Vincent use put up a wall and then stun with the Moskov. But here comes the Numinant Blast. Facehugger gets caught out. Very low right here, but he's able to survive. But Rebellion and Zion are the ones dictating what's happening right here. And that's because of the lanes, man. They're just winning in so many different ways. And Cars, by the way, build a Hunter Strike. So he's going full all in, going for a more damage-heavy build.
Oh, 2,600 gold lead now for Rebellion. Zion High's already picked up the DHS as well. So the damage output, the shred is going to be very obvious right now. Van and High, they're not going to be able to be the frontliners for long, especially with the pickup onto this item. I'm just not sure how they're going to look for a proper engage onto Rebellion Zion.
They can try and go for a flicker Iron Hook, but even then, right, the counter engage is what makes it so difficult. If they engage on the Wijanarko, there could be a big wild charge. If they engage on the Vincent, there could be a big Numinant Blast being used, and they don't really have any secure way of probing for a fight.
Well, the only right answer is to go on to Highs, but Fluffy decides on Sway low, doesn't get it. Now going to be pinned down to the wall. Numinant Blast right now charged in by Wijanarko. He actually got the stun onto High. The Cult Altar is right there, but with the piercing damage of Highs and the Spear of Misery, it's going to be Rebellion who picks up 2 on the board for nothing. Kabuki has utilized the damage, not enough to even take Highs to half HP. That's a turret melted down like it's nothing. Bang, going to be stunned down. Has the Mortal Coil to disengage, but it's Rebellion Zion again with a massive lead as they walk into the Lord Pit.
They're stepping over Aura Fire at this point. 10 minutes in, already 5,000 gold lead. Aura Fire has 0 answers whatsoever to Rebellion Zion right now. They're going to be picking up a Lord uncontested. And what we thought was one of the strengths of Van, we can't even see it happening because of no setup at all. That's how far behind Aura Fire has been for the past 2 games.
I mean, if your winning lane is 2 levels below Highs, right? There's something wrong. Maybe he just didn't utilize the skin that you guys can back at home. MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen. Skins are now available in the game. Join the MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen Gacha event from the 18th of February to the 20th of March and enjoy a 50% off on your daily first draw 1x. A collab item or even a permanent skin awaits you, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh. Van right here, he's still relatively tanky, but we just saw that he finished a Hunter Strike, so still going for aggressive items, even though his team is just struggling really hard. Like you mentioned, Mirko, it has to be Kabuki that they rely on to try and do that damage, but at this point, there's just so many things standing in his way between him and Glory, and it's not going to change anytime soon. Lord comes in right here, and Rebellion Zion have all the siege potential in the world, and if they are not careful, Wijanarko can set up a very crafty Numinant Blast from inside the jungle.
Oh, Just walking up menacingly there, right onto the faces of Aura Fire. No Iron Hook to play with. Kabuki has finally finished up the Golden Staff. I don't think it's going to be enough. Spirit of Destruction over there. Vincent with a massive play and Cars as well with a final splash. Puppy dealing damage onto the back line, but the Illuminati Blast will be able to connect, sealing the fate of the Cult Altar members. Facehugger pinned down to his own base turret with the Spear of Misery.
Oh, it's literally disgusting, right? Being Aura Fire. You think it's over when Highs pops in? You think it's over when Vincent goes in for the wild charge? No, Car still can come in. The Nunan Blast has yet to hit, and Suelo actually popped in that real world manipulation later on, and that was so much damage, so much CC, and so much lockdown for Aura Fire to actually handle one by one.
Picking up the itemization, glowing one is completed by Suelo, I believe. You can see some of the burning effects whenever some of his spells graze the members of Aura Fire, and that's a lot of damage adding up over time. Keep in mind, knowing that the win condition is for Kabuki to do damage, Vincent as well as Wijanaku, I believe, have that blade armor just to ensure that those basic attacks from Melissa, Kabuki are still going to be able to get that damage out without at least some compensation. So he is in a very tough spot to say the least. And even if he does get some time to just fully free hit with basic attacks, I don't even think that being 6k behind, he can still turn a fight around.
They also need to be careful as well, right? It seems like Rebellion Zion, they've actually opted to maybe freeze those lanes, try to force Aura Fire out, because they do have the potential to go in for pickoffs if 5v5 doesn't work well for them. The sentry here gets opened up, so they are going to be able to sniff out Rebellion Zion's positioning right now. And they see that Aura Fire, I think they want to go for the setup onto the Lord, but they have to be careful. It's completely risky here.
Yeah, and High just picked up the Dominance Ice. 13 minutes in the game. Dominance Ice, right? You know you're really behind now.
But earlier we saw that Rebellion Zion spotted Kabuki pushing the bottom lane, but wow, High is just getting jumped on. No mercy.
No. Also, the Spear of Misery there, taking him down. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage by Kabuki onto the back line right now. He's asking the Flicker as well. High still able to pop in the Abyss Walker. He's still able to lifesteal. Oh my goodness, High's with the plays. He got out just in time, recalling as well. Styling, but it all comes down to the retreat battle that Van wins in the end. The Decimation does not slay Vincent. It's still Aura with the win. The Spear of Destruction does not connect, but the final slash will. Kabuki all alone.
Wow. Somehow, some way, Van still makes the play happen, still gets the retribution, so credit to him, but Highs also was able to survive in the midst of all that, and finally we take a look at a bit of the items, the blade armor, only completed for Vincent, but High, get that final slash!
The final slash, the Numenon Blast and everything used at last! It's Rebellion who wipe Aura Fire out like it's nothing! 5-0, that's all you can write. Rebellion Zion, this time with a clean sweep.
A huge mistake there by High on the Franco. Getting the Iron Hook onto Cars of all people. That's exactly where he wants to be. Once again, that's a free flicker. And that eventually sealed Aura Fire's inevitable fate. 2-0, no upsets in the last series.
It's a great performance, but you can't help but feel that it all got settled in the drafting phase, man. Even in game number 2, what were they supposed to do? Even if they land an Iron Hook, even at the beginning of the game, we asked this question already. You land an Iron Hook, and then what? What exactly will supplement that pick-up potential? And there's no real answer. Even their gold laner is supposed to try and perform in a long, extended battle with DPS, but he gets zoned out by everything as well.
Yeah, I think if you want to go for the double roam strat like Aura Fire wanted to do with the Franco and the Faramis, you can't pair the Faramis with the Franco, right? You need Franco to be paired with someone with Burst, or you need to pair the Faramis with someone with Burst, because we usually see the Faramis and the Kadita, for example, right? The engage potential, the pullback coming in from the Faramis, and the insta-burst combo from the Kadita. That's how these things work. Once again, from game 1 and game number 2, Aura Fire have drafted themselves tools. It does not synergize with one another, and eventually it's difficult to execute inside the game. And we saw just confusion and just utter disarray in the playstyle and the gameplay and the execution from Aura Fire in both of these games.
2 games, I think even in game number 1, when you, Eterna, and me, we went for Aura, it was more for the crazy picks than actually like winning out of the draft. And it comes down to just the draft, Arashi. Rebellion understand the fundamentals of the draft really well, and that's what they play through. Meanwhile, for Aura, it just feels like they're scrambling. They're just looking for, you know, different pieces of the puzzle, but they're not actually putting it together.
It's like having all the right colors, but no real shape or structure, so the painting just looks weird. Maybe we'll find out later on, but soon we'll hear from the winning side, right? The side that has been improving so much, has been so flexible and so smartly drafted, the side of Rebellion Zion.
Yeah, we'll take a look here at the interview with the Bude Clara Mongstar. I'm excited to see what they have to say, putting Aura Fire in 8th place.
Rebels, inilah dia Rebellion Zion. Penutupan match yang begitu indah tentunya untuk para banteng 2-0 diseruduk sang naga. Serudukan maut ini dari Swaylow 2-0 bersama teman-teman tentunya dengan Yves. Satu hero signature-nya kamu dilepas 2 kali.
Ya mungkin hoki aja sih bisa dapat hero gua satu-satunya.
Oh, hero satu-satunya.
Bisa dapat 2 kali tuh, puji Tuhan.
Seneng banget dong berarti.
Alhamdulillah Tuhan Yesus.
Ya amin. Tapi kalau yang lainnya nih ya, gak apa-apa ya. Kalau yang lainnya, tim-tim lainnya, kamu berharap ngelepasin terus kayak gini gak sih?
Ya sih, pengennya sih kalau boleh aja sih dilepas bang, Yves gua bang.
Lepas ya kalau bisa ya.
Iya.
Kalau Yves-nya nggak dilepas gimana?
Ya nggak apa-apa, hero gua banyak.
Weh, Dek, tadi bilang ini serem. Ini serem banget, Swaylow. Hero banyak. Penting nggak sih punya hero banyak untuk mid lane?
Sebenarnya kalau masalah hero mid lane tuh tergantung kebutuhan tim sih. Kan soalnya bisa bervariasi lah, tergantung.
Bisa bervariasi, tergantung. Tergantung sama roamnya kah? Biar bisa combo kah?
Tergantung lawan sih sebenarnya.
Tergantung lawan. Kalau kamu pakai Yves, berarti lawannya?
Siapa aja.
Siapa aja?
Apa aja.
Habisin?
Nggak tahu.
Nggak tahu. Oke, tapi kita juga melihat pertarungan yang menarik dari jungler. Keduanya mid lane seru, jungle-nya juga. Dari Vincent sendiri ngeliat pertarunganmu bersama dengan fans satu jungler yang lagi naik-naiknya banget. Gimana pertarungan tadi?
Ya, seru lah pokoknya tadi.
Gimana kalau kamu ngelihat fans juga? Akhirnya kan ketemu juga nih.
Seru sih, hero dia unik.
Unik ya?
Ya.
Melawan dengan hero-hero yang unik, apakah itu menyusahkanmu atau enggak?
Apa?
Bikin kamu susah atau enggak?
Enggak juga sih sebenarnya. Kita tahu lah cara counternya, soalnya kan di Scrim pernah lawan Alice Jungler juga.
Oh, jadi aman ya?
Aman.
Aman semuanya. Kalau kita melihat mereka berhasil mendapatkan kemenangan 2-0 di leg kedua mereka. Di yang match pertama kalian di leg kedua loh. Mungkin dari WJ bisa bantu jelasin ya. Apa yang udah kalian lakukan sehingga di leg kedua ini kalian bisa menanginnya tuh 2-0. Sedangkan di leg pertama 2-1.
Kita yakin sama tim sendiri aja sih. Yang penting percaya terus sama fokus sama job desk masing-masing aja.
Fokus sama job desk masing-masing. Hais, kamu ngelihat dari timmu ini di start leg kedua udah sangat baik. Apa yang kamu harapin untuk Rebellion Zion untuk sepanjang leg ini?
Untuk kedepannya, untuk tim aku yang penting harus tetap respect, disiplin, dan yang pasti harus tetap semangat dan konsisten. Ya gitu aja sih, sesimpel itu aja.
Harus tetap konsisten juga ya. Apa sih tantangan terbesar yang mungkin bisa dihadapi sang banteng? Apakah sang macan atau sang raja atau siapa nih leg kedua?
Semua tim sama aja sih, semuanya jago semua.
Ada yang spesial nggak? Kayaknya Swaylow ada yang spesial ya? Ada tim yang spesial nggak ini untuk leg kedua?
Untung saya lagi mode aman, jadi nggak ada yang spesial. Mungkin yang terberat dari diri kita sendiri sih. Ya itu sih.
Bukan lawan tapi diri sendiri?
Iya, diri sendiri.
Oke, ini lagi mode aman?
Lagi mode Tuhan Yesus.
Oh, oke. gitu.
Iya.
Oh oke. Jadi lagi mode alim dari Swaylo, jangan di unleash ya. Mode yang lain mode apa tuh?
Jangan dipancing aja sih lebih tepatnya.
Oke gitu.
Iya.
Baik Swaylo, boleh dong kalau kamu kasih salam-salam buat tentunya para rebel dan juga yang ada di rumah.
Buat rebel semuanya, terima kasih yang udah datang. Tetap dukung kita terus di leg kedua dan sampai kapanpun terima kasih.
Terima kasih juga Rebellion Zion. Besok-besok kita ketemu lagi, Bude bawa pancingan. Oke, itulah dia kemenangan mereka 2-0 akan langsung dibedah oleh analis kita. Silakan Profesor KB.
Thank you, Bude Clara, Mongstar, and the Blue Bulls. What an amazing performance. I think they got a little bit angry there. They're using their horns to...
No, Bulls hate the color red, so...
That makes more sense. That makes more sense.
They were charging.
Should we repeat that? Or we just move on to the next topic?
Let's move on.
Let's move on, all right. So, 2-0 for Rebellion, Zion, and Aura Fire. It's not looking too good for them at all, especially because Alter Ego was able to get a win as well. I'm not sure how these standings look, but I think it should be Aura Fire back in 8th place. We'll see at the end of the day, but coming back into this game, how are you feeling about this, Arashi? Are you okay? You need some tissue?
Are you okay?
Huh?
Are you okay?
I've gotten used to it.
That's sad.
Yeah.
It's kind of like
You
me
need a
and
tissue?
Bigatron getting comebacks, but Rashi's getting some tissue right now for the RQ loss. Eterna, she's used to it. Eterna Water, as you guys know.
I still haven't moved on yet, dude.
I think Miracle is the only one with full smile, with a full smile today, and that will never change because we're about to win the league.
Shut up. The game highlight though, let Rebellion get their covered hero. Aura suffers another defeat. I like how Mirko is grinning today, but that might change tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure you do tune in.
Notice how he said might.
I'm really happy though. I think today we've seen really cool new picks coming to play. The Alice coming through. I think something else did as well, but I can't really.
We saw the
put
Wan second time it was picked
yeah,
up.
Wan. Finally, we got to
so
see.
far,
I think
yeah.
we saw something else that was crazy. Oh,
We did.
Sicilian from EVOS.
So
I
all the
guess-
creative picks did not work,
Exactly.
except the Phobius.
Exactly,
Pai.
exactly.
Well, before we go on any further, let's take a look at some of the highlights of that game. And you can see that occasionally there are moments where it really worked out, but there are so few in between. You can't really rely on them. They just have to you have to rely on Rebellion just ignoring Kabuki and letting him do damage. And it's just not available at all. And the other lanes are also so aggressively dominant, pushing so much better compared to the lanes of Aura, so that Kabuki just keeps getting caught out. And everyone else just were making the plays happen. Cars just diving in, doing a lot of damage. Wijanarko landing the big Numeron blasts. Sway low, just zoning and also dealing a lot of damage with the real world manipulation. And overall, look at what can they do right here? They know that it's coming, right? They know that combo is queued up by Rebellion, but they just can't do much. Even here, this is the one fight where they're almost able to secure highs on that Moskov, and they're still unable to get it. And even if they did, it will still result in them losing that whole fight anyways, even though it's like a 1-4-4. So it's just so difficult when they don't have the right kind of connection, the right kind of synergy, right? It's like having an engine and wheels, but not connected, right? It's just 4 wheels stacked together and an engine. You can't get anywhere with that, you know? It needs to come together.
Where's the steering wheel? Where's the, the whole cover? Where's the interior?
Nowhere.
Where's the fuel?
Ooh.
Yeah, it's like having the fuel somewhere else, and then the tires here, the engine here.
Well, honestly, the fuel is gold, right? And they just didn't get enough gold, even high. Built the Dominance Ice, which usually is the first item for the Franco in the 13th minute of the game. That's
so late.
Kind of crazy, right? We'll get to see if it's actually the first item, because I highly doubt it, but...
Highly doubt it?
Exactly. Nice one.
That went over my head.
Yeah.
But it's too high.
Yeah, sorry, I don't really have much to say, right? I was thinking about that match, and I guess I made it into 3 points, right? Draft, draft, draft. Oh wait, there's 4. Draft, Oh. But the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for game number 2, it's going to be Cars on the Arlet. I think Miracle mentioned that this is a really good hero to try and counter the Melissa, as it is still able to get in the go away or the ultimate that Melissa has and the knockback that it shares. But on the Arlet, you're still able to penetrate, deal the damage, and ultimately put the Melissa out of place or displace the Melissa.
I experienced it firsthand, right? It was weird. I thought for sure that he wouldn't be able to get through. He gets through, but right after the second skill proc goes out, he gets knocked back away. So it's like, it's always such a weird interaction, right? Especially with his resets. He jumps in, gets knocked back, jumps in again, gets knocked back. But in the end, yeah, I mean, that's enough damage.
Look at his items as well, man. Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar, Thunderbelt. He has a lot of damage, but let's take a look at the make check.
Gas. Boleh. Siapapun.
Boleh nggak?
Blinker ya, 727.
727.
Lihat badan gua. Alis Arlot dah ulti, Alis Arlot.
Alis.
Arlot ulti. Perang.
Valen di ini. Valen. Brody flicker.
Lihat.
Rata sih, langsung keluar dia.
Gua reset, no mana. Nice.
Ada Arot di sini.
Nice. Lihat ya, kesel habis tuh. Kena NOD.
Ada one Brody, ada one.
Nice.
Respect.
Alhamdulillah.
Respect.
Puji Tuhan, alhamdulillah. Tetap tenang aja. Skart banget ya. Pelan. Gak ada flicker.
Gas. Kasih gua front boy.
Lihat, jangan kasih apa-apa. Jangan kasih hit. Nah, elah.
Gua no retu, Cok. Melita ulti.
Orangnya.
Atas sih mereka.
Nice. Langsung atas, gue slowin. Inspire. Mati. Nice. Pelan.
Respect.
Gue udah catur.
Respect ya. Respect, Rico.
Nice guys.
Nice, respect, santai.
Puji Tuhan, alhamdulillah, Tuhan Yesus.
I can't get over. Respect. Recall.
The duality of man.
Like respect, but they recalled on the
He was doing thing, guys, respect. And he's just like, hey guys, I'm recalling.
The duality of man.
What are you
represented
on about?
in one clip.
It's okay. I mean, that's the game, right? That's the game.
I would do the same thing, but I wouldn't say respect.
I think you would, ironically. I think that's something you would do, ironically, though.
Maybe. Well, talking about the damage, Mirko, like you were talking about, Cars, man. Usually we see people go with the Unbending Will and going full tank. He goes for the Festival of Blood and goes for 2 damage items after going for the Dominance Ice. I forgot the other one. Then he goes for Hunter Strike and Malefic Roar, and you really see it pay dividends, man. He was doing a lot of damage, but he was also healing up a lot more than the tank outlets we've been seeing, and I think this is the way to go, man. Yeah. Definitely. You have more pressure in the lane. Given the right circumstances, you can assassinate the gold laner as well. So I think you have just so many more options available, and keys to success for Rebellion here. Suelo gets his comfort picks, and Highs and Cars win their laning phase. I think win is a bit of an understatement. They completely just dominated their laning phases, man. The mid game was just absolutely brutal. Average KDA is 16. And Suelo is highlighted here, but he's just solid. He just didn't do anything too crazy, but leave him alone and he just sets up to just ensure that in game number 2, for example, part of the reason why Kabuki can't get out from the Numeron Blast from the dive attempts was just a very simple real-world manipulation, and the Immobilize was just more than enough to seal his fate, man.
Yeah, on the second point, right, Highs and Cars win their laning phase. Was there a lane that they lost?
No, not really.
Did they lose the mid lane? I think they won literally all of the lanes that they could have possibly won.
Yeah. It's just super dominant, especially for Rebellion Zion. And I think we were talking as well during the mic check that this team is showing a lot of promise. There's a lot of potential that they can really reach this season. Like, this is peak Rebellion Zion so far. And their growth through Season 8, not making it to the playoffs. Season 9, not making it to the playoffs. Season 10, finally getting a playoff spot. It's kind of similar to Aura Fire's road to success, right? No playoffs, finally making it to the playoffs, and then Season 9, third place. So Rebellion Zion, I think with the tools that they have, the weapons that they have with their players here, there's a lot of potential that can be tapped into.
Especially with the coaching staff, right? Coach Chico, we were also talking about his draft being so solid, right? He was able to win every single lane, and yet every single hero synergizes with each other. It makes sense. So this man is intelligent and an absolute threat to any coach out there that's trying to make light of Rebellion.
For sure. And we are moments away of taking a look at the MVP standings as well. Unfortunately, the coaches can't be on the MVP standings, but we are going to see Brands in number 1 still, followed by Skylar here. Kyrie and Highs actually making an appearance here. He's actually going up the ladder, taking away that spot away from CW.
Look at the only roamer though. It's Paloy in the 1, 2, 3,
Wait, it's Keyboy.
5, 6.
Keyboy's right there, dude.
And
Keyboy
is
right
well.
there.
But wow, that's interesting, right? You would, well, actually, these two players have been popping off a whole lot recently, but still, the only 2 roamers and the only 2 junglers, Kyrie and Albert.
Yeah, it just shows how impressive, how important gold laners are right now. They keep doing a lot of damage, and they usually are the keys to victory. Unfortunately for Aura, even more so for them. And as you can see, once every single lane wasn't doing so well, the gold lane just got completely destroyed, man. They just threw everything at Kabuki, and what could you do in his shoes, man? He wasn't allowed to play the game at all.
Just surrendered.
They wanted to stop, they wanted to just let go of the phone.
I mean, at that point,
brutal.
Kabuki, it didn't really matter. He was stunned up, RWM immobilized, stunned up again. Even if he put his phone down, it would have been the same outcome, right? They first pick Melissa.
Diggy would have been better.
What?
I think the Diggy would have been better last pick for Aura Fire.
Diggy
instead of the Franco might have actually worked with the amount of CC that they had. This was also what Alter Ego utilized against the draft with a lot of CC.
Exactly. And finally, what we've all been waiting for, right? The standings presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, and it's official. Aura Fire back in 8th place. Alter Ego going back up the ladder. Bigatron very close to that red zone. But, you know, 7 to 6, they're quite far, honestly, in terms of the aggregate points as well.
Yeah, but honestly, we got to talk about the elephant in the room. GEEK SLATE, for the first time ever, has touched top 3. First time in franchise history.
I literally kept telling Goni that they were going to be top 3, and he didn't believe me.
Well, now he's forced to. This is reality.
That is definitely a big statement for GEEK SLATE, man. All the people believed in them for so long, and now they're finally proving it. And this is just impressive. We talked about how GEEK SLATE and Rebellion Zion, both these teams were doing so well last season. Unfortunately, a bit too little too late. But this season, with the right amount of time and development, they have just shown so much promise, and we're going to see more of them tomorrow. These are some really spicy matches, man.
Oh, it's going to get even worse on the standings here, Miracle.
It really depends, okay? Let's not assume yet, because Aura can still win against GEEK.
I wasn't talking about that.
Alter Ego can still win against RQ, and ONIC can still win against Bigatron.
I like that he assumed instantly that I was looking at Aura when I wasn't, right?
Okay, what are you looking at?
The battle for that mid place in the playoffs, right? Rebellion and EVOS, they're so close to one another. And honestly, with how fired up Rebellion is, and how opposite that is for EVOS, right? We were talking about this, the trend that they had to experience last season. First leg, very strong. Second leg, they falter. And it's beginning to look like that. And I'm beginning to get more scared, but very fascinated if the same thing is going to happen twice. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, from Friday to Sunday, it's all about MPL. But you don't have to worry. On weekdays, we also have MDL from Monday up until
Wednesday.
Wow. What time?
10 a.m. in the morning. It starts at 10 a.m.
Wow.
The battle for the playoffs is heating up. I don't know what I did there. I kind of brain farted, but the battle for the playoffs is heating up, ladies and gentlemen. Go and check it out because MPL, we got a whole lot of crazy teams there. Crazy prodigies.
Okay, any last statements, Arashi?
I can't wait to see how Bigachin does tomorrow. You know, just saying, just saying. But soon we're gonna have to, leave you guys because it's the end of the day for sure. But we have a special treat for you guys.
Ooh, we're gonna go, me, Eterna, Mirko, and Arashi. But you guys stay and watch this upcoming video.
ONIC Esports berhasil mendapatkan tahtanya sebagai Raja Galaksi setelah mengembangkan Raja dari segala raja. Posisi pertama ditempati oleh Raja Galaksi MPL ID Season 10, yaitu ONIC. Konsistensi ONIC dibuktikan pada Season 11 babak pertama. Dengan keluarnya Coach Aldo, tidak membuat performa ONIC menurun. Itu semua dibuktikan dengan perolehan poin sempurna dengan 7 kali win streak di babak pertama regular season.
Tim kita bisa lebih konsisten lagi dari luar game maupun in game. Semoga kita bisa mendominasi season ini.
Posisi kedua klasemen diisi oleh Raja dari segala raja. Keluarnya Coach Acil dan masuknya Rainbow sebagai roster baru hingga masuknya Lemon yang menggantikan R7 di RRQ membuat performa RRQ semakin membaik.
Tim play RRQ masih dalam tahap improvisasi lah.
Posisi ketiga klasemen diduduki oleh EVOS Legends. Sang macan putih membawa roster New Era yang terbukti dapat mengacak gameplay dari musuhnya.
Ya menjadi motivasi kita lah buat cetak sejarah lagi. M-Series udah, cuman MSC belum. Ya season ini kan kalau menang kan lolos MSC.
3 papan tengah diisi oleh GEEK SLATE, Bigetron Alpha, dan Rebellion Zion yang saling memperlihatkan performanya. Mereka silih berganti berada di posisi tengah klasemen. Posisi keempat diduduki oleh GEEK SLATE. Perubahan nama dari GEEK Fam berganti menjadi GEEK SLATE ternyata membawa perubahan yang baik. Lewat performa yang baik di regular season serta chemistry tim yang sangat solid membuat GEEK SLATE bertengger di posisi keempat klasemen.
Gameplay sendiri udah pasti lebih baik lah dari sebelumnya. Insya Allah yang season sekarang playoff lah. Amin.
Posisi kelima ditempati oleh Bigetron Alpha. Di paruh pertama half season, Bigetron Alpha berganti roster dengan didatangkan Super Ken, sang rookie monster dari Bigetron Beta MDL. Terbukti meningkatkan performa permainan mereka pada week ketiga babak regular season.
Namun Moreno bakal sabar dan itu dia kesabaran yang membuahkan hasil untuk Bigetron Alpha.
Gue yakin suatu saat kita bakal kuat banget. Bahkan bisa dibilang sekarang kita kuat banget kalau kita bisa enjoy the game.
Posisi ke-6 ditempati oleh Rebellion Zion. Konsistensi Rebellion Zion dengan komposisi roster di season ini menjadikan performa Rebellion Zion sangatlah baik.
Buat Rebellion Zion, tim gua semoga kita bisa lebih improve, lebih bersaing dan lebih konsisten.
Jadi di leg 2 ini kita bakal bisa expect jauh lebih banyak upsets terjadi, tim bawah mulai menang lagi dan mungkin dari standing saya juga bisa putar balik full gitu loh.
Aura Fire mengawali babak regular season yang sangat buruk. Dengan kekalahan yang berulang, pergantian roster, dan pergantian role, Aura Fire masih mencari komposisi yang tepat untuk mencapai performa terbaiknya.
Semalam sih kayak main biasa-biasa dong, nggak ada perubahan. Tapi memang kayak semua tim berkembang aja sih.
Alter Ego bertengger di posisi paling bawah klasemen di pertengahan musim babak regular season. Kehadiran sang kakek dari masa lalu masih dalam tahap pemanasan. Mereka belum mampu menemukan formula yang tepat pada pertengahan babak regular season ini.
Sejauh ini kami semua berkembang
pesat, latihan yang intensif, bisa catch up buat ngebikin satu pemahaman yang sama.
Jadi menurut gue itu bukan masalah besar, chemistry-nya juga masih agak kurang dikit nih.
Apakah mereka yang teratas berhasil mempertahankan posisinya? Ataukah mereka yang di bawah berhasil improve dari game sebelumnya dan berhasil menggeser posisi atas? Jangan lewatkan dan jadilah saksi perjuangan mereka pada babak kedua season MPL Indonesia Season 11. We own this.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani